Hello, hello. How are we doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm Wardy, and this is the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 20 for TLMC 21. I'm doing the 15th edition of the WardiTV TLMC tournament. I hope you all having a wonderful day. Thank you so much for joining us. The players have been super organized, so they've actually been waiting on me to ready up, as I've just been getting a couple things going. This tournament just has a little bit extra kind of this and that to kind of add in and set up, etc. So, just at the start of the day, it does sometimes take me a couple more moments than usual just to get things rolling. But with that said, we are on our first map of the day, which is going to be Missing You today. And in the bottom right-hand side, I guess we're going to start off with the red Protoss player, ZOUN. He takes on the blue Protoss. In the top left-hand corner of the map, it is going to be Chance, or Ordinary. I'm going to call him Chance, I think, today. So he is in the top left. And he is going to be a barcode for this first opening matchup. And yeah, we'll see how the day goes, see what the day gives us. We are on obviously new maps that are being played for the TLMC 21. Should be a bunch of fun. Looking forward to it. Obviously, we had day one yesterday, a lot of maps getting played already. We're going to try and obviously focus today on some of the lesser played maps. The majority of today's map pools are made up of the maps that we played once, sometimes twice yesterday, and then there's one map that was not played at all yesterday, so we're going to try and make sure they get played today. Obviously, it is still a veto system. There is a world where they veto those maps every time, or to some extent at least. So, yeah, we'll see how that all pans out. We'll see how it works. And for now, we're playing some PvP. So PvP to start the day off as well, as we have ourselves a cheeky little robo to start off with in the back of that gold base area. So now I'm going to get aggressive as you do in PvP. No real surprises there. Not the best matchup for testing maps, but it's a tournament. We still have mirror matchups. There's not much we can do about that. So, we're going to kick this off with an Immortal on the way. Obviously, very aggressive opening here from ZOUN. I love the Monster Energy logo on the freaking ramp there. I don't think I've ever seen the logo file kind of go onto the ramp before, but that's a fun new one. This chance just brings a few Stalkers back in toward the main base. Couple of sentries on the way up, the Prism on the way from ZOUN, and Crushing getting ready to go. Is Ryung versus Clem covered later? Yes. Every single series will be shown on stream today, guys, unless we mention a reason why not. But every single series will be shown on stream. We do 5 matches live. Those are the top matches in Wikipedia. Then we come back through the same order on Wikipedia, just do the bottom match on each timing. So yeah, you will see everything on stream right here. You're not missing anything as long as you're here. As ZOUN shows up, and what Chance is missing is a little bit of a defense right now, as obviously walking into that natural is plain and simple. So we get straight in on that, and we're now going to be seeing the probe chasing another probe around. Model on the way up, robo facility about to finish, and we'll see that Nexus coming through as well for the first couple moments here, as that will be all canceladoed, and now we have ourselves the chance to work on these gateways. Robo coming up, and Immortal producing from Chance. Let's see if that's going to be enough to put him in the right place. Kind of a cool story from Chance, who played in the qualifier and actually qualified. Beat Shin during the qualifying process, if I'm not mistaken. He had was it Shin? I can't remember who he beat, but he had a good win. That was definitely a bit of an upset. And then he beat Nikarak, who upset Nightmare in the bracket as well. So it was a really good showing from Chance on the day to qualify. Definitely means he's kind of meant to be here. Like, you know, a lot of people be like, oh, Wardy was just trying to fill spots. No, this guy actually qualified in a qualifier full of great players. A couple of depths will come through, obviously hunting for those probes and looking for a bit more damage, and actually will get something done. Forces a half recall. I don't think ZOUN should be upset here. He's already done a lot of work. He's put himself in a good position, denied gateways. I like where ZOUN is at for now. This defense is very appropriate. He doesn't lose too much, and he can get ready to expand. I do like the fact there's a gateway across the map from Chance. That does feel like there's an opportunity there. And ZOUN just looks to continue, maintain a little bit of a light contain for the moment. All force fields come down. I'm just going to see the rest of this all gathering up. We do see a couple of adepts trying to move out onto the map again. And this time they're going to get caught a little bit. So, shades into the main mineral line. With a battery here and there only being one adept, this is not too problematic. And the probe pull is an absolutely fine way of dealing with this. ZOUN also sees where that gateway is at. Nexus now starting. He does let Chance down the ramp, so he lets him kind of come down to the low ground here. Couple hits coming off, obviously trading out with some force fields and stuff so far. Actually, going to catch the prism a little bit. It's not going to go down, but it's going to be low HP, right? So a little scary as Chance tries to get across the map to make something happen. We try to chase, like you say, nice effort from ZOUN with a little bit of micro mixed in there as well. Doesn't quite do what he wanted it to do at first. Not bad overall. As we just have the... yeah, a couple of units still making their way out down to that bottom side. Setting up for the next couple of moments. Just continuing with all of this. Just seeing the Stargate coming through. And there's the Immortal and the Sentry coming about as well. Just having the Nexus and the Immortal all building in. The Phoenix on the way up from ZOUN as well, so continue to get that going. And that is going to be a fun kind of follow-up here, because now he's going to get Phoenix to lift his opponent's Immortals and really depower that army a bit. Especially when Chance's army does not have a lot of anti-air in it, so there's not a lot of easy ways to get rid of the, the Phoenix. But also it means that you can deny the Prism from kind of lingering around and maybe, doing things as well, which is also going to be a pretty nice little bonus if you can stop that from happening. As you just see the army still moving around that right-hand side here for the moment. Three adepts will shade forward as we look for a chance to get into this natural. Will not quite make it. A couple of Immortals start to swing their way through the pylon. And we're going to see one of those Immortals getting lifted up immediately. So Phoenix getting put to work right off the start. And the Immortals still taking some damage. We will see a couple more force fields coming down at the front, keeping an army of Chance away. ZOUN is starting to really propel forward, obviously, with an expansion up and it's saturated as well. 11 worker lead. Army advantage is starting to come into play as well. Chance is going to try and go Blink. I'm not sure if Blink's going to do much for you in this game. Blink is an upgrade to me, which was, when you're going into Blink, when you're behind already, it just feels so rough. Like, it's different if you're a little bit behind and your opponent has Blink. But, like, Blink now does not turn the tides of this game in my eyes, so I just don't love it. I think more... Templar Archive, spend some gas on Archons, make sure you get charge up. I think that kind of composition, just playing for a later game comp, is a lot more valuable, because, like I say, A, you don't have a lot of Stalkers. If you're going to start building a lot of Stalkers, that's extremely expensive. I just don't love where it's kind of going for Chance, but I don't really love his position anyway, right? Like, he is in trouble in this game one. ZOUN is doing what we expect him to do. ZOUN is definitely the favorite here, coming in. It's going to be seeing the Guardian Shield pop, and the few force fields placed nicely as well. And we'll see the Prism now jumping up to the high ground with a couple of Immortals to start swinging their way through a pylon. So, some damage in there, pylon taking some damage, and a couple of additional Adepts warping in beneath the Prism for the moment. I mean, this is really just kind of picking your fight. It's still scary attacking into the natural expansion in a PvP, so there's, nothing too bad about this. I mean, there's nothing too crazy about it. Let's just see the Adepts going to get in. They're going to go after some probes. Like I say, there's nothing too crazy about kind of, taking your time and being cautious. I like this. The Adepts are going to threaten. They move a few units up to the high ground. You step forward. You get a couple force fields down. You get some grabs. You drain the batteries of energy. Prism just peeling back and just going to sit with everything else for a few more moments. And yeah, we have ourselves the extra gates just coming up. Add that Nexus on, get these Adepts shading through again. Going to once again threaten to maybe get up and toward the main base here. The wall off is good to block the Adepts for now. We're going to go Glaives as Zang, which I don't hate. You've got a lot of Adepts. I mean, realistically, I still feel like Zang can just do as he wishes right now. He's on a third base. He's keeping his opponent contained to 2, and that's part of the reason he's not in a rush to try and make this go any further just yet. Those Adepts are going to shade by, looking to hit that natural expansion. And these Stalkers and the Sentries gather up, the Immortals as well. And this opening game is, like I say, definitely looking somewhat wrapped up in my eyes. We take a few early moments here and definitely have ourselves a bit of a funky setup, to say the least. I mean, this is, I think, just heading toward a GG sooner rather than later. Well, the Devs is going to shade. I'm going to try and get up that high ground. I'm going to pull back down toward the natural. So going to be seeing the Immortal and the few Stalkers coming back through again. That Blink is going to finish shortly. And again, the Stalker's going to continue to gather up. Again, Forge on the way. A couple of Stalkers coming by. Just going to knock down the pylon as we open up the access to the main again. I mean, ZOUN backs off, but again, the reality is he's just getting silly far ahead. He's actually going to go Blink now as well. So he actually cancelled Glaives. He has a lot of Adepts, but he's also in a position where, like, he's just rich enough he can go Stalkers. Like, the thing, I don't mind ZOUN going Stalkers, because to me, him going Stalkers feels so affordable. Like, it feels like he can just make an army of Stalkers and just control this map. It was when you're behind, I feel like Blink Stalkers, you need so many Blink Stalkers to do something and to make things work for you, right? And so if you're behind and you don't have that Stalker count, that's why I would have preferred, I think, to take a different direction here as Chance when I talked about him going Blink. I think if you're in that lead and you've got a good economy, you know, adding Blink on and adding a Stalker count is pretty okay. So, just situational kind of discussions. The grand scheme of things, we are heading toward a position here that, I mean, like I say, hard to really add much commentary to this one, guys, or at least anything insightful, because we are down half the army supply, and we're actually going to get a fight here. ZOUN jumps on a bunch of units, so he's going to get a bunch of freebies as well, and now it's almost triple army supply for ZOUN over Chance. And this is just a case of, to be fair, Chance is not taken, like, there's not been that game-ending fight that's like, oh, I should leave the game now, because ZOUN has just been very patient about picking it. So it's not like Chance is hanging around in this game, you know, unnecessarily. It's not like he's, you know, sitting on 5 supply, I'm cornered in my main base. No, ZOUN hasn't committed to the fight to end it. As he does so here, obviously Chance realizes this one is done. That's going to be GG. And we're going to go to a game number 2 with a 1-0 lead for ZOUN to start us off today. Beautiful stuff in our first match of Group B in the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament by WardiTV. Sponsored by... Oh, now today's monster is great, because today's monster, you can actually see the logo in drinking position. So I can actually hold this, be like, oh my god, like, let's get that live, like, opening. Oh, yeah, you hear it, it's good. I've never tried this flavor before. It's ultra peachy keen. So I'm just hoping it's good. It looked interesting in the shop. I'm going to give it a live try. Oh, it's beautiful. God damn it, that is addictive. I can already tell. One sip and I want more. Gogo's getting cold. We are heading into Ruby Rock for game number 2. Like I say, we are going to be trying to get some of the lesser played maps played today. What is a situation? So what I've done today that I don't usually do, so this might look a little bit different to previous TLMCs, what I've done today is I have predetermined every map pool for the players in terms of the 5 maps that they then get to veto one of. So what we would usually do is I would make the map pool as the series comes up and be like, oh, these are currently the least 5 played maps. Let's get them listed. Let's try and force them into a series. What I've done today is I've put all of the least played maps as a priority in most of the series, and then we sprinkled a couple of other maps in that have already been played 2 times. So what you're going to see is, there might be a couple of maps where you're like, man, Wardy's really, yeah, this map wasn't played much at the start of the day, but we've seen like 3 times now. Again, that's just because we're going for a different route, which is basically allowing me to give the players their map lists early. So instead of, usually what happens is the players don't know which of the 5 maps they have to veto from, etc. until, they don't usually know that until it's time to play. Now they actually have a few hours to be like, oh, these are the maps I should probably check out because they're, coming up the most in my series. So what you may see is you may still see at the end of today a couple of scenarios where certain maps have just been vetoed a bunch, and then we will tomorrow probably take a more direct approach towards like, okay, this map's really not being played a lot. It's in every single veto pool. You know, we will edit it as we go along until it's been played enough and stuff like that. So the least played maps are the starting maps in the series? No. The least played maps are just in the veto pool. So each series has 5 maps given to the players. And so basically what I've done is I've just made sure that like 80% of the maps in map pools today are the maps that were played 0 or 1 times yesterday. So pretty much the first 4 maps in each map pool is Talisman, Celestian Enclave, Miss New Today, Ruby Rock, 10,000 Feet, Satellite Years as well, Andromeda, and Taido Citadel. I think that's them. So pretty much all of the first 3 or 4 maps in all of the map pools are that, and then like the 5th map in the map pool for them to also pick between is like a little sprinkling of like a map that a few of the maps that have been played once or twice, which are or a couple of times already, with the hope that they are not the maps that just come up every single time. If they are, they end up played the most by the end of today, then they will absolutely not be in map pools tomorrow. Is the way it's going to go. 10,000 Feet had 2 good games. Oh yeah, 10,000. Okay, 10,000 Feet was one of the ones I sprinkled in as like it's like in 1 veto pool basically because it's been played twice. So it's in 2 veto pools, or it's in 2 map pools out of the 10. So it's not an exact science. I didn't want every single set of 5 maps to basically look the exact same, because especially when you have the same players as well, it kind of feels as though then you're just going to get the same vetoes all day perhaps. So it's yeah, 10,000 Feet's kind of in that 20%. So yeah, but like I say, it's not an exact science, so we'll perfect it. I just wanted to try it out with giving the players some more choice, basically, in terms of a little bit more heads up. Because usually, like I say, I give them the maps out of the 5 that they get to pick and choose between, like as they're about to begin. So I thought I'd try it like this instead of just handpicking the least played maps all the way through. So just trying something new. At the end of the day, we will make sure everything gets played the same amount by the end of the tournament, or as close to it as we can. Obviously, once we get to playoffs, we can kind of force map number 1 to be certain maps if we want to. I don't mind kind of being, oh, guys, you're going to play map 1 as this, and then maps 2, 3, 4, and 5 you can kind of veto down on, for example. So yeah, it's going to be the way it goes. So yeah, just trying to, it's hard to do it like exactly correctly. Like, you know, while keeping a veto system, there's no perfect way to present like a set of maps each time and guarantee you're going to get the ones that I want to see played still, without kind of, you know, potentially, you know, smudging it. So it usually works out. Yeah, I spend so much time every TLMC explaining all of this and defending it. Everyone's just like, Wardy, it's okay. It'll be fine. I think I worry more about it than anyone else. What's up, Soul Fan? Thank you so much for the 22-month resub on the Prime. How you doing? Thank you so much for priming us up. I appreciate you. These maps sound like a set list. It does, doesn't it? Missing You Today, Ruby Rock, bam, bam, bam. Yeah, you know what? I like it. Maybe this is the musical map pool era. As we are going to be seeing, ZOUN is pressing on forward with a handful of Stalkers already. It's going to be seeing a couple of units going down. A couple of probes going to get knocked away at as well. Pylon will get picked off. The sentry going to be down. We're now going to see a couple of probes coming in on either side, as we obviously are across the map with a couple of adepts. So it is going to be Chance that's in there as well to deal some damage. Obviously, Chance already has the expansion. It's much more important here for ZOUN to actually just kind of push through and win this game with this bit of aggression right now, which is starting to happen. You can see a lot of probes going down here from Chance. He might just be dead. ZOUN has just so much. And obviously, being depowered on your 2 gateways is not ideal. Blink on the way isn't going to help you if you don't have access to the gateway and the sword count that you need. And I think that is the reality right now. ZOUN 2, Chance 0, unfortunately for Ruby Rock. It's a fast PvP. Hey, look, if you know, some of these maps are going to end up having PvPs played on them, that is the way that this goes, unfortunately. And unfortunately for Ruby Rock, it got picked up in a PvP. We might see it again later today. We might see it in the next series, actually. The only Ruby Rock's in a few times because it was one of the 1-played maps. It is possible that it gets picked in this next one as well, which we're going to go and figure out right now. Which is going to be between Mixu and Chance. So we're going to get that ready to begin. hop on over to America and get that ready to roll. And get this ready to kick off. This seems like a mismatch. I mean, there's definitely, you know, ZOUN is 100% a favorite in that matchup. Like I say, Chance is not just some filler player that we found off the street to kind of, you know, throw in here, though. This guy qualified. You know, he actually came through the qualifiers, which is something we don't always have for TLMC. He came through the qualifier 2-1 Shin, 2-1 Nicorakt. Nicorakt who beat Nightmare as well, which is what I think is particularly impressive, because you say you beat Nicorakt, I think a lot of people are like, but then Nicorakt beat MaxPax yesterday, so Chance is playing some games, you know? Chance is playing some games. Mixu's on his way. He'll be here in a couple of moments. Be ready to go fairly shortly. And I got that ready to rumble. Perfect. All right, so Chance vs Mixu coming up. What I do have, Killer Smile, as well, is I don't have notes on which player vetoed which map, but I do have I will at the end of it have an image of all the map lists that were given to players, so you can see which maps were vetoed, which maps just didn't get played in the series because it was like map 3, for example. So I have some extra info. I might even be able to get it on Wikipedia this time. I'm going to provide the Wikipedia and see if they want to add it. But we'll have some like more color coordinated situations going on and stuff like that, so there's a little bit more info. It's just difficult to see who vetoes what, because a lot of the guys keep on vetoing without me even being there, or they veto in private, so I don't even see. I keep have to ask them, like, hey, what's the map order? Can you just tell me the full map order? So, yeah. It's more that, you know, some players have a favorite they pick every time. Yeah, which is why I'm a little bit afraid of, like, every single series of a certain player having, like, the same 3 maps, because then it just... like, that's why we don't just go, like, oh, today it's going to be every, you know, the first 5 series are going to be a choice of Tato, Citadel, Talisman, Celestial, you know, White Rabbit, and Andromeda or something, right? Because then you likely only see, like, you know, 2 of those maps on repeat, because, you know, players are just like, oh, no, we like those 2 maps, you know? You've got to try and mix it up a little bit, you know? How's everyone doing? How's everyone feeling in the chat? We are just waiting for Mixu, who is going to be here in a couple of moments. Is there no Leo Cup today? I thought Leo Cup was today. I felt really bad that we were crossing over it. Did they move it because of our event? Oh, I really hope not. I felt really bad. I was looking at every possible way to maybe not run over Leo Cup today, but I just couldn't make it work. They must have moved it, no? Because it would be now otherwise. Ugh, that's very sad. I literally was just going to try and check on what the I was literally just going to try and check on what the the bracket looked like, but it's just not there. I'm gonna check the... Am I not in this Discord for this anymore? Perfect. Alright, got videos on the way, guys. Sorry, just took a moment or 2 to get things back on track. Perfect. Alright. I should have broadcast Clem's, which was more exciting. Well, the good thing is we're still going to be seeing Clem's games later on. You don't miss any matches. Don't miss any matches. Today we will cast everything. Man, freaking Talisman is like... Do the players just not want to play Talisman because they know what it's like and they're just like, I've already seen that shit. It's weird and crazy. It's getting vetoed every single time. It's actually crazy. It wasn't actually in that many map pools yesterday, to be fair, and I was like, oh, I just got unlucky a couple times, but now it's it keeps getting vetoed today already. I'm like, no! We will see a Talisman game. I'm determined. I am determined. What's wrong with Talisman? I think it's just, it's kind of a weird layout. You kind of are... There's like there's a way to basically expand forward and forward into the map with like half blue, half gold bases. So it's just naturally a strange map to jump into and kind of jump on and kind of like suddenly start playing. It's also kind of interesting because it was used in a few map pools in other tournaments not so long ago. So it's actually a map where players probably know that as well. And so even though they're potentially more familiar with it, they're maybe more likely to be like, nah, actually I know that's a bit crazy. I don't want to check that one out. So I wonder if it's kind of a weird concept, but I wonder if the map not being as well known may actually backfire to the for the players that want to just actually like, try out some of the actually new maps. I wonder if that's something that actually like I say kind of backfires here, Like that sounds strange, but I actually think it could be a thing, no? Where like they're like, nope, we already know this one, let's try some other stuff out. Anyways, let me throw a lobby link down and we'll get this ready to go. Hey, what's up, Nick Jones? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 15-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting. And everyone into our lobby will be good to go in a few moments. Yeah, we'll get sorted here in a couple more seconds for some ZVP. I'm just going to run ads just in case it's a long ZVP. There is a possibility of that, I think. So I'll just run some ads as a precaution here. And we're just waiting for a chance to return from a quick bathroom break. Perfect. We'll be on into this in a second, guys. Just give me a moment to get this sorted out. And thank you, Nick Jones, for the sub. We're a couple subs away from the 500, guys. We're making our way back. The road back to 700 is truly starting up once again. Appreciate you guys, and thank you so much for thank you so much for supporting and helping us out. And obviously, like I say, we're going to stream a lot the next few months. We are truly just go in terms of getting back on track and everything. So we're going to just go non-stop. Looking forward to it. And yeah, looking forward to just getting sinking our teeth back in and truly getting some more games on the channel and just watching some more StarCraft 2 and all of that kind of beautiful stuff. So very excited as we are just waiting for this next game to come up. Funnily enough, we are going to see Ruby Rock again in this series, as it got it's made its way through. This is what I mean, like there's maybe some of these maps that only got played once yesterday that are actually now going to come around like a couple of times maybe today, so they may end up being played quite a lot. But again, then tomorrow we'll just make another effort at rebalancing the amount they get played, and some playoffs we can force map ones and stuff if needed. So yeah, Ruby Rock making it into another series. So we'll see that as map number 2. Satellite Years here for map 1. I'll not announce the map 3. Just don't want to make anyone sad if they're ready to see that map and then it doesn't go to game 3. So game 3 can remain a surprise, but Satellite and Ruby are guaranteed as a 1 and a 2. We're just waiting for Chance, guys. As soon as he's back, we'll be back in game. Thank you for a little bit of patience as we get going. Just taking some time to get things up and running. What we're doing all the Mixu games after this, right? Yeah, so this is the string of Mixu games. We're just going to go Mixu, back to back to back to back. Pretty much just non-stop. There's Chance joining us now, so we should really just be a moment or two away from jumping on in-game. Yeah, thank you guys for joining us. Really do appreciate you all being here early in the day, right as we get started. We've got 9 best-of-3 still to go. So let's, without further ado, kick this off. Mixu versus Chance. Mixu's very good right now, is what I've been told. And he actually had a battle against Houston the other day in a tournament. I think a qualifier for something that he did very well in. So I think Mixu's been playing well lately. A couple players actually mentioned to me, like, hey, if you need a Zerg, you should really invite Mixu. Like, dude's playing well. So that's exciting as we get into Satellite Years for map number 1 here of this best-of-3. It's actually kind of an important match because these two are probably the 2 underdogs of this group. I think that's very fair to say. Like, these are the guys that are likely to, cause some chaos and cause some madness and so on and so forth. So you got these 2 guys looking to battle. Fun to see what happens here. As, like I say, this could be, if the rest of the results go expectedly with our favorites, Clem, Ryong, ZOUN advancing, these are the 2 that could fight over 4th place, and this series might decide that, in which case, this is a prize money matchup, potentially, so. Big opportunity here for both the players. In the bottom right-hand side, Ordinary, aka Chance. Game number 1 of this best of 3. Korean Protoss player. I forgot he's actually called Ordinary on the NA server, so maybe we should call him Ordinary instead of Chance. But either way, it's Ordinary. I think he goes by the name Ordinary now. He used to go by the name of Chance, as, a name a lot more people might recognize. Either way, he's a Korean Protoss player, and he's playing against Mixu, who is the Finnish Zerg in the top left-hand corner. If you follow any Stormgate, you probably knew about Mixu. Mixu is one of these guys that dives into all the new RTSs and is, pretty good at, jumping into new RTS games. He's been a heckin' good StarCraft 2 player for a long time and has had a couple of results here and there, but in the grand scheme of things has been on that kind of lower tier of Europe where, making it into like a WCS or an ESL Pro Tour regional and so on would be like an achievement for Mixu. I think he's done that a couple of times. I think he's obviously missed a good few times as well, but he's at that sort of point where you're talking, I mean, nowadays you're talking, he's about top 32 in Europe. Probably a bit higher than that realistically, but just to give you a rough guesstimate as to where he's at as we get ourselves into Satellite Years. I liked this map yesterday. We saw it, I think, just the one time, maybe a couple times. But yeah, interesting one, fun base layout. You got the triangle you can set up onto. You've got this kind of big jump into the main base possibility that's always going to be very interesting. Maybe encourages you to play over this more open area as a 4th base. Obviously, then that does leave the right side and this kind of access point down here open, though. There's a lot of opportunities in terms of how this map might pan out. So, interested to see what we get of it. Yeah, first glances, I always think it looks pretty cool. I love jumping on one of the observers and they're zooming in on the Monster logo, Monster Energy logo. Thank you so much. Shout out to Monster Energy for supporting and sponsoring the Team Liquid map contest that includes obviously this tournament, but just the entire, the entire contest in general. They are what is now in making, this is what helps to make the ladder map pools. So this is an extremely important part of the ladder map pool creation process. Without Monster Energy, it would be nowhere near as well thought out, put out, as much effort put into it, and with all the kind of bells and whistles of the tournament and everything. So again, thank you to Monster, a massive part of our success here. Alrighty. Adept across the map plays clean up and Ling back at home still. Voidra going to be the opening of Chances. I do think he might have some aggressive stuff for us here, guys. If I think of Chance and PvZ, I don't cast a lot of his PvZ, but I do think, maybe some Glaives, maybe something a little bit funky. So going Voidra and denying the Overlord kind of keeps his opponent in the dark, and if, Mixu doesn't know what to expect and he's reliant on scouting, his scouting is going to be ripped away from him pretty heavily early in this game, and that's going to immediately make this, problematic. Very difficult to figure out. Like I say, it's going to put some, toughness on the situation, basically, and make this a little bit more of an awkward scenario for you to play on out of. Void steps over, going to nibble at the Overlord. Coming next down onto the third base location, so nice quick third base. Nothing else off the Stargate yet, watching for the follow-up Oracle. It's just not coming. Which means we're going to have quite a lot of gas banked up, so what are we going to use that for, Chance? Oh, he does have an Oracle. No second Oracle then. My apologies, I'm looking at the production tab at a bad time. reading chat, disregarding what's already been put into play and everything else. But yeah, Fortune of the Twilight Council coming up. See the couple of simulators coming down. The Rotron is coming up to being about halfway done. Had a few drones in. We had the Queen in. And apparently, I observe. I don't know why, but we just got disconnected from our observe. Anyways, we get back to it. Sorry, Oracle gets a couple drones, and the Voyager is still going to poke around as well. The Twilight Council and Forge both on the way. We had those gateways on. We had that Nexus on as well. Looking to get that nicely set up for the moment. Evo Chamber and a couple of the Extractors all coming through. The Roaches are coming up. It's going to be seen that Void Ray does position itself around the back here as well, setting up to potentially, again, just be annoying. And yeah, it's just going to be straight to charge now. So into charge, into Temple Archives, potentially opens the door to a pretty quick kind of powerful army where you got Charge with Archon early in this game. Maybe at like 6.5, 7 minutes, we have something of a shove onto the map, and we look to see if we can do something with that army comp. As Mixu, you know, that's going to be just when he is trying to get tech on the field and set up a little bit. Obviously right now, Roaches and Lings just pour out. The lair is not far from being completed either. A couple more Extractors coming through. The Overlord in production. Robo Facility and Temple Archives coming up on the side of Chance or Ordinary. This will gather. The Void Ray going to be right there. Ian's going to move back and forth for a little bit. Settling down for a couple of secs. As the couple of Adepts are going to shade forward once more. Robo Facility +1 and the charge continue to come online. +1 missiles and the Roach speed in production as well. Oracle moves up top. The Infestation Pit ticking along. Now the Queen's just going to be there to hit the Oracle a couple of times. So Oracle takes some damage. The +1 on the Storm continue to come out also. Mortal building, probes on the way. And yeah, we just get ourselves what looks to be a little bit of a later game setup, right? Storm coming through, Infestation Pit coming up. Nobody really looking to do anything, anything kind of too untoward just yet. Let's have those couple of devs continue to shade by. Drones. Taking a couple shots of damage. Going to lose 2 of them. And that depth is going to end up going down as a couple drones get close to Nibble. Just see the Swarm Host still building through. +1 missiles and the Roach speed coming about. Overlords in production. Keep on bringing that online for now. It's going to have the Void Ray there going to work its way through a set of rocks. Storm does now finish up, and that is obviously available. And with Swarm Host on the way out from Mixu, what a fascinating game we're going to get here. Locusts are very fun, and it can be very interesting. Obviously, with the Storm, you can shut down a lot of Locusts as they're flying in, so that's going to be interesting. Obviously, New Storm as well is probably going to do a lot of work on flying in Locusts. See a lot of the Zealots just trying to make their way up the right side. Already lost an Oracle, so Mixu with a good pick off there as well. He's maxed out already as Chance sits at 130 supply in comparison. And Mixu, they're going to show the Roaches on the right side. Void Ray there. Swarm Hosts are down the left. No Nidus to move those Swarm Hosts around. They're just going to go on foot and look to deny the bottom left base. And they might be able to get there, especially if the Roaches are taking enough attention here. I think as Chance, you've got to be asking, why is he on only Roaches? And, like, you know, what is this? The Swarm Hosts have landed a bit early, and they're going to move in on ground, which means they probably don't get the Nexus that they could have gotten otherwise. They'll just get a couple of gates. Maybe not the best uses of the first round of these Locusts. Like I say, I feel like if they all just flew in and jumped on the Nexus, that's a kind of a guaranteed kill, so maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity. Time is now ticking for Mixu, because you're on a bit of a timer. The longer that this goes on, the more units your opponent has that are realistically going to add to and help defend against your waves of aggression. So these first waves are very important to kind of, you know, set a precedent in terms of what you're going to be able to do. Try and slow your opponent down. If you don't slow them down a lot right now, you're going to end up in some trouble, you know, because the next waves are going to be more easily handled. Zealots are looking to cancel the 4th base right here, and Mixu has nothing back at home. The Swarm Hosts do go into the main base. They're going to get the Temple Archives. It's going to be a nice little initial grab. The Temple Archives going to get jumped on. A little bit of lag there as the Forge goes down as well. Who is lagging? My ping is good. Give it a moment here and try and get this sorted. And hopefully things settle for a second, because yeah, it was a little bit spiky right there. When it's spiky like that, it really could be anyone. Could even be the players, of course, so just give it a moment and hopefully get this sorted out. I would presume if any of the casters were kind of on high ping, they would have just tapped out already, so them not tapping out is a good sign in that. Alright. Get back into this. The Swarmers in the main base, they get some of the tech structures. They'll lose a few of the Ravagers in the front. The Zealots do get rid of the base in the upper right as well, so that will go down. Those two missiles and Burrow both coming up. We get the... I mean, you can see that army looking good, and the Swarmers going to get jumped on. I think that little lag pause has actually taken a little bit of the momentum out of Mixu's kind of mindset in terms of what he was doing. A little bit of kind of the, oh, I'm here with this, I'm here with that, because that's a couple of mistakes in a row. Ravagers left in the front, Swarm Host kind of, you know, caught as well, and once again, the Swarmers, now they pop some Locusts, they don't slow down much. There's been a disastrous 20 seconds after the pause for Mixu. He lost so much in the last 20 seconds or so. That is going to be very, very painful for him. Fleet Beacon coming up, Forge and Gateways on the way through. Nexus and Immortal still coming out. So the Roaches are going to end up back down in the bottom right side. Easy Nexus grab for us here. Taking that down with ease. Roaches are going to get some of the tech units here perhaps, and now Chance has to be able to find his way out of this. Roaches on every angle, catching Immortal there as well. The High Templars are in trouble. I mean, hey, those Storms are going to do a lot of work. A lot of low HP units. That's a massive lag spike. Are we going to just see who lags out this time? Indy. No, Indy. Alright, looks as though we're fine. As we're going to get Indy out of here.
Game paused.
Right, get this back on track. And we will go again. Not a great moment. I mean, like I say, or like the players just said, it was kind of okay up until it kind of fully paused there. So this was not like, oh crap, I couldn't make my roaches or anything. I mean, this is a situation where you've got, you know, Zealots trying to break their way through on the other side. I mean, Chance has been putting on some good pressure with that. And to be fair, Mixu is down on 38 workers. He's just got a massive amount of army supply to still work with here. And with that army supply, I imagine that's going to be a lot of what's going on. Approach Hydra. It's going to be coming across. The Immortal Zealot's going to be there as well. Mixu just going to overwhelm and get the win and go 1-0 up in this BO3. So Mixu up 1 for the game number 2 on the horizon here, guys. Get that set up in a second. Get that ready to rumble. Our second map here is going to be Ruby Rock. So you saw this one once already today. I can say it's making it through 2 different players here in this series as well. Oh, well, actually, I guess Chance was in that previous series as well, but yeah, a couple of 1 different players still getting Ruby Rock in. So we can have Ruby Rock in a second time. We will not see any more Ruby Rock for quite a while today if we see it again. So get ready to go. Mixu up, and we should be good to go into this in just a second. Ready, GLHF? I'm going to presume we've got everyone. No one else is clamoring to get in here. Let's jump into game number 2. All right. Get back into it then. Ruby Rock our map. Let's get this going. How do you go back in time in these games? Yeah, you can use the replay. You just resume from replay. So we'd have to jump out, resume from replay. It'd take a couple of minutes to set up, but we could just go back and set the start time to be in a few seconds before, a few seconds before we quit out.
Paused.
It is the day of pauses, man. Ay. Alright. This host back up, guys. Get back on track. Ay. Alright, Ruby Rock. Hopefully in-game, hopefully no issues. Hopefully we just get going and can keep the games moving, guys, because it's been kind of a hectic day so far, to say the very least. It's been pretty busy and non-stop, so let's hope that we can get this a little bit more back on track. Let's jump into Ruby Rock. In the bottom right-hand side, the blue Zerg player here is going to be a Mixu. Taking on Chance. In the top left-hand side, our red Protoss. In game number 2 of this BO3. So Mixu's up 1. As we head into map number 2 of our series. Let's see what we get. And a little bit of a hectic and busy start with all the pauses and stuff. Hopefully things just smooth on down and calm up a little bit from here. Fingers crossed. Get back on track and have a few less issues going on. That would be nice. As we get the gateway dropping into the natural expansion, we get that start going. Obviously back to the early build order phase and expecting the Stargate opening. I mean, Chance opened Void Ray into something fairly regular last time. Wondering if maybe this time we could we might mix it up a little bit as well. Alright, so we'll just take a couple of moments, the Overlord moving about for a little bit. As we have our Cybercore and the Nexus continue to come about as well. Oh. Looks like there's some issues on the other game. Just trying to get sorted out as well, but looks like we're back on track now. Perfect. So, let's be building a couple of Queens of the Drones. Will be on their way. And we just have ourselves a Stargate building on the side. Of chance, the Warp Gate coming up as well. Just a lot of those little bits and pieces on the way through to start us out here. How's that Overlord going to take a little bit of a grab at some high ground and just sit there for a few moments? Is indeed the Stargate as we expected. We'll see what that perhaps gives us over these next few moments. Adept negotiating out to the bottom right hand side. Queen going to be right there. Couple of shots, couple of pings. The Adept already taking some hits. Definitely going to get a couple more shots off, and I mean, in this mineral line, get a couple of drones would be nice. Got one. You see the Adept going down. A little bit of disruption. I'll leave that for the moment. Beautiful stuff already. Well, that gateway and the Warp Gate coming up. The Overlord and the Queen on the way through. Take a couple of moments to see that Void Ray is going to step across, and like I say, Void Ray, again here, so a second time going into this. Let's just see that Void Ray up around the left-hand side. Oracle is building out the Twilight Council now on the way through as well. Got a lot of that already. Straight on through here. And then he's got a Twilight Council and a couple of gateways all coming up. The Nexus coming through. Void Ray around the right. We got the 3-hatch set up from Mixu. Gonna send a couple units forward as well as he continues to try and see what's going on. So a couple of Lings coming up the front. You get turned around. This time we are going to go Glaives. So that's the kind of thing that you want to be doing with this Void Ray. You hide what you're up to, and then boom, Glaives is the choice. And you kind of hide that and make it difficult for your opponent to have the proper response on time, because again, the scouting is difficult to come by because you don't have an Overlord nearby or anything. The Lings even get pushed back a little bit as well for the moment. Have to get a couple of drones drop off immediately. 3 workers going down. Gonna make it a couple extra. 6 workers killed. Just gonna see the Zergling picked off as well. Now a couple more drones will be getting jumped on. Robotics facility on the way at the probes, at the Adepts. Again, the Lair and the Overlord speed can be coming up as well. So just get a lot of that online. Oracle moving through. 7 drone kills is pretty darn good. Really is a very good opening here from Chance. He's going to get more with this Oracle as well, so not a bad start. The only issue I will say is you lost 4 Adepts, right? And that's 4 Adepts less, when Glaives comes around now. So not having that Glaives likely a factor as well here. Adept's going to come about. The Lings and the Roach is going to be right there to try and fight a little. You're not going to be seeing the Adepts. Actually going to get surrounded kind of from all fronts. So it's going to be, against the Glaives, a pretty good defense. Already splitting a few Roaches back. These Adepts that get to the main are so low. Roaches on top of them. That's going to be a good shutdown. It's going to be a very, very comfortable position for the moment. So love that. Now the Void Ray is still on the map getting some Overlords. But Mixu does get a good denial on the Glaive part of this. We're just going about, just going to see a couple of force fields dropping out. Going to be seeing, obviously, force field super important to keep us alive at this phase of the counterattack right now. Link on the way, Mortal coming up, still a bit of Road Ravager being brought through as well, so continue to bring that along. You can see the little Stasis Ward getting a little catch as well, so a little nice grab of that. As you see the Road Ravager continuing through, and now obviously this is the difficult part. You don't have force fields forever. So if you don't have force fields forever, I mean, you've got a couple Stasis Wards that are going to try and help you out as well, just trying to do what we can for the moment. Sentry's going to put some work in, the Overlord will take some more shots, and we will see a little bit more fighting coming by. Do we have enough here for Mixu just to win this out here and now? I mean, it kind of feels like we do. And he's going to make a very good go of it, if nothing else. Continue just to tack on in for the moment. The Road Ravager is still going to be there. Zealots, the Sentry is all going down. Just continue to push across towards this base. That's going to be GG's. Mixu takes the 2-0 and is going to win this one out. So Mixu 2, chance 0 in this BO3. Alrighty. Cool. Mixu 2, chance 0. That's going to be the result. Let me just update the things I need to update from this. And that means we're going to go to Mixu versus Clem. Alright, so we will go Mixu versus Clem. Let me message Chance. Perfect. All right. Send that out. Yo, what's up? Mia Kuyami. Thank you so much for the 19-month resub on the Prime. Ding, 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 ding. 500. Amazing. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, yeah, we are going to hop on over to Europe for this Clem Mixu matchup, guys. Let me run ads. I'm all over the place trying to multitask. Alrighty. It's not my chat channel. This is. I just need to poke Clem, I think. Clem needs a few minutes. Alright, guys, Clem needs a few minutes. I just need to sort a couple things out. So you guys stay right there. I'm going to throw the break screen up as we're going to be a minute or two. We can go in a second. Alrighty, guys. I got caught up on everything. Clem is obviously just going to be another minute or two still, so yeah. Calm down now, though. We're back on track, I think. How's everyone doing? How are we feeling? Thanks for joining us. Couple series deep on Group B here of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. And we are obviously, yeah, nothing, I guess, you know, one of our underdogs has kind of been the underdog. Chance 0-2, unfortunately, so far, losing to ZOUN. And Mixu, obviously sets Mixu up to maybe have a challenging, you know, have an opportunity to challenge, to maybe make the playoffs still. We are going to see all of Mixu's matches back-to-back, so we're going to see Mixu Clem now, then Mixu ZOUN, then Mixu versus Ryung, so we're kind of just going back-to-back in Mixu games. So we're on a pretty good track to probably just see, yeah, some Mixu action, and yeah, we'll get a good idea of where he's at, right? If he can steal a match off of one of these upcoming players, then we kind of know where we're at. Otherwise, we kind of probably know where this is going anyway. I mean, what will happen is if Mixu goes 1-3, what we'll probably do is we'll probably do the chance matches as our next matches, just to start kind of reducing down what can happen in the bracket still, probably. So, because then it's going to start becoming a fight for top 3 in the group, probably. So, but there's a long way to go on that still. We're nowhere near being done just yet. 8 best-of-3 still to go today. We're just waiting for Clem. You know, we're on a schedule, but the players just need a moment or two. All good. We take a few moments and we'll get back on track. Hopefully ASAP. Hopefully ASAP. Lovely. Lovely. What's up, dude 215P? How you doing on the 31-month resub? Hello, Soon TM. Thank you so much for the 31. Appreciate it as always, mate. Clem has now officially been 6 minutes. Time's ticking. Time is ticking. All good. Obviously, get the game here, get the vetoes done. Like I say, Mixu versus Clem, Mixu versus ZOUN, and Mixu versus Ryong are our next few matchups. I'm kind of excited. I honestly think Mixu can put a couple of cool games in here. I mean, he got rid of Chance somewhat comfortably, right? And I think that's a good starting point, right? If you can get rid of the other guy that's the underdog, that does begin to make a statement already a little bit about where we're at and how things are looking and all that kind of stuff. So I think that's a pretty good bonus right off the get-go. Not bad at all. Dum ba da dum dum dum. Yeah, just waiting on Clem still. Oh, he's here. Beautiful. Alright, Mixu on his first veto, and then we'll see what happens. Wardy, you are the gold. Bye. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Just have a couple of moments, guys. If you're enjoying the stream, obviously. I know selling out in downtime, unbelievable. But yeah, if you're enjoying the stream, do consider supporting the channel by oh my god. Everyone hates Patches maps, man. Patches, what did you do to these people? Unbelievable. If you're enjoying the stream, if you're on the YouTube, don't forget you can like and subscribe. And if you're on the Twitch, you can follow. And of course, if you are really enjoying, consider supporting us further with subs and stuff. Prime us up. and all the good stuff. Make sure your Prime subs are used. If not here, then somewhere. May as well use that Prime sub. It's not going to be called Prime Gaming anymore, is it? It's going to be called something different, but either way, you can still get a free sub a month. Make sure you use it. We make good use of it. Obviously, we guarantee money into prize pools of tournaments all the time and stuff, so do check that out. And we do have, obviously, the Patreon page as well. Patreon.com/WardiTV, where 100% of your pledges go directly into tournament prize pools. If you want to help us to run more tournaments, do check out the Patreon page. We're trying to push towards $1,000 on the Patreon a month, which would be amazing. So aiming toward that. If you want to help us out with that, like I say, it's much appreciated. Otherwise, we are pretty much ready to jump in game here with Clem and Mixu. What's up, Cal? Thank you so much for the 52-month resub. Appreciate it. Cheers, Wardy. Hope today is great. It's going great so far. It's been a little bit stop and start, but we're getting going. We're getting going. Alrighty. I just love that they instant veto the 2 maps that we need to get played more. That's the reason they're all getting vetoed, though, I guess. Or because they are clearly the ones that no one wants to look at. Alright, TVZ. Coming up in a moment, double checking if we got everyone here. I don't think we do. Oh, some of the French casters AFK. But with them, I think we're on 8, and I think we are ready to begin. So let's kick off into Clem as Mixu. Thank you for a bit of patience between the matches, guys. Like I say, waiting on players. I can't do much about that, so we are ready to begin right now. Let's go into White Rabbit for game number 1 of some best 3 TVZ. Bottom left-hand corner, we're going to start things off with the blue Zergy. It's going to be Mixu as we get into what is going to be a very difficult ZVT for him. He's playing against arguably the best Terran versus Zerg player in the entire world. This is Clem in the top right-hand corner of the map. Yeah, I mean, Clem's just so freaking good, man. Like, there's not really much else to say. He's freaking good. TVZ here is likely going to be very comfortable for him. I would not be shocked, offended, or anything if Mixu decides that his opportunity in this series is to cheese the hell out of Clem and to just try something very aggressive. I guess we will see what happens. Barracks and the gas coming up. We got a few drones in the hatchery coming through as well. Barracks on the way. Again, the hatchery on the natural. SCV coming up. Couple of dronies on the way out. Just get everything going for a couple of moments there. Get that all set. As you see the Overlord moving out into the center. Hatch, gas, and pool all coming up. And no surprises right away. No early pool. No, blind, pool first, maybe fast roach or anything just yet. So we get a little bit of setup time in terms of getting ourselves underway on this one. So we just have the Reaper on the way through. Orbital command coming about. Get that on the way. And we get this all going. Yeah, it's. I mean, Mixu might just take this as an opportunity as well, where it's like he's like, you know what, I'm not going to beat Clem. Let's just take an opportunity to play a best of 3 against Clem. Let's try it out. Let's just try and see what I can do. Maybe at least in one of these games, he's like, I just want to see what happens if in a tournament setting I try and play Clem. There is also that kind of element to it where you don't get to play a best of 3 against Clem every day. So if you get this opportunity, take it and run with it and maybe try and make things happen a little. I'm not against it if that's kind of his approach either. Like I say, I think he has to do something crazy to truly win this series. But I'm not against the idea of him just getting a really good, a bit of practice in playing this through. So we'll see what happens. Reaper going to ping at a couple of Lings early. Lings are going to come chasing down. Reaper taking some shots. Factory on the way up, at the reactor, at the command center. So we'll get a Zergling now going to go after the other Ling as well, as the Queen is going to be there. Reaper getting held back just for now. Ling speed about halfway done. CC's coming by. Factory about to finish. Another little grenade just going to bop that Queen. And we are going to get through Tumor as well. Ling speed still building on up. The hatch and the drones coming through as well. We had the Overlord. We had the Queen on. Just see the Queen going to be there to nip at that Reaper. Nipping at its heels. A few Lings get across the map, and we are going to lose ourselves the Marine there, which means the Lings have a chance to be annoyed on a couple of SCVs on this natural, so forces the Reaper to come back home. And yeah, I mean, you're going to stop the refinery from building. This is some very minor damage, but hey, it is damage. And, you know, 3 SCVs running around silly right now, not having anything better to do. Ling speed kicks in, and we will get an SCV, make it 2. We get cleaned up. We're just going to get a 3rd SCV kill. Targets, I was going to say, he's hitting the depot there, not the SCV, but he gets it in the end. That's 3 SCVs going down. Not bad. Not bad at all, actually, for Mixu on a little run across the map. So, finds the chance and opportunity to get a little bit more out of that. Hellion's going to go running through. A couple of Queens going to get bobbed. The grenade going down as that Queen is going to be coming through onto the Reaper. Hellion's going to back a couple of creep tumors and go down as well. The few Lings still go, and we're going to get Lings across the map as well. Oh, I really wish he'd put one on the depot so he could have ran into the main base after. He's going to do that now, but he's actually just going to have the counter-attack on the natural as well. Looking very good for him here. Somehow we only got 4 SCVs. Trying for that reactor, not going to get it. Obviously does cause chaos. Couple Lings coming through. Hyperflight Rotors is about to complete. Sent back on the way. Just getting that going. I'm just going to be seeing a couple Banshees just chilling at the front. The few drones still on the way through. Add the creep tumors on as well. That's pretty nice from Mixu, yet he's only 2 workers ahead after all of this. You look at what's been lost. He actually gave up 40 Lings. It's been efficient for Mixu. And Clem's ended up building, you know, a few more Hellions to retake map control still. Got a couple of Banshees in the sky that are yet to really strike. But Mixu could really have done with just finding, you know, 10 more drones off the end of all of this and just being truly on a lead coming out of it all. Another nice run by, though. Oh my god. Clem is just getting beaten up by these run-bys, man. Like I say, honestly, he did a pretty good job of minimizing SCV losses last time. I was about to say, I don't know what he does here to minimize losses any further, because he's kind of out of options. There's not much else for these Lings to hit. Eight SCVs going down, 1-1 and Stim continue to come through. A couple of barracks coming up. Hydroden on the way through as well. Carapace also producing. Means move about. A couple of drones coming over. Going to see the 1-1 upgrades and the Stim coming about. We are going to see those drones continue to be taken about. 9, 10 drones going down, man. The Banshees just getting so much damage done, and because they've got Hyperflight Rotors, they are just speedy, so they can stay out of reach of the Queens, and they're going to get to another mineral line for even more damage, jumping from one base to the next here on White Rabbit. Good damage being done. $21 dead drones. I mean, the Ling's going to come in now and get rid of these Hellions perhaps, but even that's becoming a cost. As one Banshee remains alive. Bane Speed and Carapace trying to come online from Mixu. Is that going to be enough to kind of mix this up and make this work out? Again, 1-1 still coming. Marines in the siege tank coming through. We add on the barracks and the armory. Marines going in after the Overlord, and again the melee upgrade still coming by. Just going to get that started now from Mixu as well, so we'll be a bit disjointed on upgrades. It means he's going to be behind overall on upgrades as Clem finishes his own 1-1. And would really like to have combat shield before too many more fights happen, but I think his position still continues to look okay. Mixu's done a great job of making this game awkward for Clem. It's just Clem's macro is truly very, very good, and so he's maintained so many workers throughout this. As the combat shield comes up, the Marines on their way through, siege tank in the medevacs building, extra barracks coming online. Just going to see the Marines getting after the Cryptomers. A couple of queens on the left, top side going to be taken away here. Getting those knocked down for the moment. Medevac still heading through the center. We will see the couple queens and the Banes on the left side again defensive. So the Bane's going to run in. Marine's going to load into the Medevacs. We're going to escape out of there. Marine's in position, going to stim it up as we see the Lings running through. The couple Banes coming in after. Those Banes trying to get there right away now. Connecting at the moment. A couple of siege tanks firing. Lings continue to do pretty decently for themselves. The SCV splitting. 6 workers going down so far. Just still putting the work into play. The medevac's going to come back over here. 7 SCVs going down. Again, Mixu's keeping this fairly competitive. Clem obviously opting to take this very far forward expansion, which if you get away with as a Terran is amazing, because then you can just rally your reinforcements from such a forward position while also defending an easily kind of held location. Obviously, Clem's looking to use this middle of the map pathway, while Mixu might want to use the left and the right to kind of get around Clem, backstab, counterattack. Of course, that all comes with the ability to have enough units to do that, which is not really the case right now, as Clem continues to run through the bottom left. Marines are going to stim. The Lings are looking to get forward. Hydras and Queens joining together. The 2-2 melee upgrades, Overlord, muscular augments coming through as well. A few Queens stepping out over to the sides. Marines going to stim again. Overlords are going to take some more damage. I just step up. Another siege tank will fire. And again, a few more shots coming through. This is going to be too much. Mixu gets overrun. Man, he put a good show on with the run-bys. Just, you're playing against Clem. And unfortunately, even with great run-bys again and again, even the run-bys were minimized. Like, I feel like so many scenarios that like Clem should have taken so much more damage by. Because Clem, he's very good in these scenarios. There's really not much else to add outside of that. I'll get into game number 2 here, which will be on Tourmaline in a couple of seconds. Get this up and running. Game 2. Get started. Perfect. Alright, so Tourmaline. A map that we saw a couple times yesterday. This is one of the maps that shouldn't be seen too much today overall, really. Just a little bit here and there. Maybe, you know, once or twice. So, yeah, let's get into it and see what's going to happen. Get this ready to rumble. Yeah, this Banshee did a lot of work. Even without the Banshees doing so much, though, I still think Mixu just didn't do enough with the run-bys somehow. He traded efficiently, but like he was still only equal on workers coming out of that whole thing, and then the Banshees hit. Yeah, it was pretty rough. But, I mean, again, you're playing against Clem. Sometimes, like, you know, everything can go well for you, and it's just about kind of looking at that replay and trying to learn, like, okay, that went well, but why didn't it win me the game, you know? Or why didn't it put me in a better position? And if you can kind of go to the replay and learn from that, then maybe next time he looks a little bit better against Clem again, right? What's up, Slow Joe? Thank you so much for the 47-month resub. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting as always, mate. Almost 4 years. That's awesome. Thank you so much. What's my opinion on the new patch? Honestly, it doesn't even really feel like we have a patch. I don't think the game really feels like it's changed at all. Storm's still kind of busted. PvT still seems kind of bad. Like, it's rough because I feel like the Terrans haven't even really tried in PvT, but then in some ways I can kind of see why, because it doesn't feel like it's going to be any better. I wish they just gave Storm a little bit of a nerf. I think that combined with the energy changes would be good. I mean, I like the energy changes overall. I think it's good against stasis wards. I don't think anything's really having a big kind of effect on the meta though right now. Maybe ZVP late game is very difficult because the new Storm is very good at kind of fighting off the Zerg late game armies that try and sit on top of our units. So, yeah, it's whatever. I think right now it's actually not as exciting as I hoped the patch was going to be. But I'm pretty confident that they're probably going to change it again and make another change to Storm. I'd be very surprised if they didn't, to be honest. So I'm kind of hoping that we make another change to Storm and just make Storm slightly worse, perhaps. Because, yeah. I liked what Harston said the other day, which is like, just keep the original damage of Storm and just make it take like an extra half a second or something, you know? Just like, so it does slightly less DPS, but overall just the same damage. You know, it doesn't need, 6 seconds is a bit extreme, maybe 3.5 is fine. Just something like that, and I think we're actually going to be in a pretty fun place. What's up, Roddy? Thank you for the 108. Real Reek with that rising up. Can't wait for next weekend. Yeah. I'm seeing a sick game next weekend. We've got the Rams versus the Jags in London. That's a good one, no? They're fun teams right now. I'm excited. At Wembley as well. Ooh! It's gonna be sick. Go again? Yeah, man. We missed out on all the tickets last year, so we went for the double trip this year, making up for it. Making up for it. Don't mind the 6 seconds as much as a bigger radius. I mean, I think the problem is like it shouldn't be 6 seconds while still doing the amount of damage DPS that it does. Like Storm doing 140 damage to wherever it drops, I think is just what is a bit wild. So yeah, it's just very good against tanks, very good against lurks and stuff. So yeah. In Vegas but no game. Oh, man. Yeah, that place looks sick. That is sad. Yeah, I still want to go to a game just in America in general. Next time I'm there, I'm going to make it happen. Alright. Let's look at some SC2 as Mixu getting the roach roaring up. He's got a bit of gas saved up already, so wondering if maybe there's some opportunity there for us to maybe make something happen. Is the couple of Hellenes in the Marine will join up down onto the low ground. Stimpack coming through, the starport coming up. And starport about halfway through there. Roachling just on the way up on the Zerg side of things. We do have our Lings looking to try and run forward. A couple of Hellenes are going to be there. The Lings get chased away. Queen's in position. Ling's coming back around. Ling Roach Ravager on the way up from Mixu as the starport about a complete Stimpack building. And that single Ravager is going to start morphing in right here as well. Just going to get that on the go. Get that beginning for a couple of moments. Flames will do a pretty good job of defending against this initially, so not a bad moment there. A bit of Roach Ravage. I mean, still getting some extra Ravages in, looking to really put on the pressure at the front. I was going to see a couple of the files coming down. Trying to hit these bunkers. Obviously, knock those bunkers down would be step one. If we don't get any of the bunkers, then this feels like a disaster, and Clem is going to take a 2-0 over Mixu. Don't really blame Mixu for attempting the aggressive build. I think he's an underdog. He played a bit more of a steady game. Game one, it didn't go well. I'm 100% behind him playing a little bit more aggressively here. I mean, honestly, kind of the way I thought the series may go, right? Which is that you play a kind of a more normal game and a more aggressive game. Unfortunately, neither work out in this scenario. And we're headed back to NA for Mixu versus ZOUN. Perfect. So we're going to get the NA server loaded up and get ready to rumble. Get that ready to kick off. Just that off, get that going. And yep, it will be Mixu, ZOUN, and then Mixu, Ryong. Perfect. So we'll get into Mixu versus ZOUN in just a couple of moments, guys. Get that on the go. Kick this off and get into some ZVP. Mixu and ZOUN here. Mixu and ZOUN. Yes, they are. So I should probably give maps. Perfecto. Alright guys, we got videos to do, so we'll just take a moment and hopefully get back on this ASAP. I think this TLMC should have a new slogan, which is like, I don't know what it's gonna be, but it's some anti-patches propaganda, because his maps are just like the vetoes. Literally the first veto of every series, just like bam. Patches map, bam, vetoed. Insta veto. Pain. There are some patches map that are going to get played on other series later, but I can't help but keep on giggling when it happens. Just because it got pointed out to me, and now every time it keeps happening, I'm just like, oh my god, it's happening again. Alright, ZOUN's going to have a server preference for this one as well, which is a nice little something for him as we're going to get this going. I think I mean, I'm excited to see what Mixu can do against ZOUN. I think it's a tough series. I don't think it's an unwinnable series, though. Like, I think Mixu would definitely be upsetting, right? But, like, and I wouldn't give him, like, anywhere near a 50-50 per se. But people have been hyping me up about Mixu, so, you know, I'm kind of excited to see if like, maybe that holds a little bit of weight or something as well. We will find out. Mixu back-to-back-to-back respect. We're doing all 4 Mixu games in a row. Other series on the other screen vetoing as well, by the way. Instantly Celestial Taito. Oh, God. Look, you know what I haven't done actually is I haven't slammed Celestial Taito and Talisman into the same map pool apparently, but that's gonna be tomorrow. That's funny. All right, players are ready. Let's go into this PvZ, guys, and kick this off. Getting some more action here today. The WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament resuming right now with Mixu versus ZOUN. We're actually nicely on schedule at the moment. The second games that are happening, the matches happening off screen, are a little bit behind schedule. So that's working fine for us for the moment. It is a little bit iffy if they stay off schedule. It maybe becomes a bit more of a problem. But it may mean that we actually just get an extra series played live today. So we'll let you guys know and keep you guys up to date with how that's going as well. as we find out more and as we hear more. For the moment, though, we are just ready to go. Give me 1 second. I'll take us in game in 1 moment. Alright, let's go. As we kick off into the bottom left-hand side, the blue Zerg player here is going to be Mixu. And he takes on the red Protoss. In the top right corner of the map, we've got ZOUN entering Magnetic North. The game number 1 of this best of 3. So Magnetic North it took a long time to get this one played yesterday. You can see another game on it now today. And see what is going to happen as we find ourselves the indie camera. We saw a lot of this one in the qualifiers actually because the round of 8 of the qualifiers all started on this map. So we actually saw this one played probably the most overall, but we're not counting the qualifier games in the overall tallying. Qualifiers are more of a bonus, so you know, congrats to you if your map was lucky enough to be played there, for example. There's the hatch and the gas coming up. The spawning pool on the way down. You just see the gateway building from ZOUN. So a lot of that on the way through, getting this settled in just for a few moments in this opening game. Yeah, probe scouts about, Cybercore on the way up. Let's just take a few moments early. As you saw a little bit of ZVP from Mixu against Chance. Really wondering what he brings out here against ZOUN, if we see any more swarm hosts. I think it's a really cool series to see where Mixu is at. Like, can he challenge some of the higher end Koreans without it being the Korean players that are completely like more out of reach, like a hero or a classic? I think ZOUN's such a good player to challenge, right? Where I think ZOUN should win. ZOUN is very much so solid as well, so he's not the kind of guy that if you beat, you're like, well, ZOUN has those days, right? Like, no, ZOUN doesn't really have those days. He's very good, but he's not quite a hero or classic, so I think this is a really cool challenge to see kind of where Mixu lies in terms of skill right now, in terms of his ZVP. See Mixu with a win against Chance, a loss against Clem, 1-1 right now. Plays Ryong as his last series, could actually be kind of cool as well. That could be, you know, maybe even the most winnable game that he has remaining. And if you go 2-2, there's a very good chance you get through this group, right? So there's a pretty good opportunity that is something of a factor as well. As the Twilight Council, Wolfgate, Stalker, and Probes all building online. Link speed coming up. We just see our Twilight Council first. It's a little bit of a difference from ZOUN here compared to the typical Stargate. So that already is something to take note of in our early stages. There's that Adept trying to shade into the main base. Queen is there. And we get everything else turned away for the moment. Resonant Enclave still very much on the way through. Robotics Facility coming up and online as well. Adept just shading down to the bottom left. Just going to hit drone a couple more times. Two drones going down, gonna try and make it an extra little something there. Still got that Glaives on the way, had a couple of gates, had the robot facility on as well. Just bringing a lot of that up right away now. And Roach Run is about halfway done, so Mixu's kind of on the right track. Get some Roaches out against these Adepts, and you're going to have a fighting chance to deal with this without too many issues. Just going to see the Adept warping in on the natural already. That Roach Run not far from finishing. The few Zerglings still continuing up. We got that next gateway coming online as well, morphing into a warp gate here as the assimilator comes in onto the natural. Prism is going to be popping out of the Robo, and an Observer to follow as well. Gateway still coming through. And yeah, I just got this few Roaches, a few Zerglings coming online. That Glaives is about to finish, so we get that finished as well. And we just have our Prism heading back down to the bottom left side for the moment here. Fling Roach Ravager all on the way through. We're going to see a few Adepts warping in from the Prism right now. A couple of Zerglings there, going to get chased the other way. Adept's gonna get the Queen now. That Spore Crow taking some shots. Couple shots back and forth. Still got the Adept shading about. Ravager coming through. The Prism is going to be there. The Queen. Let's try and fight with it. Again, they got the rest of those Lings coming through. The Overlords and the Ravager and the Queen all building up. Mixu getting a lot of units. Because obviously he wants to defend against these Adepts. The question will be, does he want to go and attack beyond this as well? Like, does he want to attack? And actually right now, a lot of those Adepts are out of position because they're out on the map. So this could get kind of awkward. No, I guess it's mostly just Lings that are here. Those Adepts are actually going to make it back. What if we just fight to get on top of those Adepts right now? The Adepts are actually staying on the map still, so they're actually still looking for more opportunity, realizing that Mixu's not attacking yet. Mixu is teching as well. Bane Nest Lair all on the way up here, Magnetic North. Going to take a moment to knock down some of the rocks and open up the central area of the map a bit. Mixu needs quite a few drones because he needs to make up for the fact he's been making nothing but units recently. So there has been economic damage caused by this glaive opening as we actually break out. And the main thing here is the third base of ZOUN is going to be late. Now ZOUN sees that these units are here. Now those Adepts are not going to wait any longer to shade. They've been out on the map, and Mixu's actually returned home pretty quickly, and he gets the units back in time to force the shade to cancel and not commit. Nice. He's trying to get the Nexus going to be kept alive. Still got the Blink coming through at the Immortal and the Adepton as well. Roach Speed, Bane Speed, Melee upgrade all coming about at the Roachling on top of everything else. And we still get Zerglings coming back down through the center of the map still. Temple Archives is halfway done. Comps is moving. Are we in danger here as either player? Like, is Mixu's army good enough to fight? Honestly, with Bane Speed and Roach Speed finishing, then yeah, it might become, you know, a point here where we can actually fight a little bit. A few Stalkers coming up as the storm starts. That Blink on the way. Okay, melee upgrade, Bane Speed, and the Roach Speed continue to come through. Let's get those extra few Roaches coming up as well. So a lot of Ling Roach Ravager joining now here from Mixu, so bringing a lot of these units across that storm. Still just getting started up, bringing that Blink online as well. Things trying to get up, not going to be able to make their way in. I mean, with Storm coming online, Zang gets into a much more comfortable position again. Thing's going to be there, and Adepts turn this away. Uh-oh, sticks around. Oh my god. That Storms are going to be a lot of friendly fire. They're on the top of a lot of the Protoss units, especially as the Lings go down. Oh, that was actually not a terrible fight for Mixu, I want to say, at first. Can he keep brute forcing his way in here? A couple of the Archons getting battled. We knocked those Archons down. There's only really Stalkers left, and there's a lot of Roach Ravager left. This is actually kind of close. Mixu is very, very nearly breaking through. Gets rid of that cannon. This mineral line is going to be in a lot of trouble. I love the corrosive battle on the High Templar. It gets saved. What a save that is into the storm. That's actually beautiful. He loses a few more probes because of the storm. The storm's still there, causing a lot of friendly fire as well. Roaches will go down as a few more reinforcements come in. Man, what a save by ZOUN. This was terrifying. I actually thought Mixu had done it. Charge on the +1 coming up. Stalkers stepping up. Roaches getting pushed away. Charge on the +1 coming about. High Templar drops down, rest of the High Templar continue to gather about. I'm just going to be seeing the attack upgrade coming through. The Burrow and the missile upgrade coming online as well. At the drop load going. I like what Mixu's doing, man. Like, he's being the aggressor, trying to be the feisty player. Someone's lagging out. Indeed. And he's not having a good internet day. I'll give this a few moments and get ready to go into this drop load play.
Game resumed.
Alright, and get back to this as the drop loads are set. You see the couple cannons and the Stalker still coming through. The +2 attack can start as well. Extra Roach's Burrow and that +1 missiles coming over. Stalker's going to find this though. No! Good catch by ZOUN. Mixu going to try and run in up to the top. The High Templar getting chased. Then force those into Archons, but man, the Storm doing so much to those Roaches as they just have to sit in it a little bit too long. I think the defense is being made. Honestly, very good effort by Mixu. Really felt like he had an opportunity here to get onto that third and make it happen. Very nearly, but not quite good enough in the end. Zealot Stalker walks across the map, and at this point you just don't really have the tech to fight this anymore. You don't have the numbers to fight this, right? Mixu was never playing for the tech. But if you don't have the tech, you need the numbers, and in this case he doesn't have either. And as such, and it looks as though ZOUN will get game number 1 here. Not a bad effort though. It was, like I say, it was a fun game. Genuinely really thought Mixu had a really good shot at this, but didn't quite turn out in his favor. In the end, GG gets called for the opening map, and it is going to be ZOUN to open this series 1-0. So ZOUN gets to the 1-0 lead as we'll get ourselves ready for game 2 in a couple of moments. It's Ruby Rock that we are heading to next. Say a couple of these maps going to get picked a few times. It's going to be Mixu's server preference for the second game, a little bit of a benefit. Ready, so ZOUN. Let's drag him up. We just need Mixu to join this lobby, and we will be good to go. Mixu, where are you? There you are. Okay guys, moment or two. I'm getting into game 2 here, Mixu and ZOUN. Mixu trying to avoid going 1 and 2. Now I'd leave him with basically a must win against Ryong if he lost this, so that's kind of what we're heading to at the moment. Ready is called. Let's kick off and begin into Ruby Rock. Love it. First start, let's get this party going. StarCraft alive and well, love to see it. Hell yeah. You know, we're not going to let it die just like that. If you guys are enjoying this stream, I'm going to say it a lot, guys. We are in sellout season, unfortunately. We got to get the numbers up. So if you're enjoying the stream, do consider supporting the channel. You can obviously subscribe, helps us out massively. Whether that's a Prime sub, if you're feeling generous, you can gift subs, or you can just sub regularly as well. We also have the YouTube memberships available on YouTube, similar idea. Being a YouTube member or Twitch subscriber does get you access to the replay packs on Discord as well. You can check that out. And of course, as always, if you're just feeling generous and you want to donate directly and so, it's also always available. And there's also the Patreon page. If you specifically want to support WardiTV tournaments and help us to keep on producing WardiTV tournaments and those kind of events, then you can head on over to the Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of every single pledge on Patreon, including transaction fees, because we will cover those, will go directly into the pockets of players. So if you want to support players and more tournaments specifically, the Patreon is a fantastic place to do it. Even if you just pledge $2 a month, it helps out so much, you know? I know not everyone can, you know, afford to support or anything like that, right? But if everyone just, you know, the more people we can convince to even just give a little, we could genuinely support a lot more consistent StarCraft too. So do check out the Patreon page again. That's patreon.com/WardiTV if you want to give it a click. like I say, it is sellout season, unfortunately. We've got to try and get the numbers up so we can afford to run some events in the off-season, because right now we are not hot for money. So, just noting that, like I say, just got to do the sellout segments here and there, guys. Appreciate if you already support, and of course, just thank you for watching in general. You know, even if you can't afford to throw money at us, you know, throwing your viewership at us does allow us to run the ads and all the rest as well, and convince sponsors and so on, so that also is still helping. Thank you and appreciate you as we get into game number 2 of this BO3. Mixu bottom right is down in game. ZOUN upper left leads by a map. As we get the second game coming up. What's up, Moku? First time viewer, first time sub with 118 months. Wow, they just give 118-month resubs out to anyone nowadays, huh? Crazy. Thank you so much. That is 2 months away from 10 years, which is pretty... Like, the 10-year resubs are really something... Like, imagine committing to something every month for 10 years. That's a pretty big commitment, you know? Thank you so much, Moki. Appreciate you. And what's the Tired Universe? Thank you so much. 28-month resub. You don't want to support anyone? Fine. I'll take your sub money and I will spend it on something irrelevant. That is a pack of Pokemon cards purchase. There you go. Your support is not accepted here. I will gladly use it. Not... Okay. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate it. As we get ready for game 2 of the BO3. You have 2 kids that are less older than that, and that's an overcommitment. Yeah. Yeah, the 10 year subs is really bonkers. Like, when you... I mean, it's kind of bonkers when I stop and just think back to how long we've been doing this in general. The fact, you know... We're at the point now where you like can look on Wikipedia and look at WardiTV tournaments, and you can look at a bunch of different WardiTV tournaments. A couple of links get in for some chaos, by the way, so keep your eyes on that. And you can look back and be like, man, so many of these WardiTV events have genuine legacies to them, you know? It's like, you know, the Team Liquid Map Contest tournament goes back to like 2017 or something. We've been running it since, like... You know, like we've been doing some of these tournament series for like 5, 6, 7, 8 years. It's really ridiculous when you look at it like that. It's a lot going on. It's pretty amazing that we've been able to do it for so long, come so far, push the prize pools up to what they are nowadays. So we do our best to try and maintain those. So thank you guys for continuing to make that a factor as well. Next year is officially 10 whole years of WardiTV, so it's going to be very exciting too. Couple of queens is going to be there. Oracle getting hit a little bit. Couple of the drones taking some damage. We will see the queen's going to come across. The Oracle going to get shoved away for a couple of moments. What's the required donation to fix a tournament so that Harsnam wins? And then we show him this message. That's pricey, I guess. That's a lot of coordinating, you know. I mean, you know how much we have to, you know how much effort we'd have to put in to make sure Harsnam has, you know, gets to win like more than 2 series in a row. Like that's not easy. Ain't easy at all. With improved TV, how much? SC2 improved. Well, we made SC2. I mean, I've been doing this since 2011. This year was 10 years of me being full time in StarCraft 2. Obviously, I was doing StarCraft 2 before that, so. I've been doing this, like, I've literally been doing this almost half my life. Like, almost half my life. If we keep doing this for, like, 5 more years or something, I think it'll come out to being, like, half my life or something. It's pretty ridiculous. $20 lings down, 4 drones dead. Not really what you want to see early as Mixu here, and now more depth showing up for ZOUN. To throw some pressure on, running straight into the front here on Ruby Rock. And gonna shade across, go for a couple of the drones and the mineral line over on this side. 3 drones going down, a couple of queens are gonna be there. And forging the extra gateways coming about. Some Zerglings coming over, the stasis ward gonna finish up on the high ground. It's not gonna do much as a single link pops it, but man, this was drone damage dealt as Mixu scrambles together the defense early. And ZOUN just disrupting Mixu early is going to take away from the opportunities that Mixu would have been looking for later in this game, where he's, you know, potentially later on, he could have said, well, you know, now I get built up, now I hit you with an attack. That's the kind of thing we've seen a lot of, right? So, not going to see that really being allowed or anything for the moment. As melee upgrade continues through, layering the drones coming up. Had a Queen on, +1 and Blink coming through, Temple Archives and the Gateways all in production, the Oracle looping back into the center as 2 more Oracles head to the top left. Make a tournament where everyone gets paid for every game Hearthstone wins. Oh, hey, that's 10 Oracle. Yo, that's a win for Mixu. Zang losing an Oracle there, gonna free up a little bit of the harassment that was hitting Mixu in the face, so that's one nice little moment for Mixu if nothing else. Couple more Oracles coming around, the Stalkers gather, the Lings move across, +1 and Blink coming through, Robo Facility Gateways all producing, add the Assimilators on as well. +1 melee, +1 missiles, add the Burrow up too. Storm Blink and the +1 continue to come about, the Lings will settle. High Templar coming across. Just gonna run those Lings about, trying to get forward for a couple of moments. Stasis Ward connecting nicely as we do see the Storm is about halfway done. Extra gates coming about. Stalker's gonna hit the hatchery on that right-hand side. Lings are gonna show up. A couple of Stasis Wards will pop. A few of the Lings getting caught right off the bat. One more Stasis in the background there. Those Lings will absolutely chase those Stalkers and continue to push onto them for a little bit longer. Roach Ravager Ling coming in from that bottom side. Corrosive Vials. Bang! That was a bunch of Stalkers going down. What a nice catch from Mixu, man. He's absolutely shutting down this aggression. Now, Storm's about to be done, but if it's only Storm and no other units to support, can we defend over here? I don't know, there's a scary little army that shows up. 85 to 28 army supply. First Storm very good on the Lings. Stasis does help against a few Lings as well. Gonna see the Lings pushing forward, gonna get on top of the High Templar. One High Templar with energy goes down. The Storm will kill another. We've got no Storms left. His Ravagers step up, they sit in the Storm for a little bit. We knock down the Pylon, powering the cannon, powering the battery, and ZOUN is in trouble. Mixu burrows everything. Don't think that was intentional. I think that was actually a complete accident. Don't think he's trying to dance his units or anything. He has the Queen show up against the Oracles, and now ZOUN unable to hold on to this third base. It all went disastrously wrong off of a good opener. Mixu is going to find his way back with some great defenses. And is this enough overall? He's still tripling the army supply. He kind of just needs some reinforcements to show up more than anything else. See a few Stalkers warping on that right side. The Oracles will get an energy recharge. And we'll try and drop a stasis, but that gets denied, doesn't do anything. And yeah, I mean, we're still killing probes here as Mixu's still streaming units across the map. Stalkers trying to hold off as best they can. We're very close to losing the Queens, which would mean that the Oracles then can obviously continue to play cleanup, but there's not that much Oracle energy remaining. Energy overcharge is on cooldown. Not going to get rid of the pylon there. That powers 3 of the gateways, so there's a bunch of the production from ZOUN taken out as well. Immortal is scary because it's a big techie unit that hits hard against the Roaches, which is everything that Mixu has, but he's going to get forward and kill that. He's about to have Roach speed, the thing's about to get even better. One of the things he's been missing are fast reinforcements across the map because his Roaches have been just trickling across, slow moving. Now he's going to be able to, properly move forward with these Roaches. That Storm will do a little bit, but nowhere near enough, as we need just more units that are actually going to properly put out the damage. It's a GG, and it's a Game 3 coming up between Mixu and ZOUN. We're going to go the distance between these two guys. I love it. We are going to go the distance. That's awesome. What an awesome little situation for that to be brought out into. And we're actually going to get a look at a fun map here as well. It's our 3-player map in the TLMC. It's going to be Mothership for the final map of this series. As we are going to get Game 3 between Mixu and ZOUN. Is this Central West Central? Nope, it's West Central West. Yeah, Mothership coming in as map 3, making it through. Mothership is actually making it through a lot of the map pools that it's a part of. It's not getting vetoed a lot, surprisingly for a 3-player map. Usually, you really have to push the 3-player maps. We really have to try and be like, come on, guys, it's in the TLMC. We've got to try and make it get played on, blah, blah, blah. Like, Mothership has been probably the easiest map, or 3-player map to get played we've ever had in a TLMC. From my memory, at least. So, yeah, kind of, at least in a long time. And we haven't had a lot of 3-player maps either, to be fair, but it's getting some love based on picks and stuff so far, which is cool to see as well. Go and ready from the players. Let's start this off and get into Game 3 of ZOUN and Mixu. Kicking this off right about now. Going to Mothership, guys. I mean, people have been loving the decoration of this map as well, which is always cool to see. In the top right-hand side, we're going to have the blue Protoss player. This is going to be ZOUN. Such a good start in that last game, but he made some mistakes. He got caught in bad positions. He lost a lot of units. ZOUN in the top right. As Mixu is in the far left. Yeah, on this. Again, interestingly designed 3-player map. That has been not as egregious in terms of the faults of typical 3-player maps, which is, you know, certain locations are going to benefit certain races. Like, we've not seen that be a huge factor yet on this. We've seen some cool games from it. We've seen some longer games on it as well, some more drawn-out kind of matchups. So, let's see what happens for Mixu and ZOUN. As ZOUN scouts in the wrong direction to begin with. We'll start to figure out where his opponent is soon and can start to check on what is up. That does mean that Mixu gets away with a nice fast hatchery. No blockage at all just yet. For 3-player maps, are player spawns known? Nope. It's a part of the RNG of guessing where your opponent might be. It's part of the reason why people are a little bit like anti-multi, more than 2-player maps, because it just adds another random element into that super early game. And if someone wants to flip a coin and say, hey, if you're going to scout me, there's a 50% chance you don't scout me first, boom, 12 pool's more effective, right? It adds a potential extra coin flip into play. And StarCraft players, for the most part, aren't really about those coin flips. So that's part of the controversy of, more than 2-player maps, 3 and 4-player maps, and so on. I remember when a WCS final was decided on an 8-player map? I was thinking about that map recently. What was that map called? It wasn't Core Hall Compound, was it? I can't remember what that map was called, but yeah, that 8-player map where there was like 2 spawns in each side. Yeah. That map was so dumb. Core Hall Carnage. Oh. Yeah, Core Hall Carnage Knockout, that's it. Yes. I wasn't far off. I knew I had a Core Hall in it. God, that map was so... It had gold bases in the middle as well, right? Oh, I remember casting some qualifiers on that map and stuff. That was around the time I was first getting into casting some of the bigger events and like trying to cast all the qualifiers for things. Crazy. Yeah, what's up, Tired Universe? Thank you for the 420 on the bits. Hashtag plays it, I guess. Nothing gets harder. Oh, sorry, nothing gets me harder than a good 3-player map. Good to know. Well, I mean... Now, if you ever type in chat while Mothership's on the screen, I know not to interact with you for my own safety, I guess. During those time periods. I'm going to fill the wall here. We'll get in the Stalker coming up as we take a couple moments. Got Mixu coming through, get the Queen on the way. Take a couple of moments to just get settled down for now. Queen drones all building through, add an Oracle and a Warp Gate on as well. Continue to get this settled in. Oracle gonna step across, step in, try to see what we can do. Let's just start to poke some damage onto this extractor. Getting some work done there. And coming up, add a few drones on into play. And we are just going to be seeing a couple of Lings actually going to chase, and they look for some damage as well for a couple of moments. And there's that lair, there's those few drones. We had a couple queens on top of everything else as well. So that's going to continue to come about right now. As you are going to see, the Stalker is going to keep on poking. That Overlord keeps on taking hits. There's going to be an Overlord going down. What's up, Ian? How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Appreciate it as always. Hope you're doing fantastic. They are going to go out to Trishan01, Mr. Christo 4, Semia Zero Sum, Silver Kiox, Devil's Lifestyle, Sienna 10, Mike Suff, Newcat XD, Mighty Crossing, and Psychons. Thank you so much, Ian M7, of the gifted subs as always. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Back on the grind. Back on the grind. Yes, we are going to be pretty much non-stop for the next until 2026. I'm away like 2 days at the very start of November. I'm away for 3 days again next weekend, and that is it. Like, obviously I'll take a day off here and there, but like I have no other extended downtimes on stream. So we are just grinding, we are just playing. As the Spore Crawler going to hit the Oracles, push that around. Oracle's going to get chased away. Spire and the Bane Nest coming up. Bling's coming through. Melee upgrade in production. All of that coming online. Yeah, the Blinking +1 coming through. Temple Archives and the Phoenix in production right now. So we just bring this about. Get that settled. And we are going to see the Temple Archives very much so coming through. Just going to see Phoenix, Blink, and the +1 all coming online as well. And those couple of Oracles getting pushed back away the other side. Take a couple of seconds. Muta's out. We're going to make this a little bit more complicated for ZOUN as the couple of Oracles will go down. Some Mutas are here. Phoenix in production as we begin our preparation against this. We're just going to be seeing the Oracle. Going to settle for a couple moments. The Muta's going to be pushed away once again. The couple of Stalkers are going to be right there. This one, fire attack on the way. Man, it's a lot of Phoenix, though. It's going to make this very difficult for these Mutas, especially if you're just going to lose all the Mutas, because the Phoenix are in reach and the Mutas can't do anything. You're trying to split the Mutas into a second group on this left-hand side, but I mean, this is not looking super pretty. Did we win out over here at all? A few of the Mutas survive. Okay, I mean, Mixu is still up there on supply, but not looking great overall as the +1 flyer attack comes in, +1 missiles coming over. Things going to be there. Phoenix coming about. Maybe seeing the couple of Banes crashing through, and hey, getting a little grab. A little High Templar dead in this game, not bad. Especially as Storm is now online. We've got Hydras on the way from Mixu. Mixu is going to be maxed out. But man, does he need to just swing and hit. Because I really feel like these Mutas have been bullied hard. I don't know if their investment's really been worth it. Resource loss 3k to 900. Hard to really imagine a world where even this maxed out Mixu yeah, I mean, somehow this maxed out Mixu is unlikely to ever really do much. Like, his army just does not feel that great, considering there's Storm available and just so many of those spellcasters available too. It does feel quite difficult right now as Link Hydra gathering together. Army's coming in from two sides, looking to collapse down on this. The Hydras will come back. A couple of Banelings will begin to connect. I mean, ZOUN just... I mean, the fact that ZOUN's attacking him tells you all you really need to know, which is that he's just feeling super confident about it. I don't disagree. A lot of Mixu's supply are still in meters that are not going to do anything considering the Phoenix here. The High Templars are going to have an absolute kind of, party when they start dropping these Storms. Stasis Ward going down. Obviously, Storm is available. Has a nice Storm. A couple more of the Queen's taking shots. The Hydra's taking damage. It's going to see the extra Storms continue to drop through. The couple of Archons are going to be right there. We're just going to be seeing a couple extra Hydras going down as well. The Zealots will continue to charge on up. I mean, ZOUN just going to win through this. No problem at all. His army was just so much better. This is when we said Mixu maxed out is not going to have much of a shot to attack, the fact he lost this fight defensively, right? His army was in the defensive position and it still lost confidently, That's how far ahead ZOUN really was in this situation. That's where he ends up. And ZOUN is going to go 2-1 and is going to be taking out Mixu to be victorious. And it is now going to be Mixu and Ryung to battle to see if Mixu can end up on any better than a 1-3 score. Can Mixu get to 2-2? I imagine this next match is going to be pretty important. Let's find out as we get this ready to go. I think we're just missing Mixu for a second here. Alright, just waiting for Mixu to come out of game. And being in our chat channel as well would also be good, but I don't see him still. I don't see Mix in the chat channel. Alrighty. A couple moments then, guys, and we're going to head into Mixu versus Ryong. Just waiting for the first video to come down, and we'll get this ready to rumble. Thanks for joining us. Get you all. Alright, satellite. No, never mind. Sorry, misspoke. Okay, let's see what map one is going to be between these two guys. First map pick should come up in a second. Just waiting for that first map pick, guys, so it should just be a moment or two and we can kick this off. Thank you for your patience while we just get obviously everyone in game and ready to play and all that kind of good stuff. Yay! Oh my god, we're going to see one of the maps we've barely seen. It's Taito Citadel. Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah. Let's get that underway then. Love it! Yes. Big win. Big win. Obviously, this is our first chance to see some Ryung today as well. He's been playing off-stream up until now, so first Ryung series coming up right here. And we'll go from there. White Rabbit going to be map 2, so that one is guaranteed as well. We'll see if we get to map 3. If we do, we'll talk about it then. Very, very exciting. Alrighty. Drag everyone up. We are missing someone. A lot of people not in the lobby just yet. But people are readying up, so we should be good to go in a second. Underway. Ready, ready. Gas is joining the lobby. And try and invite one more time, and we can start. Alright, let's do this, guys. Let's kick this off. Ryung and Mixu coming through. Alright, let's kick off into game number 1 of this best of 3, guys. In the bottom right-hand side, our red Zergy Zerg is going to be Mixu. Can he get a win against the Korean Terran in the top left corner? This is going to be Ryong. Alright, game number 1, best of 3 series. And the gas coming up. Couple of drones hatch on the way through and get settled down right now. Available commands are coming through. Hatch gas and pool getting set up for a couple of moments. We're about to finish. Marine on the way. CC coming up. SCV building. A couple queens in the fuelings coming on through. Let's see the SCV going to patrol at the front. So SCV patrols a little bit. Link speed coming about. We have ourselves the setup here for a couple of moments. Commence into the factory building. Can Mixu take out Ryung? I actually am very interested in this series. Ryung has never been like a great TVZer. TVZ has oftentimes been his problem matchup. He's a great 8-raxer. But I think a lot of the time he's seen as quite a predictable player as well. Which obviously mixes things up. Just going to see the Reaper coming about, a couple CCs on the way. Factoring the reactor coming up as well. Gonna hit. Drone takes some damage. Couple of Lings coming about. Just gonna see the lair continue to come through as well as the Reaper is gonna be pulling away over to that left-hand side. Couple of Lings and the Queen gonna be there. Reaper taking some shots. We just have the lair building. Drones building. Fairly quick lair, not like super duper fast. Well, actually, it is kind of super duper fast. It's a 2-base lair. I'm just gonna rush mutas. Oh, Mixu, I love it. He's playing some fun styles already. He's actually played a pretty fun day so far. 1 and 2 in the group. Overlord speed. Oh, wow. Okay, now I don't even know what we're doing. Things move out across over to the left. And Overlord speed coming up. Lair about to complete. Add a hatch on. Add a Viking and a couple of Hellions on as well. And those Lings really do make their way all the way up to the upper left-hand side. Let's take the chance to run in, and we'll look for the wrap around on a couple of those Hellions. So Hellions just going to be able to play defense so far. Of course, we saw Mixu had some really good moments against Clem. This is just straight up drop Lord Ling Queen. Very fast attack. I love the Viking to some extent because it'll help push the drop lords back, but at the same time, it is just going to be targetable by queens. So as long as those queens get out, there shouldn't be too much of an issue. One Overlord on the left side is going to take the Viking on a bit of a journey. He's going to see Overlord speed. This early in the game has got to be a tell. Bunker starts already. So Ryung is realizing a little bit of like, uh-oh, you're up to something right here. There is Mixu coming across the map with everything else. Some Lings will go into the main base as well. Everything gathering on the natural. This is already beginning to look a little bit tough. I'm loving that the wall off is continuing to come up as well. Obviously, the Lings will drop in the main base. That might be the chaos we need to kind of really set this up. The Viking misses. Oh, whoa, what if we unload on the high ground? Ooh, with the queens as well. It's fun. Like I say, the wall-off is a big deal here. As the Hellions are not going to get jumped on too easily. It's a really good defense so far from Ryong. As he does pull the Hellions back very nicely, and he does not let the Lings get any sort of a surround. And the Lings are melting. We get a few SCVs, but we need way more than that in the grand scheme of things here. That creep tumor is denied as well. GG. I mean, that's typical seeing the map that we need to see played the most into it not really mattering because it's just a fast game. Alright, well that's unfortunately going to be a fast one as we take a moment to jump on it through to our next map here, which is going to be White Rabbit. Copy link us up into this game too, and we'll get going. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Are we good? We're good. Ready, ready. Let's go into game number 2. Countdown complete. White Rabbit coming up. And we are ready to go into game number 2. Come on, Mixu. We got this. Let's go. Go, Mixu. The bottom left-hand side, the blue Terran player is Ryung. He's up a game. Great defense. Saw the Overlord speed, immediately realized something was up. And just immediately begun preparing a defense as well, right? Great job. Well executed. Takes on Mixu in the top right, our red Zerg. As we get game 2 underway. Alright, Overlord coming about. SCVs in production. We get a roll with a couple of things here as Ryung sits up 1-0. Down a right rapid. This map's been an interesting one. We've seen a couple of fun later games kind of pan out on this map where there's been some fun arm movement and so on. Some units getting caught in odd corners, and so I think this will be a fun one to maybe see a bit of a deeper TVZ on. If we get given a bit of a deeper TVZ, that's the first question mark we have to ask ourselves on this. Gas pool coming up. Drone is on the way. Let's see if he's move out. Take a couple of steps. Spawn pool about complete. SCV moving over. Overlord moving across the drone, transferring. Kings, Queens, building by. Got that command center coming up. The Marine building up as well. The SCV going to patrol at the front. Lings will chase. Ruby gets pushed back. Again, Ling speed. A couple of the Queens on the way out. Factory, reactor, command center, all building up for the moment. Queen will just be there. Push the Reaper back the other way. Again, a couple of command centers coming up. Let's just have the Reaper trying to get back to the front once more. Trying to see a little bit what else is going on. That orbital coming through. We had the command center on as well. Reaper still chilling. Get the settled. Just a couple of Lings coming about. Reaper going to be right there, taking a few shots as well. So, a few hits just coming through in that regard. I see a couple of Hellions going to be there. Ling getting turned around the other side. Looks like a couple of Hellions going to get turned around. A couple of Queens in good position. Seeing the SCVs being there as well. And we just have the, again, Queens, all the rest, Lair, drones, all building up. A couple of Hellions will poke. Queens take a little bit of damage. Two Hellions on the way. We add on a Marine. Still seeing the Lair coming up about halfway done for the moment. Factory's going to swap off the reactor. Just going to pull that away to the side. Battlecruiser still starting. Again, that really is not far from being done. The Ling's coming up. So far, so good. Hellions will get rid of a couple crew tumors. Still going to be seeing the Hellions just going to be there. Zergling going down. Zergling gets picked away at. Just going to see that Overlord still getting picked away at as well. Overlord is going to fall. Couple of Queens still stepping over to the right side. Lair is about to complete. The Carapace upgrade coming online as well. Drones, overlords building through. We add the evolution chamber on as well. Hellions get rid of a couple drones once again. Zerglings trying to make their way forward, hitting a couple of those Hellions. Damage being done nicely. Battlecruiser coming up. Stim pack now building. So that's Stim coming online. The engineering bay coming up as well. +1 attack going to be the next part of it. So BC's into this bio play. Ryung already getting rid of a few drones is nice. Let's see what the BC can get done on the next stage of this and see if we can continue to add damage on with that as we teleport into the back. And there's no Spore Crawler, so Mixu is underprepared against this to say the least. Queen's not in position. Spore begins to build. It might actually just be, I was going to say, could have maybe cancelled that Spore Crawler perhaps. Just gets the Queen instead. That's also absolutely great. I mean, any Queen you get rid of here is going to be big. Now the Hellions run by. Drones in trouble. Damage beginning to be done. As you see the Viking going to get through then, go after the Overlords. BC still firing, and it is going to be a Spore Crawler that gets taken down on that base. Like I say, the Hellions just continue to put work in too. We're going to set up the Ling Bane counterattack. Bust. The Lings run forward quickly. Whoa, Ryong, what are we doing? He literally just moved commanders. Like, his Marines, if they just sat there and attacked like they were doing, would have probably dealt with most of those Lings. Instead, he kind of moved them forwards and I guess tried to free them. I don't know what he was trying to do, actually. Like, if you move them backwards, I get it, but like moving them forward, yeah, I'm not sure. There's the Ling Bane showing up here on the third base. Ryung begins to react and just pull away from this. The Banes will not catch a few of those Marines just yet because, well, good positioning, and we recall home, and this is disaster for Mixu because he does not get anything done at all. He scares Ryung to stop attacking, but I mean, he's also overreacted as well. Spider into Corruptors for just a single BC is complete overkill. That's way more than what you want it to be, so pretty disastrous there too, as the Zerglings still gather together, Queen still joining up, those Lings gathering too, as the Marines and Medivacs will make their way through the middle of the map and continue to journey toward the top side now. These will make some action go. Hatchery coming up into the top left-hand side. The Marines going to try and get rid of a couple of crew teamers. Let's see those Marines loading up, getting into the Medivacs. Alien speed is not far from finishing, of course, and that's going to give you a little bit of a, an extra helping hand as Mixu. But Ryong, good supply position. Like I say, the Corruptors. It's so weird. You make like 5 Corruptors. It's like, do they ever even kill the BC? Maybe you force it back, but it's not going to be very quick. And that's why Corruptors against 1 BC is overkill in a way. Because 5 Corruptors will never get a kill because the BC will always teleport away. Like, and is that worth it just to force 1 BC back? Like, that should be the job of a Spore and a Queen, really. You know? Like, that's the sort of range that we're in. It's a nice counterattack and get some SCVs out of it, but still, the supply is not your friend. And Ryong is still pushing as well. I don't know if Mixu's got anything back at home. He has 14 Banes on the map. They are looking to run forward here, so looking to be involved sooner rather than later. Here are the Bane lanes. They're going to crash into a lot of the Hellbats. The few Marines on the left side could split backwards here. Targets a couple of the Banes down. Gets the rest of them there. Corruptors will jump onto the Medivacs now. So there is a secondary use for the Corruptors. Just not typically what you want them for. As reinforcements get there. And that means that Ryong is once again going to look very good. 50 army supply. 40 army supply in the lead. Looking great at the moment. Marine tank pushing up. Getting underneath the Overlords there. And this truly is looking to be worse and worse and worse for Mr. Mixu, who is going to get TO'd. He had a very winnable series, I think, against ZOUN in the end, and unfortunately this TVT is not going to be it for him today, losing to Clem and Ryong. Obviously lost to ZOUN as well in the end, but maybe that was the series he was actually more likely to kind of get a win in and maybe upset this group with. It doesn't happen in the end. The Ling Bane going to keep on running through here. The tanks are putting in some work. Bane's trying to find Marines, but there's just too much of a spread. Ryong 2, Mixu 0. That is GG's, and that is going to be Ryong. Yeah, good start. I mean, he's got some of the matches to win. Obviously, him versus Chance could still determine a couple of things as well. But that's going to be one more thing that we look at a bit further down the line. As we go to Clem versus ZOUN for our final match of the live game. So what's actually going to happen here, guys, is that usually we do 5 matches live and 5 matches from replays. Today, the second set of matches happening off stream have always been a bit slower than the live matches. And as such, Clem and ZOUN have waited a few minutes here before starting their series, and that means that we can join Clem versus ZOUN live. So we're going to go Clem versus ZOUN, and then we're going to backtrack through those other matches from the replays in the order that's shown on Wikipedia. So that is what's going on. And yeah, we're not going to see Talisman because that was the first veto again. So yes, it is going to be Clem and ZOUN coming up next, guys. A little bit kind of stretch away from the schedule. And like I said, it's just because the secondary matches have been going a little bit more slowly. Obviously, rather than just let this one start and then start casting replays, we may as well cast this one live, because that's what people are generally about. So, a couple of videos coming through. And we're going to end the day with some maps being played a lot, by the way. Like I say, we'll do our work to... I think what's happening is that Ruby Rock is basically getting played every single time it's in a map pool today. So it's going to end up with a ton of plays, which is kind of amusing, I guess. Let's see if it gets picked. Is a possibility. Waiting for Clem to pick his map. Yep, he picks Ruby Rock. Okay, Ruby Rock is the hot map of the day. Like I say, over the course of the tournament, guys, the maps will get played a little bit more evenly. We just obviously try and do our best to shift things one way or another and force certain maps in certain situations. Tomorrow will be different sets of map pools. It's just Talisman is the biggest issue. I actually cannot convince anybody to play Talisman. Which is sad. Maybe tomorrow, though. You know, sometimes it just takes a different set of players in a different group. Alright, waiting for Clem to join our lobby, and we should be clear to go. That should be clear to go soon. The B's lowercase? No! No way. Where's my stream title gone? They've moved everything on YouTube. Capitalized. Day saved. Thank you, YouTube chat. That's almost a disaster. Just missing Mr. Clem. Clem has joined us. If everyone's ready. Then we can go. Clem said hi, but did he say ready? No. Now he did. Perfect. GLHF, Clem ZOUN. To wrap up this this live section, and then we are going to go into 4 more best of 3s after this as well. So this is our halfway point. We've got half the matches done, half the matches still to come. We'll see what the scoreline is like after this. I mean, this is going to be ZOUN's 3rd series. I'm just wondering if it's maybe worth doing the matches in a certain order. Like, Chance is 0-2, so I wonder if it's worth doing, like, the Chance games and maybe doing, like, Chance Ryung, Chance Clem as the next couple matches. Get those done and then seeing, you know, if Chance is eliminated, then maybe we just get into, like, Ryung Clem and Ryung ZOUN as, like, deciding matches for this group finally. Yeah, I'm not sure. Anyways, this one is live, guys. So Clem versus ZOUN coming at you right now. Like I say, secondary matches were a little bit behind, so we are going to get one more live match here today, and that is this Clem ZOUN series. They waited a couple minutes for us for that Ryung Mixu match to finish up rather than just getting started. So it means we get 6 live matches and then 4 replay matches after, as we have in the bottom right-hand side. The blue Terran player. This is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. Taking on the red Protoss in the top left corner of the map, we have ourselves ZOUN. Game number 1, BO3 series. Hitting the gas, coming straight down into play as we get set up and rolling on Ruby Rock. Like I say, by the end of today, I think Ruby Rock is going to end up being the most played map of the tournament so far. So probably not going to see much Ruby Rock tomorrow, but it's been a lot of love today. Crazy stuff. Nikarak beat MaxPax yesterday. Yes, he did. He actually got a couple wins against MaxPax yesterday, won that series. Was a fun little result for sure. Fun little result, no doubt. As we just have ourselves a little probe nibbling about. SCV's taking some options to throw some damage out there. Probe is going to just nibble out the SCV, so a bit of damage being done, a few shots coming about. Cybercore Nexus coming through, factory coming up, just going to be having ourselves the SCV. Reactor coming online as well. You can see the wall gate coming up. Twilight guns on the way. Nothing too crazy just yet. Hallucination moving through. Early game build order here on Ruby Rock. Not too wild, but it is a proxied starport, so the medevac going to be there, and these Hellions are going to drop into the main base early. Medevac, Hellions, Marines coming about. A couple of gates, stalking the Wolf Gate coming over. A couple of Widow Mines coming through. So Reaper sets up at the front. Sentry going to be there. Reaper turned around. A couple of Hellions still coming over. Just going to see the force field coming down. Hellions going to dive through. A couple of the probes begin going down. It's going to be 3 workers being killed. 3 workers going down. The blink still coming up. Just going to be seeing a couple probes in the gateway coming about as well. Back loads up, and this was not a bad defense early, right? 3 probes for 4 Hellions makes this a very good defense, really. You're going to see a little bit more action from Clem still as he tries to get back into the main base, or, well, actually natural here with this medevac. So in we go with the medevac. 2 Widow Mines this time. Going to pull the probes onto that mine. That's not enough damage, though. One mine goes down. Second mine going to be picked away at. Liberator gets a few kills in the main base, so that's going to be the multi-prong that's going to give Clem some advantage. Medevac will be kind of trapped behind the back. Still got that Liberator just going to be there. Stalker getting pushed away. Let's just see the probes back onto the mineral line 2. Again, Siege Tank Marines all coming up. Engineering Bay and the barracks coming about as well. As you just see the Liberator sieging one more time. Probes getting pushed out of there for the moment. Charge coming up, Stalker on the way. We have the probes and the assimilator coming about. We see the Marines going to be there. Hallucination taking some damage. Marines begin to unload. Stalker's going to be right there as well. Impact, combat shield +1 all continue to come through as they get the charge coming over. Again, Stimpack combat and +1 all coming about. Just get those upgrades going here from Clem, so he will have himself full bioplay soon. Overall, I think Clem's in an okay spot, right? 5 workers ahead, still has the harassment potential. threatening on the other side. There is still the Liberator here, although low HP. And ZOUN's taken a long time to be able to step across the other side. Don't think he's going to be able to find much of anything over on this side in comparison. A Stimpack Combat and +1 build. Marine Marauder Medivac coming as well. A couple mines get added on. Look for stepping away. Is this actually, I mean, is ZOUN in some genuine trouble here as Clem just pushes across the map? He might be. Liberator pulls a couple Stalkers over, gets one more probe. Now they're just going to jump onto the rocks. Couple tanks, going to lift back up, pull back away. Rocks go down, we step up to the high ground. I'm just going to push through, a couple Zelds going down. Sentry Stalker going to be there, Colossus going to be there as well. It's going to be seen that's just going to go down too. This was just a disaster, and the end of ZOUN just did not have enough. GG's, and Clem is going to take game number 1 of this BO3. Alright, so Clem just takes an opening game very confidently. Very comfortably. Guys, we're going to get some 3-player map action again. It's going to be Mothership coming up for this Clem ZOUN Game 2. A lot of people are Mothership fans right now. I find it very difficult I find it difficult to believe this map's not going to make ladder. I just think it's a reasonable enough 3-player map. People kind of like the difference of it. The players seem to be playing on it. I really feel like this map may have finally broken the 3-player map stereo or stigmatism or stigma. However you say what I'm trying to say. Hey, what's up, Jimmy Me? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Just waiting for a couple people to join this lobby as ready ups are called. And we prep to head into this next game. Ready in jail at Jeff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It was about. So in the Mothership. As we have in the top right hand side, our blue Protoss player is a ZOUN. So, ZOUN, Clem, on the way through. ZOUN in the top right, Clem in the top left. To get game number 1 of this best of 3 up and running. Sorry, game number 2 of this best of 3 up and running. Get onto Indy's camera, give Clem a point. See what happens here on Mothership. Getting the assembly coming through, probe coming around. Gate about to finish. Next is coming through. Barracks is coming online at the SCV. Reaper is going to be building on the barracks. Just going to get that on the go. Obviously, Clem with some proxy starport aggression in the last game, getting set up nicely initially. Command set dropping. Order command on the way through. Wish we got one of the hostile missile turret maps on ladder at some point. Some of them were fairly balanced. Some of the layouts were fine, but some of them were just horrible to play on. And the ones that were fairly balanced were basically because the missile turrets didn't do anything. I think there's a better way to stop people from flying in certain places than like just insta-killing their units for misclick, right? Is what it comes down to. Like you can put slow zones, you can put air blockers or something. All of those are friendlier ways to do the exact same thing, which is just like, hey, you can't fly there. Rather than, oh god, I misclicked my medevac and I just lost 10 supply for no reason, right? I think is the problem that kind of comes about in the end. Paper hops up. Twilight Council on the way through. Warp gate coming around. Yeah, Widowman coming about, a couple of Marines in the starport coming through. Let's see our Twilight Council about to finish. The gateway coming online at the Stalker, at the Warp Gate. We get that settled. A couple of the Marines in the starport all coming by for the moment. Okay, it's coming about. Probes on the way. We got the Robo, we got the Hyperflight Rotors. Just going to be seeing the Tech Lab coming about. Wouldn't mind Burrows up at the front. Just going to get that settled down. We're just going to be seeing again Blink about halfway through for the moment. Obviously, Hyperflight Rotors is something, a bit of a fun way to open it. It's kind of just like playing Cloak Banshees, but instead of Cloak, you're going to have Fast Banshees. And of course, that Fast Banshee has been showing us as quite an option in terms of being able to get across and get some damage done. Blink about halfway by, Gate and the Robo facility coming up. Marines is going to get that. Hallucination is going to go down. That factory moves off away from the Tech Lab. Still got Hyperflight Rotors coming about right now, over halfway done. Max will drop onto the Tech Lab. We do see the Stalkers stepping across as well. Yeah, Banshee and a couple of Marines coming over. Stim on the way by. Stalkers will head across to the left. And again, Banshee, Marine Marauder, all coming up for the moment at the refinery on. Add a couple of SCVs and the depots into place. And the Stalkers are set to hit the natural. The Stalkers are nicely poised. Again, there's the charge, there's the Observer. At that Nexus, currently about halfway through for the moment. And a few Marines going to sit over in the corner as well. The Ob's just going to take a little bit of an eye on things. Charge coming about. Temple Archives and the Gates coming online. Just see the Stim Combatant +1 coming through. Marauders in production, Reactors on the way. And the Depots coming up as well. Stalkers will fight the bio units. We are just going to have the push out from Clem. The Banshee is going to show up. Obviously, the whole power of these Banshees, you can outspeed the Stalkers, but that's not going to matter much if you get blinked on, and that is going to be him just not finding the way in initially. Didn't get the initial position he needed. Stim Combat and +1 building. Marine Marauder Medevac coming through. The extra barracks coming up. Again, Medevac's just going to be coming up to the top. Storm on the way, Prism and the High Templar coming about, the extra gates coming through. The Banshee coming around that right side, and we'll just see our, again, Marine Marauder Medevac coming online at the Concussive Shells up. Mensander on the way in, Marines on the top side going to get through there, and a couple of Stalkers are going to get hit. Nice little drop. Is it enough for Clem? Bio at the front going to get turned by the Zealots, or is that enough as well? I mean, we are going to see Clem pushed away on the top side. Pulling back over here, Zealot's taking some damage. So Zealot's still going down. Wouldn't mind falling. See the Stalker's going to move across as well. Just Marine Marauder Medevac all building through. At the mines, at the Ghost Academy on. 1-1 upgrades, Immortal and the cannons continue to build up. Although we'll finish shortly at that mine. Clem's still on the map, looking for opportunity, looking for a chance to move in here on Mothership. This is what Mothership is doing really well. Players are actually attacking in from different angles. Like, Clem's bothered to walk around to the other side here. Usually on 3-player maps, you see that, you know, Clem would be pushing toward that natural and just never stopping, but that's not really come true on this one because the bases are so far set back. It's actually almost worth him coming to the right side of the map, which, like I say, doesn't always happen on these 3-player maps. 1 upgrades coming through. High Templars and the Prism coming about. Add on that Nexus as well. Banshee around the top, ready to push in toward the natural expansion in a few moments' time. Order mines move down, so you see right in the center, Clem's going to keep on expanding forward rather than kind of going down the left side himself. He will expand into a forward position here, so Clem to take the forward expansion. An armor upgrade finishing shortly, a couple of Vikings, the Marines still on the way out. The Zealots get held off here. Again, the Ghost coming through, Marine Viking on the way up. Armor upgrade about to finish. The armor going to be done very shortly. Still got some gateways building from ZOUN at the Nexus. More buy-in stemming up through the top. 2-2 upgrades on the way over. Just going to see the +1 ship weapons coming over as well. There's a couple of Zealots are charging through. Clem's army here getting caught. There's more units coming about in the center. Medevac getting jumped on. We are going to be seeing a couple more of those Zealots going down as well. The Zealots falling. A couple of Vikings going to be there. Prism getting pushed back the other way. See the other Zealots coming around. Just going to see the Vikings pushing through. The Immortal in some trouble. Another command center into the middle of the map. 2-2 upgrades still in production there. Our upgrades continuing by +1 ship weapons, cloaking. A little bit of everything still coming through. Wouldn't mind shots. Banshee firing. Just seeing the Stalkers, the Colossus, and the Stalkers and the Archon covering a Colossus. I'm really imagining things up there. No Colossus inside. ZOUN with a good army supply. Clem with a few units diving down that right side, and actually going to find the 5th base that's incoming from ZOUN. You're starting to get very drawn out on bases if you're not expanding into the center. So Clem expands to the center for that forward. But ZOUN coming down into this bottom right side is like, it's so far away from his own 4th base. Clem going to make a good go at canceling this. If he doesn't cancel, it's going to be low for later. So let's get there. Banshee's going to be there. Zell going to get nipped at. +2 ship weapons, +3 armor, and +3 attack starting. So Clem continuing his upgrades into this next phase still. Just pulling back a couple medevacs there. Banshee will play a few more shots. Stalker pushing into the center. A couple of mortals are going to be coming over that left-hand side. A couple of widow mines will go off. Planetary going to get jumped on. And that's just seeing the couple of storms coming down. Good storms all across that bottom side. EMPs all across the army in the center as well. 3-3 coming up. I mean, Clem going to eat another storm. He gets rid of a couple high temple. He's going to lose those medevacs as he loads up to try and escape, losing a lot of full medevacs. ZOUN loses a lot of units too. That storm just finished off a few stalkers, no, if I'm not seeing that incorrectly. Clem regathering. We start to get into a kind of centralized position right now. Just seeing 3-3 coming up, +2 ship weapons, a whole bunch of additional libs coming online. Bit of mine shot or two goes off, and a couple of Zals taking some hits. We are going to see one more storm hitting the Liberator already. Forces that lib to take a step away as the 3-3 and the +2 ship weapons all coming about. +3 attack, +3 armor, extended thermal lance coming in as well. +2 ship weapons is about to finish. 3-3 upgrades coming through. The Liberator is in production. Good Liberator count's going to do a lot for Clem here, going to help him to zone this game, especially as Colossus come up. Help to really hold a lot of these positions kind of on lockdown. Planetary will defend against the Zealots here. Another CC coming in from Clem too, as we set another round of libs up into the center on the top. ZOUN all the way to the bottom side, by the way, has the 6 o'clock main base now taken. Just gonna siege, a couple of Vikings still stepping forward. So many Liberators just stepping up as well. There's just gonna be seeing another storm coming into the center there. Coming straight down, 3-3 upgrades, +3 ship weapons. Army collecting, the Zealots running about a little bit. We are gonna dive through here. Clem needs to set these libs up. They are so much of his damage output. Libs are gonna suck against Storm now, right? Like, Storm is gonna get so much damage on the Liberators. Obviously, that 140 total is going to get them so low, so a couple of storms really going to threaten those libs now. How much health is a lib? Those storms really do make a big difference. Do you have a fresh lib on the map? I can't think of what a Liberator max HP is. 180, so 2 storms don't kill it. But it's going to get it very low. A couple of stalker shots or a third storm just while it's moving around potentially could be a thing. Ship weapons coming up, nuking a couple libs coming about as well. Still got the observer speed and a couple of Colossus in production. DT's building. Stalker set up, couple medevacs going down. See those Colossus continue to be chased. Stalkers and the Immortals still getting pushed around. Just going to be seeing a lot of that going down. Colossus being hunted as well. A lot more libs setting up. Just going to be seeing those Zealots turned around the other way. Push onto that Nexus. I'm just going to work straight through that. The probe's getting chased over to that right-hand side. The extra libs setting up on the ramp. DTs are going to make their play up the left-hand side as well. It's just going to be seeing them looking for a jump onto that planetary fortress. I mean, the DTs are in huge numbers. They're going to jump onto this base. That planetary is going to die. That one's just a given. Clem's obviously getting base kills himself, though. His push on that right side is serious, and his supply is very good. 200 to 165. DTs, obviously, like I say, are a big issue. It's a huge investment as well, though. There's a lot of your supply invested in those DTs at the moment. Clem's sending a lot of units back. I think he might want to try and force the fight onto that army. As we see the Orbital Command taking some damage, +1 vehicle plating, Neosteel plating coming up as well. You see the Orbital Command just flying off, a couple of refineries going down. The bio there is going to jump onto the gateway. Liberate sieging. Stalker's getting pushed about, the Orbital up in the skies. Extra Zealots coming through. Prism is being produced. We add on the Nexus. Medevac, Liberator, Marauder coming about, add the vehicle plating, add the Neosteel frames. Like I say, building armor just going to give you a little bit extra to work with here. As a couple of Wooden Mines will soften up quite a lot of those Zealots. They actually ended up clumping in the end. Sound supply is not terrible, but I'm terrified for this fight for him. The DTs get turned around. Good EMPs. Oh, a lot of Clem's army is actually in the very low HPs. That's not pretty, but the Zealots are spending so much time running between two different armies that they're not actually doing a lot of fighting. It might be just about enough to kind of save this Colossus. It's also not a great army from ZOUN, let's be realistic. It's Zealot Stalker. If Clem's army was not such a low HP, I'd be feeling super confident for him, and that's the only thing I'm kind of skeptical because of. Otherwise, it does continue to look pretty good as the bio regathers. Next in the bottom, hanging around, we scan onto the base there. So, I mean, ZOUN still has a lot of economy in this bottom side of the map. There's a few Stalkers here going to blink onto those Medevacs. Clem caught. Just has the boost to get away with the second one. Bio unloading out of those Medevacs, bringing that straight back through. Planetary Fortress here to help. Planetary is going to go down. A couple more libs sieging up. We are going to see the Colossus being pushed away. Stalkers going down. Prism being chased away. We're just going to see the Ghosts pushed back. Another EMP or two coming down on that army. Viking, Lib, Marine, Marauder. Tina coming around here as well. Can we get enough help from Clem to just push to end this game? 20 minutes DP on Mothership. I think Clem's heading in the right direction. That's a big storm. He does sit in it for a little bit. The Lib's now trying to siege on top. It's only really that Colossus. That said, we actually see a lot of Ghosts out in that storm. Doesn't really matter though. Clem just had too much, and Clem will 2-0. Take out ZOUN, and one of his bigger competitors in this group maybe does set Clem to kind of, maybe make a run towards just, winning this group out. ZOUN will be 2-1, Clem 2-0. Ryung 1-0. The matches we have left mostly are the Ryung matches that remain. So there's Clem Ryung, ZOUN Ryung, Chance Ryung, and also Clem versus Chance. Maybe we do Clem versus Chance first. I'm just thinking what we can do to kind of keep the games as interesting as possible, because if we're going to end the day on Clem Chance, it's very possible that's 3-0 versus 0-3 by the time we get there. So I'm thinking maybe we do Clem Chance, then maybe we do Ryung Chance. Or maybe we just do it based on the servers I have it on. Let's do it like this. Let's do Clem Ryung, which is going to be the one we expect to do next. Then let's do Clem versus Chance, because that means we can do both the ones I have on NA, and then we'll go to career and do ZOUN Ryung and Chance Ryung. We'll do it like that. All right, let's do it like that, because that means a little bit less server hopping on my end as well. Perfect. I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. We're going to take a quick break here, come back, more StarCraft on the way. We have 4 best of 3s left for you guys. Coming up next is going to be Clem versus Ryung, so we'll jump into that in a moment. I'll see you guys in a sec. Alrighty guys, welcome back. Thank you for a little bit of patience as we just get up into Clem versus Ryung. So what we're going to do, guys, a little bit away from the Liquipedia order of matches, just makes it a little bit simpler for us in terms of server hopping. So we're going to go Clem versus Ryung, and then we're going to go Clem versus Chance, just because both those were played on NA server. That's why I have the replays at. We'll hop to Korea, we'll do probably Chance Ryung first and end the day on ZOUN versus Ryung, because it's more likely that those matches in particular have impact in that order. So I think that's going to be what we do. Starting with this Clem Ryung BO3. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Protoss player from Team Liquid is going to be Clem. And on the top right-hand side, the blue Terran is going to be Ryung. As we get into game number 1 of this BO3 series, get this underway and look to see what is going to happen. Refinery coming to probe on the way. We get settled in for a couple of moments in the opening match of the series. Our opening map of the series here on Tourmaline. So again, obviously guys, by the end of the day, we'll have had a good amount of the maps played again. There's going to be one map which is not played at all, Talisman. I'm sorry, you just keep getting vetoed. We will try and ensure Talisman makes it into some games tomorrow. But yeah, Talisman is just having a bad time so far. Look, if it gets vetoed in all of the groups, we will just make it be map 1 of the playoffs. So it will get played. It will just, I just would like to try and get as far as possible without, yeah, something without kind of forcing it. So we'll see. Rax is going to be finishing up here, Engineering Bay building from Ryung to Engineering Bay block. Obviously, Clem going to play at the Protoss side of this, which is not too crazy. Orbital and Factory coming up, Engineering Bay coming down, side of 4, Nexus, the pylon, the probe. A little bit of everything coming through there as the probe from Clem will take a step out down to the bottom left-hand side. Probe going to be there, SCV will take a nibble. Orbital Command Factory in the reactor still coming through for a few moments. That Cybercore about to finish, the Nexus coming online. Simulator will just come up as the warp gate comes through. We had that Stalker, bring that into place. We just have the barracks from Ryung put into the main base. It's going to be 2 racks. This is all one base right now from Ryung, so it's getting pretty interesting because Clem really expands to the center here. I don't know if this is the typical third base position. Obviously, he's taking this because of the Engineering Bay block. This would have been a much safer place to go to, or here as well. Expanding right to the middle of Tourmaline, I feel like, is inviting Ryung to have a good time with some aggression here sooner rather than later. Barracks coming up. Hellions are on the way. This one was played a little bit earlier from replays, as mentioned, which means when the pause comes through, we don't have to sit through it anymore. As the Stalker pings at the depot. And a couple of Hellions come down that ramp, and Stalker will be hit in the face. So Stalker just going to take some damage as well. Marine coming down. Stalker's going to pull back. Hellions will do a bit of poking and take a bit of poking. Trying to get out on the map as Clem just holds map control. Marine, Siege Tank, and the Medevac all on the way about. Just going to be seeing the blink coming through the gate and the Robo facility coming online. A couple of the probes settling down. Yeah, they had a little bit of lag earlier. That was the issue. So Ryung was lagging, but it got sorted out. I think that was the last pause that they had, so I don't think it's an issue from here. So that's all that the spam is and everything. And we more or less get back on track. Medevac, Tank and the Marines coming over. Heading right down the bottom. A couple of Stalkers joining up. Adept is going to be there. The Medevac still getting to the south. Hope facility, gateway, the blink, all of that being brought into play right now as the Medevac looks for a booster cross into the main base here, as we just have those probes in a little bit of trouble. Marines going to get in. Obviously, Probe going to take some damage. Pylon in trouble as well. That's going to depower the Blink upgrade. And that gateway as well. So those couple of gates going to be in some trouble. Big push forward here from Ryung in the center, looking to get shoved into the front. Head back and goes back the other way. We are going to see the tank is going to siege, and that's going to be the Adept taking some damage. Liberator, I'm going to push right at the front there as well. Going to siege up right on top of that location. Pylon taking some hits. And we do have the medevac pulling all the way back. Going to unload once again in the next few moments. Marines, the tank, all joining. Here's going to be the push forward from Clem. He's going to take a lot of tank shots initially. I'm worried about how quickly this Immortal goes down. Doesn't even finish the tank on the bottom. The Stalkers have to get the final touches on that. Clem expanding to the center here has maybe given this a much easier position than it ever needed to be. He could have really done with the extra time it took Ryung to approach another base, because then he maybe would have had Blink done as well. That could have maybe helped. Range is going to nibble. Pylon will take some shots. We are going to be seeing the Assimilator taking more damage. Pylon's going to be depowered in a moment or two. Nexus taking some shots as well. And yeah, Liberator just going to relocate over and just going to nibble its way through this Nexus mineral line. I don't think Clem gets enough up to save this at any point. He's hanging back with 3 Stalkers. He's got these Stalkers on this side. He does get rid of another tank, but he just doesn't have the numbers at all. As the tank is going to shoot, the Nexus will be going down. Like I say, Clem's already trying to rebuild a Nexus, but we're asking for a lot, and Ryong is still, to be fair, a 1-base Terran. So he is very committed to this shove. But the fact that he's got, I mean, you know, he just saw Clem putting his Nexus in a position that could be easily denied, and he really just went for it on this 1-base, and it's been great so far. Now I feel like we've done enough that we can really just kind of go from here and kind of just probably push through to win. The only issue is maybe, I mean, the fact that Clem's base is here, I wonder if that's smart, because I wonder if that tricks Ryung into being like, oh, no Nexus there, let's back away. He did see a pylon there, though, and Clem is stepping towards this. Eventually, Ryung realizes, you know, units are coming from there, then you realize where that's going to be. So the tank sieges, the Marines come up, Liberator sieges as well. Stalkers blink back to the other side. Tank Viking on the way, Nexus and the Stalker continue to come up. A couple of those Marines still falling, the probes are still dropping, the other Stalkers get to the center of the map. And we are going to get around into the middle. Green Viking still just stepping through. Stalker's going to be there. Liberator right in position. Green Viking just, I mean, continue siege forward here. I don't have much to add. I don't think Clem's breaking out of this. He is doing a good job with some Stalkers in the center, shutting down some reinforcements. But, he's still down half the army supply. That tank is proving to be difficult to get rid of. Vikings on the ground go against the Stalkers. We're opening a Zealot, which, I mean, we've got no charge for. It's just going to try and tank a tank shot or something. And it does exactly that. Lets the Stalkers blink in for this. Marines and the Viking get rid of a pylon. Not sure that's going to matter too much. Liberator killing probes. I mean, when the Stalkers can't even clear up the Marines after the fact, it's kind of looking miserable. And if Clem did survive this, he is up a base. He is, you know, yeah, mostly just up a base. I'm trying to think of other positives to bring to light. I just don't see any of them, to be honest. So, GG's, that one's going to be that. And that is going to be our, that is going to be that. Brilliant. All right, game 2 coming up. I was really looking for something to talk about there. It wasn't. There wasn't anything to be said. GG's, let's get into our next game. As we continue through this action, throw some invites out, and we'll be getting ready to go. Loads of invites to do, so let me just focus up on that in a second or two here. Alright, I think we are good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 sounds appropriate. Let's jump into game number 2 of this BO3 as we have Clem down a game. Ryung taking that first map. Bit of a weird one with the 1-baser. But yeah, obviously huge opportunity for Ryung. He win this, and then Clem's 2-1, ZOUN's 2-1, Ryung's 2-0. And he's obviously, you know, you have to play against Chance as well. You know, that would be absolutely huge. So big opportunity coming up for Ryung here as we get into this next game. In the top left-hand side, we are going to have ourselves the red Protoss player down a map, looking to bounce back. It is Team Liquid's Clem. He fights against the blue Terran in the bottom right side from Vitality. It is Ryung. Barracks drops down, gateway in production. There's a refinery coming down as well. Will Clem start playing TVT? I don't know. The thing about TVT for Clem is that it just was never a good matchup for him. Like, it doesn't fit his style of play. In TVT, mirror matchups in general are very volatile. I think there's definitely something to be said about if you can really master another race, I think it's almost always going to be more reliable than trying to play your mirror match. Because, like I say, mirror matchups just have this volatility to them. It's so difficult to be consistent in a mirror. That's why players like Cyril, when he was on a streak of ZVZ that was unbeatable for a long time, Maru in his TVT era, like, those runs are so ridiculously impressive. Because to do that in a mirrored matchup is really just insane. And a lot of the meta has to really trend towards being able to do it as well for it to even be possible, right? Because a lot of how it worked for Maru was he would lose some of the early games. He'd lose some of the early games really badly. But he was so good late game, because TVT is a very defensive matchup. He was so good in that later game, he could still always draw himself back into the games, even from horrible positions. Because that's what mirror matchups have happen. They get you into bad positions a lot of the time out of other scenarios, but if you can be extremely good later in the game and draw yourself back, then brilliant. That's what Cyril did a lot of the time too, where he was able to make really impressive holds with less Roach Ravaging than his opponent and just have really sick defenses. You know, that was what a lot of what made Cyril's ZVZ streak so impressive as well. Because it is just difficult to win those early game mirror matchups again and again and again and again and again. So yeah, I do think if Clem can truly, even if they nerf PVT or whatever, I still think, like, you know, you've got to really think about how bad his PVT would have to become before it's actually worth swapping back to TVT, because, like I say, there really is a consistency thing built into that as well. And I actually think a lot of the time you probably feel more comfortable playing that PVT than TVT. So when Clem first switched over to playing PVT, it wasn't, this was not when we were like, oh my god, Protoss is so good in Protoss versus Terran. It was more so a fact of, like, it was like, oh yeah, he's, TVT is a struggle for him. Gumiho was throwing out those weird build orders at that Home Story Cup final, and, Clem was like, how do I deal with this? Started playing Protoss instead, and I mean, that was the last time he played TVT, if I'm not mistaken, in an official tournament. Dad coming over, a couple of the Hellions setting up, as we do have our Blink on the way in. It's Banshee and the Cloak this time. Obviously, we've seen some Banshee and Speed from Clem earlier. This is obviously Ryung playing Banshee and the Cloaking. This ball's annoying me. This is going to be a very off-the-topic complaint. Every time I click over here, I'm like, what the hell is that? Because this massive ball is just bouncing up and down. Like, I just see it behind the production tab. I can't not focus on this ball. It's moving too much. Like, if you're looking at this main base, this random doodad is moving more than anything else is in the main. So this is my lone criticism of the map. It's too bouncy. Too attention grabbing. Banshee at the right hand side, as we do have ourselves just a little bit of setting up to try and see if we can maybe get something done. What, have you never heard of JVZ? I mean, I know J-Dong was really good in ZVZ as well, but I don't. That was Brood War though, right? Like, I don't know how Brood War works. It's a different game to ST2. So yeah, I'm not going to talk about JVZ. I'm going to talk about ST2. That's the thing that people are here to listen to me for. If you guys were here to listen to me about Brood War, then I'd be very impressed, because I don't know what the hell I'd be talking about, to be honest. Banshee is coming through. The siege tank is finishing shortly. Engineering bay and the barracks still coming online at a depot. charging the Immortal building up from Clem, as we do see the couple of Hellions there over to the side, going to go after a couple of probies. 5 workers going down with the Banshee combining. And Ryung is off to a great start. Look at that, 8, 9, 10 workers right from the very get-go here. Great damage done early. And this is amazing. Gets one more probe as he realizes that Banshee is doomed. That's 11 probes early in this game, and Clem's worker count gets brought right back down to that of Ryung's, and we're not done yet, as we now go in with these couple of, well, with this next Banshee for a couple more probes. I'm going to make a 13 probe kill count over the course of the last minute or so. That is amazing. Banshee gets to the top corner of the observer, and is going to just go and keep an eye on that so you know where it is. Ryong is still just a 2-base Terra, no sign of the 3rd base just yet. Just to see if he, if anyone starts mining these minerals and taking this base in that direction at some point. Obviously not happening just yet. Clem expanding linearly. Ryong yet to have an expansion. But that's one of the big question marks for this map. Does anyone use that kind of mineral backdoor entryway to those, to that other base? I should play Brood Wars, like reading Lord of the Rings and living it, but never reading The Hobbit. I mean, I played a few games of Brood War. It just wasn't for me, man. Like, I could understand if I played the SC. I've also not played the StarCraft 2 campaign, so this is not just like a, this isn't just a, I should play Brood War for the story or something. Like, I don't care about the story. I enjoy competitive 1v1, So, I don't know. I watched a little bit of Brood War here and there, very rarely, but I have watched some. SCT is my love and my life, It's kind of what we like to focus on, so. I've never played the SC2 campaign. I'm saving it, guys. One day it's gonna be like 2034, and someone's gonna be like, "There's no StarCraft for the next year. WardiTV Mondays is a $4 cup." Max, Pax, and Clem are the only players that sign up anymore. I'm like, well, we've got nothing else to stream this week, guys. But guess what? I'm the only person who still cares about RTS that's yet to do a first-time playthrough of the campaign, and it's going to be the freshest, most unique content out there. So I'm just, I'm just prepping for the future. I'm just keeping that one in my back pocket. You've cleared the campaign 20 times? Yeah, fool as you. You're not going to have sick, fresh RTS experience 10 years from now, are you? Yeah. You guys are just jealous that I've got the first-time experience still coming at some point. Fire pushing through. And I was just going to be seeing the SCV pulled here as well, so I'm going for this big old attack, and I mean, we were kind of expecting it. We saw the 2 bases, we saw the lack of a 3rd, we don't realize that was happening, but this has not worked well initially. Clem holding nicely so far, Guardian Shield up. Nice flat ground to fight on as well. Clem just sits outside the front, and Ryung has to kind of, really... He gets up to the high ground, but then Clem is just waiting in a very open area, very spread army. Like, this is not a map you want to try and push forward on with Marine Tank and, play all the slowness and anything, because there's just so much space to engage in out this front area, because there's an entire base that's meant to be here. If there was a base here, this is way more choked up, but without the base being there, that's such an open space to fight in, and Clem is going to absolutely decimate that first wave of Terran, and perhaps the only wave of Terran, because now we're a 23 SCV Terran player. I don't know how well that's going to go. Clem's setting up the setting up the observer and bringing it back out before it dies at least. And Clem with a great fight, and that's going to help to rectify the scoreline of this series from 1-0 in Ryung's favor to maybe even 1-1, because this looks very good at this current moment. It's going to be seeing Immortal and the Immortal and the armor upgrade coming through. We had a couple of Zealots up as well, bringing all of that into play currently. Medevac Marine Mine. And the production tab from Ryung. It's not great when there's only a couple of Marines on the way. It's never a good sign, as his army supply is still competitive, 60 to 66. It's about whether those units that are in the army that make it up are going to be able to fight against 5 Immortals with a good buffer of Zealots involved. And obviously at this point as well, Clem in a very good eco, so every moment that passes by he gets closer to another sizable warping that's likely going to make a big difference. Fire pushing up, couple Stalkers are going to be there, Marines will stem forward, Stalkers take some damage, the mines going to be stacking up as well, as we just see the Stalkers getting chased away. There are the SCVs pulling on through, so the SCVs get here with everything else, the Bio Army pushing up towards the top. Gonna get ready for an attack in toward this forward position. The SCV's charging up. The rest of this army gonna be here. The Immortals will begin to fight first. Widowmine shot was okay. The next Widowmine shots, they're doing an okay job of, softening up some Zealots. Army supply is still very similar. Good force fields. That's going to be a big issue for Ryong. A lot of his units now can't join that fight. And those Immortals are just so beefy in the background. I mean, they're obviously not even being touched just yet. And that, the fact we still got to try and get through those feels very, very difficult. There's one Immortal going down. The Zealots get up into the front. GG is going to be called. Clem is going to take game number 2. And we're tied 1-1 in the BO3 between Ryung and Clem. So we will go to a third map here to decide this match. We'll get that ready to go in just a couple of moments. Get ready to kick this off. Thank you so much for again joining us and patience through the day. I know a lot of people have been waiting for this series as well for quite a while because obviously it's a lot of people wanted to see the Clem games basically. So that's what we have been getting up to here. And thank you for your patience as we got to this point. All right, let me throw invites out. Try and get this set up quickly. I'll just let people know that we'll stay on NA for this next game as well, after this one. Clem could have died without force fields. Yeah, I mean, force fields are very good. But I don't think the Immortals die. I think the Immortals are way too beefy. You can't right-click the Immortals there, there's too many other units still. Perfect. I think we're good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know where we're losing casters. I swear we're just losing casters all the time today. Perfect. All right, let's go into deciding map of Series 7. Let's get this going. And thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being with us. Let's get this series rounded out. Let's do it. Party on. Celestial Enclave for this map 3. Yo, this is one of the maps we've not seen a lot of. So actually, this is one of the times that this map's going to get played. It's not had a lot of love, but we're actually going to get to see Celestial Enclave here. So let's hope for something great between Ryung and Clem as we get to Game 3 of the series. In the bottom left-hand side, the red Terran player here is Ryung. He takes on the blue Protoss in the top right corner of the map. It is, of course, Clem. Game 3, let's get underway. So this map is super interesting because you have got a lot of little things going on in it. So, shall we take a little tour of Celestial Enclave? First of all, this is a worker-only pathway over here. So this is a pathway only workers can move through, which gives you access to this half base, 5 patches, 1 gas. So this would kind of be an in-base expand, only it's, apart from workers, only it's kind of a half base too. So a lot of people are going to expand out over here for the expansion. There are rocks protecting the right-hand side over towards this third. It's a bit of a distance natural to third base, but it's all on a high ground, which is lovely. Obviously keeps you in a nice little place. And this general 2, 3, 4 base setup is going to be quite nice. It's more of a 3.5 base setup. But even just the 2.5 base setup could be reasonable as well. So things to look at there. There's the SCV leaving over on this side from Ryong, so you get an example of that already. Middle of the map, we start having another kind of 5-patch rich Vespene base, so that's going to be a factor. Maybe later in the game that could be taken, something else to keep our eyes on if we get a game that goes long. A lot of the rest of the map really does kind of self-explain itself from that point on, I believe. I don't think there's anything else too quirky about it. Obviously, middle of the map is mostly low ground with some line of sight blockers. There are going to be high ground to low ground interactions because these kind of arms that reach out into the middle of the map as well will invite kind of the low ground to high ground movement. And a lot of positions you can kind of take a high ground defense as well. Why a half base, if not mineral or gas rich? Because it's basically designed as a way to make it so it's not just a free base. Because in theory, this is just an in-base expand, right? So it's an in-base expand. If you just wall off here, there's no access point to get to this base as your opponent, unless, I mean, they can rush workers. But that's why. So basically, it's a trade-off. You get kind of a pocket expansion that's basically free to take and free to defend. You're essentially defending on one base with this. The only thing you're not, the only way you're not really defending on one base is if you are, basically dropping. So typically, like, you're taking an extremely safe base. You can be super greedy about it, but it's not going to be a full base. So what's good about this is it means that you don't just see someone that can sit on a very safe 2-base setup and basically go full 2-base power into an all-in or something. Instead, if they want to do that, it would have to be like a 1.5 base all-in, essentially. Or it encourages a very fast 3rd base over here, so we take this base nice and quickly, right? And if we take this base nice and quickly, like this is super cool, because now you go into 3 bases quickly. It'll actually be 2.5 bases, but you don't have the difficulty of defending the 3rd location, apart from, perhaps from some drop play. So yeah, it does create, it just creates a little bit of an interesting dynamic early in the game. So, yeah, it just kind of gives you that kind of super safe 3-base setup, but, this is not 3-base, right, at the same time. So, yeah. Very nice as we see the SCV coming over here, just going to do the wiggles once again, getting back through that worker-only area. This works because apparently SCVs are smaller than any other unit in StarCraft 2, so the size of the gap to move through there is just the size that only a worker can fit through. So actually honestly, I think this is a really cool idea. I think this is something we could absolutely see more of in StarCraft. I think worker-only pathways are definitely something we can get kind of creative with, So I like that a lot. There's a couple of the gates come up. The robotics facility is producing. We'll have the Cyclone just sat out the front here from Ryung. We haven't talked much about the actual builds, but this is Marine Tank Banshee on the way from Ryung right now. While Clem plays into a blink opener, no surprises from him. Not really too surprising from Ryung, although I can't imagine this is a map where you want to run across to the other side and try and make a Marine tank kind of all-in happen, because it kind of feels like a pretty big map. So I think you're asking for some trouble if that's the approach you're going for, but we'll see. It's also, again, you have to attack up the ramp as well, so it just doesn't feel good for Marine tank pushing. Take a couple seconds again. We have the tank sieging up on the low ground, bunker setting up, depot coming down. We'll just see the pylons and the probes still building. Add a sentry on as well, and still the observer of Clem heading to the bottom left. Banshee tank coming through. The extra gateways coming online. Just going to see the command center in the back there is going to be settling. As the SCV comes over as well. Hyperflight roads coming through. Charge coming about. We cloak up, but there's a battery, which keeps this mineral line extremely safe. The one Banshee is not going to be able to do anything about that. Banshee now pulling out over to the right side. A little scan into the main base. We're going to keep an eye on things, checking to see what's going on. Again, charge building up. We had the observer and the gates onto play. Those two Banshees together just going to join up and figure out where they want to go for the next little while. Straight down to the natural. Hyperflight rotors will be coming in. Extra factories building. Wow. Ryung's actually going to play mech on this new patch. That is fascinating. Why? With the Cyclone nerf, I really do not see Cyclones being effective enough. I say Cyclone nerf. Cyclone bug fix nerfs the Cyclones. And I just don't know if that means that mech is still viable, but we're going to give it a go. Hey, you know what? I'll take it, though. You know why? Because this feels like a kind of game that may go long, and that's going to give us a long game on one of the maps we have not seen a lot of. As the TLMC tournament organizer, trying to get the map seen. I love it. Good job, Ryong. Good idea. Let's play mech. More people should be playing mech, actually. Does the half base have full minerals? It's mixed. So it has 2 big mineral patches and then like 3 small mineral patches. So it's just over a half base because it's 5 patches in total. So 2 big and 3 smaller ones. Clem just takes the 4th base up to the top side, put that in position already. And his army is moving about, looking fine. The Banshees. Remember, they have the potential to do a lot because they have that speed, so they have the chance to be here, there, and absolutely everywhere over the next little while. We're going to see 1 stalker going down already. 5 probes have fallen. Stalkers get underneath the Banshee, still getting chased away back through the top side. We add on Smart Servos, we add on Infernal Pre-Igniter, and a +1 vehicle weapon to boot as well on the Armory, so we'll continue to bring that up for the moment as the Banshees escape out over to the far left-hand side. There's an observer there. It's going to see the Banshee moving about as well. A couple of Hellions, a couple of tanks, a couple of factories, all building through. And a bunch of probies did go down, so not bad at all for Ryung to open with. Clem is obviously knowing it's a lot of Banshees. He probably knows roughly what he's playing against right now. Problem is, this is a very defendable 4-base setup, right? Like, how does Clem ever attack into this mech army? On the 4 bases, you have to go up this ramp, or up this ramp. Maybe a bit of surround potential. I mean, this is a choked area once the base is here. So I don't know if Clem's actually going to find much opportunity to fight. So this map does lend itself to actually starting to go into a big base count quickly. A couple of tank shots. Stalker going to get turned the other way. Prism, speed, +2 attack, +1 armor coming about. Add the Nexus onto this 5th base as well. Look at Clem taking... This is a wild base to take. So this is Clem basically saying, hey, I fully expect you to just sit there and do nothing. He is just reading Ryung and saying, yep, I don't think you're going to have any intention of moving out. By putting a base here, Clem could get a couple of batteries, get a cannon or two. It's somewhere for him to fall back to. It's somewhere for him to warp in from. And that's going to be very interesting to see how he tries to utilize that. What is going to be specifically interesting, I think, is how does he actually, like, does this base really have longevity to it? And just find it, cancel up a couple of structures that are building there already. And yeah, I mean, if you can protect this and mine from it, then you're taking resources from your opponent's side of the map already. That would be cool. Yeah, it's an interesting call. And I think what's interesting is if you take this base and mine a bit from it, this base is actually very important to the mech play in general. Let's talk about that in a second, though, because we're starting to fight. Fight disengages. So yeah, this base is very important for the mech play, because yes, you maybe move down here for your next base as mech, but this is the sort of base which you take, and then you hold this full left-hand side, right? And then you're pushing towards these bases of Clem while defending your own bases. So if Clem takes any resources off of this base, it makes it way less lucrative to take that location. And if this base is less lucrative to be expanded to for the Terran, that's something, even if it's just got less resources on it, Clem doesn't have to worry about denying what is probably going to be a very difficult to attack base later in the game. So I wonder if that's kind of the logic that Clem has, that he just says, hey, if I mine from it now, I negate some of the power that this base is likely to hold in a late game situation. Which right now is typically where we're headed to, because there ain't much else that Clem can really do to end this anytime soon. Anytime he's stepped forward, he's been absolutely blasted. There's no way he's going to be able to maintain in that regard. See those Banshees coming through robotics facility already getting jumped on here, so that's going to get taken down. That's, yeah, we're going to just drop instantly. An Observer did pop out. A couple of Hellbats just going to put themselves on that Nexus as well. And Hellbat's just nibbling. Nexus taking damage. Stalker. Let's step across. Just going to get rid of one Hellbat, looking for two. We can protect the base still. It's not like we're putting a ton of probes on this location, though. And there's also expanding top left-hand side, so... yeah, I'm not putting a lot of probes on it. Not really looking to mine this out or anything just yet. And here over here, going to find an easy kill on a new Nexus that just came up. So that goes down with ease. 3 pickings on that one. And Clem is going to be here to try and protect this location. Army nearby. Just a few units stepping forward from Ryong, and a couple of Vikings go down freely, so a little bit lackluster from Ryong there, who just kind of lets a bunch of his units kind of be on their own. There's that 5th command center coming online, so we're going to see very shortly where it is he actually tries to expand to next. See what his next, you know, location plans to be. We see a few Zealots out to the bottom. So just going to see Clem looking to see if there's a chance to run by anywhere. I mean, this is very well walled off. Even if there's not a ton of units, the Banshees actually get a good catch as well, so the Zealots are turned around. No fortune on that one. Clem is not messing around back at home. Carriers are on the way, so he is producing into that kind of, you know, high attack air army that has a good chance of taking us, you know, a long way in the right direction here eventually. The shots coming about. Just going to see the army is not sieging up from Ryong. He actually takes not a bad fight at all. There's a lot of units that go down there initially. More carriers on the way up. And Clem, okay, Clem might need a few of the carriers to pop out and help him defend right now. There is a Thor in the mix, but only the one. Not exactly ideal either, as we look to get to that high ground. Now the tank siege. This base is in trouble. Clem does have the top left. That's why it's important to have that. Cannons here will actually be very good against the Banshees too. So a couple of those going off, and Banshees taking hits already. Alright, Hellbats take down the Nexus on the right side. Like I say, this could be an issue if these Banshees actually get the base top left as well. Clem is starting to run into base problems. Going down to being a 4-base Protoss here against the 4-base, soon-to-be 5-base mech player is not pretty. And I say 4-base, this in-base is obviously starting to mine out too, right? So that is becoming much more of a problem very quickly currently. As Clem looking for a cleanup on this army, going to catch a few of these siege tanks and actually is going to be able to grab him unsieged. That's going to be a good cleanup. A lot of value for Clem at the end of this. Still losing a lot of units though. 140 supply for Clem in the game, as he is going to be getting underneath those Banshees. Still a few SCVs. He's actually still chasing to the other side. I'm not sure if he's got enough army to again commit into everything together. I'm gathering again. Tank, Heli, and Thor all being brought through still. Got the +3 vehicle weapons on the way up as well there. The carrier being added on. Rona boosting that out. Another carrier in the top left moving around a little bit as well. This 3-hour weapons is in production. We have the carrier of the Stalkers all coming through. Get the Temple Archive started from Clem. Looking for more tech here as he looks to recover from the supply deficit he finds himself in. The beautiful thing about playing against mech is that mech is not the quickest of compositions, so even if, you know, this isn't really battle mech at all, right? So if you do fall a bit behind, it's not like the Terran is right on top of you pushing the issue straight away. Obviously, if they're, you know, you get behind and the main army is already across the map and sieging you up and that's why you're behind, yes, that's a problem. But that's not necessarily going to be the case on this one. A couple of Stalkers step over and the Thor Hellbat tank combo comes around. Gets settled. We siege another tank up. 4 Archons already morphing in. Clem will be... I mean, his army is so much better now, but that's what the Thors are here for, to really fight with these carriers. Fight against those, take those out, could absolutely create some huge opportunities. So that's going to be one of the major factors of this. Let's just see. Yeah, a couple of units moving back across toward the ramp. A couple tanks will in siege. Rest of the army coming over. And yeah, this few Hellions looking to try and grab some damage with the blue flame. Going to go down as well. Easy pickings. Army pushing through. Thanks those, the Hellbats, the Vikings pulling back over to the right side on the left side. So Stalker Archon, Carrier, gathering as well. The rest of the army still pushing up. Thanks already sieging. Here comes the Carrier Archon force. Well, that's going to get that mineral line, by the way. So a lot of those probes going to be in trouble here. Tanks are going to zone Clem out towards the top side of the map. Obviously, you've got this big avenue to just kind of push through this mech army, so another way in which this map really allows itself to be very well handled by a mech force. Uses about 7 workers so far. Nexus has no shields left. He's going to start engaging from all angles. Units on the right side getting absolutely blasted. The Vikings have a good free pathway onto the carriers. No Archons underneath those Vikings as the Interceptors try and do their thing. Clem going to lose every carrier, but he is actually doing better than expected on the ground otherwise. I guess a lot of this ground army beyond a couple of tanks were the Thors, and the Thors were busy with the carriers at first, and now they just didn't clean up enough there. So Clem is going to get a pushback, even chasing forward with some of these Stalkers already as well, getting on top of this base and knocking down missile turret, sensor tower. I don't know if we have enough to really fight onto a planetary fortress, but we are going to make a bid to get rid of this floating command center that looks to get towards this base that once upon a time did belong to Clem for a few short moments. Base will go down, so not a bad counterattack from Clem, coming straight through. Value found there. Loses a few probes to the Liberator here, which will be jumped on by a couple of Stalkers, but it repositions itself. Good job by Ryung to maintain that Liberator and make it annoying for a little bit longer in the game, force more units to be put across there to actually properly deal with that. Siege tank still building, Hellions on the way. Stalkers are gathering up once more. Liberator siege, a couple Stalkers pinging, the Hellbat taking damage once again here. The carriers are producing here on the side of Clem's just going to get those up. Like I say, still keeping the carrier count reasonable is a priority of his. Even though he just lost a lot of them, he did kill all the Thors, so rebuilding into the carriers is something which is nice. There are Vikings on the way up, and no new Thors just yet from Ryung. I think that's a reasonable bank to be working with as well. Stalker Zealot there pushes the Hellions back around the right-hand side and through the center. There's a lot of other units there now regathering. Clem looking to push onto this base. We've talked about this base a lot in this game because Clem tried to steal it early and never really kind of amounted to much of anything. We're 18 minutes DP on Celestial Enclave. And there's a couple of tank shots will obliterate a couple of units that far forward, including the Observer with the scan. I just don't think Clem finds a way to fight this just yet. 3 more carriers, Archon being added. Still got the extra Vikings, still got the +3 vehicle plating coming online. Add those missile turrets on as well. All of that coming through still. Ryung seems really short on orbitals. He only has 3, because he's never really been rich enough to just build base after base after base. Probably because he lacks minerals on this base. The initial 3 base wasn't as kind of mineral heavy as usual. So maybe he's just a little bit shy this game to kind of just mass CC. He lost just the 1 command center too, so it's not like he's been losing CCs too much. He didn't have a bad economy, I would say. He's at the point now where if he had money, he'd throw down like 4 more command centers and make them into orbitals. Just he doesn't have that kind of money. Obviously, taking fights and rebuilding a couple of times is, been a bit costly there as well, I imagine. Yeah, I think a lot of it's just that this base mine's out, right? So, in a way, Ryong is just a much lesser base Terran player than you'd usually imagine with the CCs that are on the map. That forward base being a similar scenario where you don't have that many patches. There's just a lack of mineral income compared to, other maps. And I think that will probably affect just what you can afford and how much you can add on. So, if you look at it from the observer point, it's like, well, why doesn't he have it? But yeah, I think the map's probably implementing or affecting that to some extent. And brings this Liberator forward with the scan to see that there was nothing there to stop it, so safely brings that into place. They've broken down the wall off that used to be here, and the Zealots trying to get through, but there's still Sim City, and the Zealots are not exactly going to love working through that. I think we killed like a whole Viking for like all of those Zealots. At the same time, Clem, I was going to say maybe frees up supply, but he has free supply anyway. They're pushing in on the left side, and actually nothing really nearby this time from Ryung. This Planetary is going to instantly die. The carriers are going to zip through those. +3 air weapons. Those carriers are really hitting like a beast at the moment. Can this air army be enough for Ryung against what Clem's working with here? Vikings get forward. First carrier will go down. Liberator siege up. The Stalker Archon has to decide what to do. Decides to run away from this whole scenario. Didn't like the fight. Taking a lot of free damage in the process. Archon's getting zipped by those Liberators. Those little nips that you take are very powerful. Got Hellion Viking coming through, bottom right side, planetary, a couple of Hellbats hitting this new Nexus coming in, so still just going to be seeing Ryung. Has made some good bids to deny base in this game from Clem, but Clem has been able to step back into those bases very comfortably. I think that's been one of the big things. He's rebounded with new expansions very nicely, where Ryung, when losing an expansion or 2 here and there, has not been able to rebound quite as powerfully. And we'll see a bit of a jump onto some of these siege tanks. Got the Liberator sieging up, Stalker's beginning to go down. We grab a Liberator on that top side as well. Vikings going to try and move forward there. The Archons are going to get great splash onto them. The Interceptor's shredding as well. As the Vikings, they have plating upgrades. They're not doing bonus damage with no bonus upgrades. Was that just a fight to win this game for Clem? It might have been. Carrier count still very good. Stalker Archon still pushing through on the ground. 3-4 carriers remaining. That's going to do it. That's going to be more than good enough in the end there. And it is going to be Clem to take a 2-1 victory. The expected winner eventually, but yeah, it was a little bit of a challenge, and playing against this mech on a map that definitely lent itself to mech to some extent was interesting. I'd love to see kind of mech versus Zerg on this map, for example, because that feels like the kind of map that a Terran would love to turtle on, and especially in a matchup where turtling is a bit more viable, that might be very, very interesting. So, yeah, interesting stuff. Fun to see a longer game on Celestial Enclave, seeing the kind of the longer game kind of tendency of that map perhaps a little bit is very cool for us. We'll get invites going out, guys, for Clem versus Chance or Ordinary. So this is going to be Clem Ordinary for this next game. I think if Clem wins this, I think it will. probably eliminate Ordinary from contention, because Mixu's already eliminated at 1 and 3. So I would imagine if Ordinary loses this, he's also just going to be eliminated from contention. Yeah. So what we'll probably do is we'll probably do it in this order. Clem versus Chance, Chance versus Ryung, and then ZOUN versus Ryong, because it's very likely ZOUN Ryong becomes... At this rate, ZOUN Ryong probably becomes the second versus third place matchup. So I think that gives us a little bit more kind of drama. Otherwise, it's very likely that Ryung versus Chance is just like a no-go in terms of results. So because we're just casting through the replays, we can kind of pick and choose our order. We may as well pick an order that keeps each match exciting and a little bit, you know, keep the most interesting kind of result match until the end more than likely. All right, with that said, I think we are good to go. Are we good to go? I've got everyone in this lobby. It looks like we've got 1:45 on the ads. Let's do it. Let's keep the games rolling. So Clem versus Chance coming up next. We're 4 hours deep on this Group B of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. Appreciate you all being here. And yeah, Group B right now. Group C tomorrow. Gerald, Harston, Björn, Young Yakov, and Hero going to be taking part. And Group D on Friday. Classic, Mana, Lambo, Reno, and Bunny. That group is stacked. That Group D was a lot of players that just wanted to play on that day specifically. So, yeah, it's a pretty stacked Group D, no doubt. Interesting to see how that pans out. As we have in the bottom right-hand side, the Red Terran player. This is a fresh map of a fresh series. We're going to go into Missing You today for the Red Terran in the bottom right, Team Liquid's Clem. Up against the Blue Protoss in the top left side, it is Ordinary. What's up, Grimk? Thank you so much for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for resubbing us up. Appreciate the Prime. I will just take... Oh, I've got 30 seconds on ads now. We just want to do a little sellout, guys, so give me a moment. I guess while we're on the ads on Twitch, we can do a little YouTube sellout. YouTube, how are you doing? Hello. Don't forget to hit the like. Don't forget to hit the subscribe. More than half of the viewers watching the live streams are not subscribed. We do this pretty much every single day. If you sub, you will see the stream more often. You can come and watch. You can come and check out more awesome games of StarCraft 2. So go and go and give it a little like. Go and give it a sub. It helps us out massively. It's easy and free to do so. If you got a moment to throw that in on the YouTube, we super appreciate it. Thank you so much. And if you're on Twitch, welcome back from ads. You're now going to be met by Wardy Sellout. You guys are watching on Twitch. Don't forget, use your Prime subs. It helps us out massively. It helps us to keep on running events. If you subscribe, not only do you get ad-free viewing, you also get the rewind feature on Twitch as well nowadays, as well as the replay packs and more. So use your Prime on the channel, or consider supporting us with a regular sub. Or if you're feeling generous, you can give some subs as well. All of it helps us out, keeps on allowing us to stream StarCraft 2 full-time, run lots of events, run lots of tournaments. That's what we're all about, so do check that out. I appreciate you guys for being here and watching with us today. It's been an awesome day of games. We still got this series and 2 more left. We're not done yet. We got at least an hour of StarCraft still to come, so plenty of games still coming in. As our Reaper heads up to the upper left-hand side. Ordinary is previously known as Chance, guys. If you've heard of that name before, he's a Korean Protoss player, part-time, just plays, you know, for a lot of fun nowadays. Was always very good, but never really like a GSL contender or anything along those lines. Just a solid Korean Protoss player. If you follow a lot of the smaller tournaments, you've probably seen his name a lot more in the past. But he's not like a big, you know, he's not like the top dog in Korea or anything like that, or a big challenger to the Korean scene. He's good, but he's not like, you know, looking to push himself in all the tournaments either. He doesn't participate in too much either. Because like I say, he can only play like 2 days of the week pretty much is what he told me. He said he can only play StarCraft on Wednesdays and Thursdays. So, yeah, he doesn't even get to play very much. So yeah, he's been around a long time though. If you look at his Wikipedia page or something, you'd be like, oh my god, he's played loads of stuff. Just, like I say, maybe not on the biggest of stages, maybe not with the biggest of viewerships. Staring him down. As the Reaper Hellion there. Steps up, the Adept backs away, Blink coming through, Warp Gate coming online. We take a few moments The Widow Mine pops up, and we continue to settle into this. A couple of SCVs to the natural. As we do have the medevac loading up, and going to take a group of units out onto the map there. So a little bit of a forward jump into the middle. Uh-oh, I'm dropping frames. What's going on? Hello, are we back? I dropped a couple of frames there. I think we're okay. I think we're back on track. Looks like the internet just took a blip for a couple of seconds. It looks as though we're good again now. Hopefully that didn't affect you guys. Let's just see our Marines and the Reaper showing up. Sorry, a little distracted by the frames dropping. As we just have the few Marines stepping through, and a couple of probes will begin to go down. So, a couple of workers going down here, 3 workers dropping. Good little push in from Clem initially. Obviously playing the Terror now in this TVP as we upload that Widow Mine. Love that, just zoning the Stalkers on the ramp for so long. It's so annoying. Basically saying you can't come back into this base until that Widow Mine's dealt with, and that buys you so much more time. Blink now done should obviously be the majority of the end of this. This shouldn't go too much further. It has still been a pretty darn good showing from Clem. And 6 probes going down. He's going to get himself, I was going to say, maybe a Stalker at the end. Not quite, but he will get out with the medevac. And that is a fantastic opening. So Clem, here I'm missing you today. Not going to be too fancy. Not going to see too much of the map necessarily, because that is just some early damage done. Alien gets caught there. I mean, what do you do from here? Clem's going to go Hyperflight Rotors. He's going to have Banshee harass. Already has 1 Banshee over on the edge here, just pinging away at a pylon on the corner. Hyperflight Rotors not far from finishing. Stalkers blink in. Clem will not fly that through. So I'm using the Hyperflight Rotors against ZOUN, or at least trying to. Didn't have too much success on that earlier today, so gets into the edge, pings at that pylon, damage being done. Still got a couple of barracks coming about. The engineering bay coming up as well. Out on the siege tank, out on the Marines, the Observer in production. And another Stalker getting warped in at the front door. So that Stalker warping. It's going to see Marine tank will begin to take a step out into the center of the map. So Marine tank heading towards the center, Temple Archives coming through. Couple probes coming in, the tank and the Marines will be there to push the Stalker back the other side. I mean, you've already lost a lot here as Ordinary. This is not looking good for you if Clem is pushing again. I mean, let's see if he can pull out a defense. He's half the army supply. Charge not done. Temple Archives not done. Extra gates not ready. 2 siege tanks ready to play. And if they start sieging, this is going to become very troubling. We're going to make a dive on that first tank, and that is the one that sieges up. So it'll go down. Make a siege on the second. The Banshee's going to show up, man. The damage output they're going to provide is huge. And we'll just pick our way through the battery first. Robo next, maybe. Or we just go for the pylon that powers 2 of the gateways in this game as well. So there goes, what, half your production? Now only 1 gateway active. 3 more gates on the way up. But yeah, this is already great damage being done at the front. We try and get out onto the map here, going around the right side, seeing what kind of position we might be able to take for ourselves. Stalkers blink through the back, going to get rid of 1 tank. Second tank in trouble. Yeah, those Stalkers actually do some really good work, and now going to cut off reinforcements. The problem is these Banshees are very fast, and they're going to actually keep up with the Stalkers, and they're going to continue to get good damage onto them too. So the Banshees are actually going to clean all those Stalkers up, and that's one of the big strengths of having speed on the Banshees. They actually can be used in this sort of a manner as well. If you get to that amount where you can outnumber the Stalkers a bit, very powerful. Clem is moments away from Sim and Combat Shield. I mean, charge about to be done from Chance. I wouldn't mind if he just Clem waited for his stim, because I think fighting against charge is a bit scary, although not really very many Zealots here. It might not matter. There's a couple of Banshees here to provide damage output as well. The Archon finishes. We get rid of one of the Banshees. That will also be the last act of the Archon as it falls. And we are 8 supply against 56. It's not good when I'm having to go through the freaking 8 times table to figure out, how many times the army supply is larger for Clem than it is for Ordinary. But it was in fact 7 times larger exactly for a couple of moments right there. That's never a good sign when we're getting that deep in the in the map. Game number 2 is going to be on Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock's been the real winner of today. It has made it into every single series that it was available to be played in. It has not been vetoed a single time. Ruby Rock is the champion of this group. I probably shouldn't have put it in so many series. I just didn't think it would make it through as many as it has, to be honest. And yeah, just always, like I say, funny to see which maps kind of trend well one day and then not so well the next. And maybe it was just the competition it was up against today, but it's made it through every series. It was in some different map pools as well. It's been in a map pool with Yeah, with a few different things, really. Yeah. Andromeda got featured against it. Talisman got featured against it. Celestial. Missing You Today got featured against it. People are really looking at White Rabbit got featured against it. People are really looking at Ruby Rock Magnetic North. Like, it's been in different map pools. People just seem to like this map today, so... With that said, I think we are good to begin into game number 2 of this BO3. Let's kick this off and let's get this continuing to move. As we have Ruby Rock coming on up for map number 2. Sadly, I do think this means probably no Ruby Rock tomorrow. Might be a little bit, a few too many times. I think it's going to be up to like 6 times played or something. It's really ridiculous. I think I played 5 times today because I only got played once yesterday, I think. No, yeah, I only got played once yesterday. It got played 5 times out of 5 today. I don't even know how I made it into 5 maps. I guess because I only got played once. That's actually wild. Ruby Rock, the best of yesterday's least popular. In the bottom right hand side, Clem is up a game in the best of 3 series, taking on the Blue Protoss. In the top left, it's Ordinary, aka Chance, if you maybe recognize that name a little bit more. As we get up and rolling. Alright, game 2. Let's settle on in and see what our situation is going to be. It's an engineering bay block from Clem, so looking to get himself into a bit of disruption on his opponent early over here. Cybercore building from Ordinary right now. Get that set up. Engineering bay coming by. Settle in. That's game 2. SCV in the probe. And pass each other by for a couple of moments. Move about, patrol around. Couple of nibbles. Because of the scout, Chance will pull the probes to the low ground to nibble at the engineering bay and try and clean that out. Next coming through, Adept in the warp gate coming around. I'm just going to be seeing the Adept Chrono boosting about, and just see our commands end up building into the main. Gonna nibble, probe take some damage. We do have the Twilight Council on the way up from Ordinary, so not really too unordinary in terms of a build order. Obviously Blink, the likely situation that we're building to right here, so heading toward that as it probably moves about as well, taking a few moments in some of these early stages. SCVs went down, sorry. Apologies. Some bad obs on that one. That's just an Adept that gets in. So 2 SCVs go down. A little bit of disruption early as the Reaper shows up from Clem, and that'll be our point of interest from now as we try and get through for some work. We'll nibble at the probes. I think Chrono boosting still on the Twilight Council, bringing that straight across. Reaper going to get over and getting a second probe kill already. Make it 3, and then he is out, so... 3 probes, really not a bad response, losing 2 SCVs to the Adept. See a couple of SCVs transfer to the low ground. SCV going to place a bunker into the front. Does anyone else feel like SSU has a 2-race game on this patch? Wow, the Zergs. I mean, the Zergs just don't play tournaments a lot, realistically, is what it comes down to. Like, the thing is there are just less Zergs than other races at the pro level nowadays. There are 3 active Zerg players in the entirety of Korea, and there are like, I mean, at a push, 5 Zergs in Europe, and they are very differing levels of skill. And the Zergs are also very, the top Zergs are very, especially the European top Zergs are very anti kind of tournament. They're very anti-playing in the cups and stuff, so you don't see them a lot either. So yeah, you don't really see Zergs as much. It doesn't make it a 2-race patch. There has to be a correlation with race strength? Not really. I mean, just more Zerg players quit over time and went on and did different things with their lives at different points. I mean, meanwhile, you have a Zerg world champion, so I mean, you can't be, you know, one patch doesn't make all the Zergs quit, right? Is what it comes down to. I mean, it's been the same for a very long time. The Zergs have been the least kind of participant, you know, the least heavily participating in a lot of the events. Like, that was a thing many patches ago, never mind now. Even the Zergs that were still active in Korea until more recent, like ZOUN and DRG, who were kind of still around, but not like maybe around a lot. Even they were like around, but not playing in all of the, you know, more open tournaments or like, you know, community events and stuff. So they were still kind of missing for a little while. Just gonna see the order turret going down, and a couple pros are gonna get nipped at. I think there's much. I mean, I think the point in Twitch chat right now that all the Zergs quit during the Void Ray patch may be more true. Like, there has been times where playing Zerg has maybe been, you know, a bit miserable and a little bit less exciting. And maybe that has trended towards, but the thing is, it's like over the entirety of StarCraft 2, I think it's hard to really say that like one patch made so many people quit that it had a, you know, a final impact on the numbers. I mean, we used to have way more Zergs in tournaments when Zerg wasn't strong as well, you know? Like, Go for SC2 every week would be won by Zerg, but Zerg was nowhere near the strongest race at that point in time. You know, just to think back like a lot of years away. So, I'm not going to say that it's definitely not like a guaranteed thing. But like the Zergs we have right now are the same Zergs we've had for like a couple of years, really, with like a couple dropping off here and there, so. 7 SCV is dead, by the way, means that Ordinary with a good little attack in. Obviously, you've been watching on the screen as Ordinary finds some value at the front of Ruby Rock, map with no ramp into the natural. A lot of these maps no ramp into the natural, so easy to attack into once you're across the map already. Just gonna see the Viking gonna be there, Prism going down. That will be chased away. Solo used to play everything too. I mean, Solo does still play everything. Like, so I mean, the thing is as well, you can also, I mean, so Solo still plays a lot of stuff, but you've also got to think that these guys are also getting older. They also have lives. People are, you know, I know StarCraft's their job, but there's a point where playing in like the $50 cup for $15 first place or something is not worth it versus doing something with your life that night and, you know, having a family and you know, other responsibilities. You know, SE2 can still be your job, and you can still then prioritize, like, hey, I'm not a degenerate that plays every single cup non-stop anymore. You know, let's play the more important cups. So, I mean, it's very rare that Solo says no to a tournament. He's on vacation right now, so he couldn't play in this cup, you know, tournament, for example. But it's very rare that Solo still skips out on anything that's, you know, slightly remotely bigger than, you know, $50 cup still, so. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I think obviously state of the game can have an impact, but I don't think it's so crazy. I mean, I think it's hard to say that this patch is anti-Zerg when we've got a Zerg world champion. But, like, that was played on this patch, you know? All of the top Zergs were very competitive. All the top Zergs made it to EWC as well. Like, none of the Zergs were missing from EWC, so I don't know. It's a very weird thing to just try and pinpoint in place as well in general, right? Anyways, tank's going to come down. Good Storm is going to push the bio away, and that obviously zones a little bit, but then the friendly fire on those Zealots definitely helping. It's funny that friendly fire of the Storm is kind of becoming a thing. Clem set up nicely, man. Ordinary just threw away too many units trying to get stuff done on the other side at first, it seems. And that is going to be, I think, all I wrote on this one as Clem pushes through. Kind of lagging a little bit again. GG is called. eyes on my frames to see if I'm dropping any. Clem takes the 2-0. Didn't drop frames, just a little bit of in-game lag. Internet's just not being my friend at the minute, is it? Not being my friend. Alrighty, guys. We're going to swap to Korea, and we've got a couple of series left today. There's going to be a couple more TVPs as Ryung takes on Chance and Ryong takes on ZOUN, so we will head on over to Korea and get that ready. I think we'll do Ryung Chance first. It makes sense. So the current standings of this group is Clem 4-0, first place guaranteed. Ryung, the only guy to take a map off of him today. ZOUN 2-1, Chance 0-2, Ryung 1. Chance 0-3, Ryung 1-1. So if we do Ryung Chance first, I mean, maybe if we do Ryung ZOUN first, if Ryung loses to ZOUN, I think it's impossible actually, because even if Ryung loses to, yeah, Ryung and ZOUN have already guaranteed to advance, because Chance, even if he beats Ryung, can't have good enough map scores. So let's do Ryung Chance first. Yeah, we'll do Ryung Chance first. That makes the most sense. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Alrighty, I'll throw some invites out. Am I not in Korea? I am on Korea. Oh, I love that. I'm not on my own friend list. That is a classic. Wardy's already your friend, but I'm not sure. Oh, I love it when I get deleted from my own friend list. It's amazing. Always a good one. Alright, throw some invites out, and we'll try and get this ready to go, guys. I mean, I guess if Ryung loses to Chance, no, I think it still matters. Like, even if Ryung loses to Chance, I still think it matters him versus ZOUN, because he could still get to 2-2 and tie break with ZOUN. So I still think that matters a lot, actually. So yeah, I think I think this does make sense to do Ryung Chance first. Again, going a little bit off script on replay order, guys, just to try and make each match just to make the whole day work better. Because, like I said, obviously, instead of going NA Korea, we just went NA Korea. Makes a little bit more sense. Perfect. I think we are officially allowed to go. So we're gonna go Ryung versus Chance here, guys, and then Ryung ZOUN will be our closer. Let's get it started. Beautiful. Crazy how Wardy immediately concludes that Zerg is the strongest race because Cyril exists. That is not what I said. I said it's difficult to say that Zerg is... My response was literally in correlation to someone saying this is a 2-race patch. I think the fact that we have a Zerg champion literally makes this anything but a 2-race patch when the 2 races in mention were Protoss and Terran. Like, that's very different from me saying Zerg is the strongest race. But hey, you know, let's keep just taking things I say and just taking them out of context. Maybe one of them will hit sometime. Wasn't exactly on this patch. Yeah, I mean, come on. This patch has barely changed anything. I mean, actually, Zerg got stronger on this patch. So... Zerg only got buffed on this patch, no? I mean, maybe the new Storm's pretty rough for Zerg, but extra Baneling HP is pretty darn good. Microbial Shroud I'm still not sure about, but maybe in some scenarios it's very good. I don't think I've seen enough of it lately. Yeah, I love... I love this. Alright. in the top left-hand side. Our red down player is Ryung, and he takes on Chance / Ordinary, whoever you want to call him, in the bottom right. Like I say, I mean, he's in risk of going 0-4 and 0-8, but he really did come in. He qualified for this tournament. I mean, like I say, this was not just like a, oh crap, I need an extra player. He qualified. He came in. He beat Shin. He beat a Nicorakt who just beat Nightmare. He qualified himself into this tournament. He got himself here. And even if he goes out 0-4, I gotta say that even just qualifying was very sick. And you got money for qualifying. So even if you go 0-4 here, there's no prize money on the day. But you get $25 for being a qualified player, which is obviously a nice little bonus as well. And hey, you know, that's freaking awesome. I love the fact that he came through the qualifier. I really do. I love the fact he came through the qualifier. It's nice to see some different like, that's exactly why we have the qualifier. Like, a lot of the time, the qualifier is a bit of a formality. People who are interested in playing can show they're interested by playing the qualifier. If you don't qualify, a lot of the guys get invites anyway, right? Like, all the top 8 players in the qualifier got invited, even though it was top 4 that qualified. But for someone like Chance wasn't going to get an invite. Chance was not on the invite list before he qualified, you know? Like, that's why the qualifier is there, for, you know, players like this and results like this. Love it. Cyclone on the way, Marine on the way, as we do have ourselves the starport coming up, Twilight Council building, and we just have a Adept checking up this ramp as we play on 10,000 feet here for this game number 1. I've seen this map a couple times today now, I think, and still yet to see if anyone wants to mine out that left-hand side and open this kind of direction, rather than playing out to the right or down into the center. Definitely want to think on as our blink comes up here initially. So just going to get that blink started here. From Chance, that's going to be our early opener. Probe moving out onto the map, the Adept pulling back toward the natural as well. Orb Gate Gateway, battery on the way through. We'll get all of that settled in. And a couple of Adepts and Stalker together will take a few steps out into the middle of the map. Yeah, Blink building, Robo Facility on the way through. Gonna see the Banshee and the Hyperfly Rotors coming in. We had a couple of Marines on as well. Gonna throw the bunker down. Gonna see our gateway coming up as well, so just getting all of that ready to rumble. Marines in the Cyclone gonna nibble at the rocks. Another couple of Marines gonna be there to help nibble through that as well, so everything looking reasonable in that one. Yeah, Hyperflight Rotor is gonna be the choice of Ryung. This is really taking off today. A lot of Hyperflight Rotoring has been on the production tabs, as the Marines and the Cyclone gather up as well. And Blink about to finish, Gate and the battery coming online. A couple probes coming through, the Observer in production, and we just have the Adept in the front, going to shade about a little bit as the couple Marines pull back over with the Cyclone. So Marines and Cyclone will gather, the couple of Adepts make their way over. Stalkers join up, those two Adepts will come right across the left-hand side just for the moment. So that Banshee speed now about to be done. We'll see if Ryung can find much with this. Yeah, on 10,000 feet. A couple of Stalkers are still poking out toward the front, and a couple of Zealots will be on the way shortly as we get that Cloak started. Oh, we're going to go Cloak on the Banshees as well. Interesting. Are we going to go Mech then? There's a fourth gas. Wow, so he's going to mech it up against Chance also. Ryung, bringing us some different stuff today. Obviously, mech is something I did not think we were going to keep seeing against Protoss. It felt like something that was done and gone with the patch fix and the Cyclones. But here we are. Ryong going to try and make it happen still. So we'll see how it works. The extra factories do begin to build. You see the Temple Archives on the way, add that charge upgrade on, as mentioned. And actually a couple of Banshees over here showing up for 5-6 workers right off the bat. Good, a little bit of damage done. Stalker stepping through as well. Just going to chase out of them. Again, Cloak coming up, Banshee on the way, add a couple factories. And those gateways still building as well here on this bottom side. So that's going to be 7 probes going down. Not a bad start at all for Ryung. Good damage done. Good little bit of a swing into his favor when he's going to be playing this mech composition. See if that maybe gives him something to kind of run forward with. Mobs on the left side. Not going to see much there. Those are rocks that we know are going to expire over time. Hey, he's doing it! Man is mining out the mineral patches over on the left. We are clearing the way into the low ground. Alright. Just gonna step straight on through. Open up those mineral patches. Take this left side base. I don't mind it, honestly. I love this. The barracks going to relocate down here, choke up this area, make it a little bit less easy to access. Be a part of the wall off instead of just sitting in the main base uselessly. Love it. Yeah, we get that all set up. Not missing any Banshee action, by the way, guys. The Banshees are here, so they're really just at home, not doing much of anything just yet. A 5th Banshee has joined the fray. I'm going to follow them because I do feel like they might be the next big thing to make something happen on the map still. That or the Warp Prism, which just loaded up a few High Templar on the other side. Chance. I'm going to be continue to settle. See the +1 attack coming through, the extra cannons on the way through as well. Let's just have the Stalkers settling down on the bottom. Again, tank. Couple tanks, +1 vehicle weapons, the Blue Flame coming through. There are those Banshees. So much potential with these. Couple of probes for now, nothing too crazy. They get in, 2 probes. Going to be very cautious with them, to be fair. Backs away almost immediately. The Zerg rocks do expire, opening up some parts of the map. Banshee's seen this base, but that's not what they want. They want the mineral lines. There's a cannon there, the Stalker's there. I'm not going to pull away to the left side instead. Maybe shoot the Nexus a couple times. Probably not worth it, really. No point risking the Banshees for, you know, minimal damage or no damage and just the chance to maybe be lower for later. There's them all the way around the top. There are multiple missile turrets here already. Storm's coming down. There's a lot of SCVs going down. It's going to be about 7 workers falling. The Banshees are going to show up though, and this is going to be awkward because the Prism has gone, and that means that all the High Templar get abandoned. So 10 SCVs, but it costs all of the Templar. What an absolute disaster. That is really a disaster through and through. As Vikings and the smart servos continue to build. Gates and the Zealots coming up. Stalkers go back the other way. One attack finishing in a moment on the Forge. Mobs building, +2 attack coming up. Stalkers pull back down the bottom left. And continue to sell. Stalker goes to the right. So you'll see the Hellions now going to run by the bottom left. Obviously, Mech does have a lot of different options in terms of how you might be able to get damage done, in terms of how you might be able to trade out. Banshee's just going to put some work in there. Are the units jumping through as well? Stalker trying to get in there. A couple tanks going down. The rest of the Banshees showing up as well. Just gets chased away. Ryung just sitting on these 4 bases. He's really looking at these maps, which are good to just sit back on, and he's not minding sitting back on them, right? He's just saying, cool, I think Mech's good to kind of turtle up on in these. I mean, that's not a bad 4-base setup. You hold a bit of the middle or the forward position on the map here. With this base on the left and this base here, it's actually a very, you know, defendable kind of entry on this side. Swinging all the way around the right is a single access point over here. The only maybe scary part is shooting across here, but that's not really been a thing yet, so it's not been something we really have to consider so far. I think that's much a later game kind of problem if it does come about. +2 attack moments from finishing the High Templar and the Zealots. Coming up as well. At that Nexus, it's halfway done. The Banshees going to get straight onto the robotics facility here as we're just going to go and knock that down. Robo will go down, so Robo will fall. Still got Magfield, still got a couple of medevacs there. The Banshees escaping up the right-hand side. So they're just going to try and come through. Just going to get onto the pylon. We'll go down. The rest of the army still settling. 4 Cyclones, plus 3 vehicle weapons. We had the Magfield Accelerator on. On the right-hand side, those Stalkers get underneath, and a couple of Banshees taking some shots, getting chased away. Over on the left, we actually see Zealot Stalker taking a good chance to dive through as well. Yeah, we're going to be able to make their way forward. The Zealot's going to get on top of a couple of those siege tanks. We're going to get rid of one, we're going to get rid of two. The bunker, trying to provide some defense. This access point on the left was big, but these Stalkers on the right are stuck. I mean, where are they going to go? They have to try and recall, and the slowness of the mech only means only a couple more Stalkers die in the recall, plus one that missed the entry point. Another Storm comes out toward the Cyclones. One Storm toward the Hellbats there as well. Cyclones still locking on. The Stalkers getting pushed away. High Templar and Immortals out to the bottom. Zealots joining up. Add a couple of Observers on as well. Continue to bring this through for the moment. It's a good Storm on top of the tank, on top of a couple of Hellbats as well. We still push through here. Chance trying to hold off this army from advancing. Ryung obviously killed a lot in the previous fight, so maybe it's be wanting to try and take advantage of that right now as the Stalkers again kind of standing in this fight for a long time, but there are a few Zealots that are going to show up to help. The Hellbats are in the wrong portion of this fight. On the left side, the High Templars have dropped Storms. The tanks have absolutely shredded. And a few tanks left over here. Going to turn around onto the Immortal, onto the Storms. We can clean up those Zealots before friendly fire is paused. The Vikings are landing. And Ryong is about 50 supply ahead following up on this as he chases it down. Maybe he actually can siege these tanks. I mean, just being able to shoot across this area makes this a difficult base to hold. And obviously now that Ryung is actually moving out, this is something that Chance then has to actually respond to and deal with. That he didn't have to really deal with before. Obviously a lot of this map for him was just linear expansions. Maybe this would have been a better 5th base, actually. Away from the Terran player. I mean, because this just feels like something that can always be sieged when the Terran starts to push, right? And you're playing a mech army, it loves pushing, it loves stopping and sieging. Like, this base does not feel safe at all. It was only really safe because you were, controlling the map before now, but we're at that point where that mech army can actually move out. Like, Ryung's just not going to sit there forever, right, in theory. Press forward, Nexus is going to come into fire, Cyclone's going to be there, a couple of Vikings are going to shoot. We have an army Zealot Stalker around into the middle of the map, and we'll see the Nexus still taking damage. It will go down. Army from the top side, we're going to come and collapse in on this. And we go, a couple of tanks get jumped on, Cyclone's trying to pull back. I don't think Ryung can win this fight. He's obviously missing a lot of reinforcements, a lot of the power that's going to kind of really make his army good again. But he still has a huge supply advantage. A lot of it is in actually workers, so it's not a huge army supply advantage. It's only about 15 to 20, and you are playing mech, which I think a lot of us will say is not a great composition usually in TVPs, so I'm not convinced that mech is going to necessarily win you out in this position right now. Continue to kite backwards. The Zealot Archon chasing. Can Chance chase all the way through? I think those Cyclone lock-ons are starting to add up against him, though, and I think it's going to start being a little bit too much of a problem here. Turn around once more. The Archon goes down, and then the Liberator trying to play the sieging game. Cyclone lock-ons onto high-tech units. Immortals and Archons there is obviously a big factor. Zealots caught once again. Archon goes down. The Immortal getting jumped on once again. Archon still being picked up. A couple of Zealots chasing forward. How about Cyclone pushing through as well? Just going to be seeing one more Cyclone lock-on. An Archon being chased. The Stalker going down. There's the Archon gone. Chance was not wrong to kind of try and counter-push there, I think. I think it's probably the best chance he has, knowing that his economy is not great and so on, but it was just obviously not enough at the end. GG's. Game number 1 goes to Ryung. So Ryung with the opening game. Going to be going to Andromeda for the next map here in a couple of moments. Get this hosted up and kick off into game number 2. Hi guys, just BRB 1 sec while we get this next game hosted up. I'll be 30 secs. Welcome back. As we get a little game number 2 here between Ryung and Chance. Ryung in the top right, Chance in the bottom left on Andromeda. I haven't really seen this map a lot. This is a rushy kind of map that gets apparently set up into a nice stable base layout if you can just survive into that later stage of the game. That was how the map was explained to me, so that's what, guys. We've seen this one of the few times we've seen a map in this tournament so far, so excited to see something happen here between Ryung and Chance. We'll see what happens as we get game 2 set up and ready to play. Little probe coming across the map. Got some scouting done here initially. See what's going on as the SCV comes about as well. Barracks on the way, gateway on the way. Getting settled for this game 2. Big main base, by the way. This main base is massive. You could fit like... I honestly, you could fit like 3 command centers and like 25 barracks in this base or something ridiculous. It's so huge. Yeah, kind of a ridiculously sized main. Kind of funny. Very interesting. Probe. Now they get in the SV. Now dead to the Reaper. We'll follow the Reaper across the map then, see what we can do with this. As we should see our first tech structures coming online very shortly as well, to figure out where this game's headed. Move down over here. Probe. I'm going to go down. The Adept going to shade after the Reaper. Three Reapers, 2 Hellions does give Ryung a little bit of a feisty start as well. Not a bad option to get across and maybe find a little bit more early game damage still. Heading straight down that bottom left hand side. Taking a little turn, couple of Adepts there, going to shade backward, the Stalker. Settling there as well. We'll see the Hellion going down. We're just going to try and drop the grenades into place. One Reaper going down. Robot Facility in the gateway coming up. Banshee in the cloak coming through. Nice little grenade. Stalker going to take some damage. Reaper successfully hopped to the high ground where they're going to see an Adept and a Stalker once again approaching them. They're going to have to hop away there once more and try and stay out of trouble. That is exactly what they will try to do. As the Reapers pull back around into the center. Again, Blink on the way up, Gateway and the Robot Facility all coming online. We add that Stalker on as well. The Blink is really not too surprising. Man, I know this map is like direct base to base, but it doesn't feel rushy, no? Maybe it is. It just feels huge. The entire map feels big. Maybe it's just the way the mini-map's laid out or so. I'm not sure what it is to specifically identify. It feels big, man. Like, it feels like a pretty darn sizable map, if nothing else. The Observer's going to come pushing about. We do have the bunker already down. Stalker, Stalker, Observer all coming up as well. We get all of that ready. Marine, Tank, Banshee, Cloaking all on the way through as well. So we keep on adding that on as well. There's the Reaper sat at the front. The Adept pulling back in toward the natural expansion as we see the charge coming online, the Stalker coming through. We had the Nexus, we had the probes. And we just wait and see. Our next step of this might be just have that charge coming online, the couple of gates are building. Siege Tank and Marine still coming up, Engineering Bay and Barracks coming online as well. Just play some swapsies. It is Bio this time from Ryong, so you're going to move away from that mech play, which, hey, it won him the last game. So it got him a map win. If nothing else here. I feel like you can zoom out more on this map. Sometimes it's just like the layers of the map as well, like you go down and then down again. But I just think the map's big. I don't know, man. It's a weird one. We've got a Rogue Bay coming up, also a weird one. I'm going to try and play some Colossus rather than trying to play in towards Storm or anything of the sorts. Gateway is coming through. Rip's just going to sit there. Double Banshee on the left side. Going to be Cloak Banshees this game, so not the speedy Banshees. Cloak those up and try and move those forward. How did Ryung versus ZOUN end up? We're going to be going into that one next. We're going to keep that one for our last series because it's probably going to be the battle between second and third place in this group. So doing this series first just means that we get the less important series out the way and we end on a matchup that has some impact on the final group standings. 10 probes go down to those Banshees. The Stalkers step over. Those Banshees have to peel away. Stimpack +1. Marine Marauder Medevac all building through. The couple of probes are coming up. The Widow Mine in production. Again, +1 attack upgrade with the upgrades. And that was already a good start, man. 10 probes go down. Drone takes a very strong beginning to this game number 2 up 1. Like I say, a win here puts him level with ZOUN and then straight up just a fight. Whoever wins that series, ZOUN versus Ryong, would then be second place in this group. The loser would be third. Both players are going to the playoffs. That much is already known. Even if Chance turned this one around and won 2-1, he's already eliminated from the day. So this is really his just the last stand. Last chance for him just to take a map even. Like I say, had a great qualifying day. It's just not shown up in the group stages today, unfortunately. There's a few Zealots to get to that bottom right corner. And a little bit more of the Bio Marine tank moving over as well. Just going to continue to bring that across here. We see those Zealots. It looks as though we're hunting for them, and we are going to see an easy little pick off there for Ryong. Make sure that those Zealots don't do much. He runs into the corner, and they actually will recall 2 out of 3 away, so not a bad save, although a recall for 2 Zealots is maybe not ideal. At the end of the day, it's still going to save units, right? And you're not got anything else on the map that needs to recall anytime soon unless that Prism got into trouble. Going to see Ryung pushing around in the bottom side. The Guardian Shield popping up. We see the Bio setting up. The tanks are sieged. Colossus has to step away. Took a lot of damage immediately as Ryung tries to fight his way up this ramp into that position. 10 SCVs going down to that Prism harass on the other side. The Viking there shows up, getting back on top of the Prism as well for a little bit more value. We're actually going to see a bigger fight breaking out, though. These tanks getting caught. The tanks will go down quickly. 1 Colossus remaining. Ryung is going to stand in this fight and keep on trading. A few new Zealots show up. He'll need another stim. Man, that Colossus is so low. If we got rid of that, that would have been huge for Ryung. He gets rid of it now, but maybe already a few too many Colossus shots off and shortening the expected value of this army. Turn around again. A couple of Zealots still going down. Viking overhead. Stalker's taking damage. Another Disruptor trying to fire through. Not quite going to land just yet. Ryung stepping away from that one. Marine Marauder Mine on the way through. We added that orbital command as he gets to his 3rd base, which is on location already. Coming out of this, Ryung, 46 to 44 workers, or 46 to 46 workers, pretty even there. Has the upgrade lead already. Going to extend that into a 1-1 lead instead of just 1-0. I think, very importantly, reset the tech count. You know, he killed both Colossus, so 1 Colossus, 1 Disruptor on the map currently is all that we've really got, for, up for grabs at the moment. The Bio of Ryung pushes over to the left. The Medevacs join in. Gonna load into those Medevacs and maybe think about a boost elsewhere here. This couple of Banshees going to be deflected by the Stalkers as well, so it doesn't look as though they've been able to find too much extra just yet. As we just see these Medevacs still poised on the left side. Get involved as well. A little bit of Bio to the bottom. Disruptor there, shot there, pushes it back. We will unload. We will see the probes pulling back once again. A couple of Zells getting warped in. The battery doing what it can, but already losing workers. Now the Banshees show up as well. They're going to come in and push the probes around, get even more value out of this. There's the Colossus. A little bit of multi-prong play from Ryong. The Banshee's actually going to survive all the way through into the main. There's an Observer chasing, but no other units. We warp in a Stalker. I wouldn't have minded the Banshees just standing and actually just shooting probes there, but I think, yeah, well, okay, they're going to go down, and I absolutely would have loved that. Dropping the Natural is still very strong, and we're also pushing at the front as well. That's where the Colossus is. Well, I mean, if the Colossus is here, it's not defending this drop, so we're not really needing to take the fight on the third. And as we pull back toward the medevac, the Stalker's blinking after. Ryung will look for a bit more value. It's now a 50 supply difference in this game, and it has just opened up massively in the last couple of minutes where Ryung. So multi-prong has just caught chance without an opportunity to defend, and this is suddenly a very promising game number 2 for the Terran player. It was looking fine for chance, kind of until, yeah, like a minute and a half ago. But yeah, just hitting everywhere at once, and Chance is in trouble. 40 supply down. Ryong on his way to 2-2 upgrades, while 1-1 starts from Chance. The Ghosts and the Vikings on the way too, so tech to deal with everything. Yeah, that really was just a nice bit of multi-prong to push him into a favorable position. Catches a few Zelds here. That run by will go nowhere. And Chance only just now starting a 4th base. Not even on like a fast 4th is, you know, not an ideal scenario either, right? It's not like he's got anything really kind of going behind the scenes for him, unfortunately. Ended up in some tough positions. Actually going to say GG right there. Not even going to take another fight because he realizes and feels that this game is becoming out of reach. So that is GG, and that is going to be Ryung to take the series 2-0. Putting Ryung to 2-1 alongside ZOUN. Same results on the day from them so far. And so Ryung ZOUN is just a straight up match for 2nd or 3rd place in this group. And that's what we head into next. I'll throw the ads up, guys, and we'll just take a moment. It'll take a second to get everyone invited in. But yeah, we have one more best of 3 to be played. I need to invite myself. It's so dumb. Alright, guys. One last best of 3. 10th best of 3 of the day. Living these days, getting good 5 hours of StarCraft 2 in. Feels good. Feels good. We're going to have more action tomorrow as well, so it's been a good time so far. It's been a good time. Alrighty, we are going to settle down. We're ready to rumble. I guess, sorry, just and a couple of hold up on something while the ads play. I think we're good to go though. Let's kick off into this ZOUN Ryong game. Let's get this going. Final series of the day. Alright, let's jump in to Ryung versus ZOUN in the bottom right-hand side. The Red Terran player, this is a map battle for second place in this group. It's a little bit of a seeding difference, you know. Second place plays third place of another group. I mean, right now, finishing second place versus third place is the difference of playing Cure or Max Packs from Group A. Cure is the third place finisher of Group A. Max Packs is the second place finisher of Group A. Not guaranteed that you would play someone from Group A, but based on like who else finishes, you know. So I think a lot of people probably see Max Packs as less beatable than Cure. I mean, Cure is very good as well. So either way, it's kind of a weird little situation. But there is a little bit of an advantage to finishing higher up for the better seed a lot of the time. Probe coming down, heading to the bottom. Barracks on the way up. We get this ready to go. SCV chasing, probe getting chased about, Cybercore coming through, we have the orbital command on. And we got the SCV nibbling at the probe, taking a few moments as the orbital and the CC gets put into place. Probe heading to the top left, Cybercore coming about. Probe going about, Stalker Corona boosting, Warp Gate and the Nexus coming about. And drop down Twilight Council. Trying to boost on the probe. Just gonna see the Stalker coming across. Gonna see the Hellion. It's gonna be fighting. Stalker taking some damage. A few Marines stepping through. Stalker heading back to the upper left. Blink coming about. Warp Gate coming in. Settle down. Rover facility coming up. That blink finishing shortly. Rover facility in the gateway coming about. A couple of barracks in production at the lib, at the SCVs. Let's have the medevac coming towards the upper left-hand side. Medevac trying to get through. Stalker's going to be there. Going to push the medevac back. And the Stalkers just gather. See a few Stalkers heading to the bottom right. Robot and the Nexus coming up. Stim, Combat +1. All coming by. Marine Marauder, Refineries, and Production. We got a couple of SCVs. We got the Reactor coming about. Those Stalkers are ZOUN heading down toward the Natural. We'll drop a couple of depots into place. That stray in position there, charge on the way up. As our stalkers want to gather, the observer moving through. And going to be heading in toward that main very, very shortly. So the ob's just going to come about. Relocates for a couple of seconds. Again, probably about a build. The extra gate's coming up. The Liberator going to get through for a whole bunch of probes. 4 workers going down. Nexus builds onto the 3rd base. The medevac up on the top side just going to be settling in there as well. Arch is almost halfway done, so first 6 minutes or so, pretty peaceful. Few probes, that Hellion the Marine going down, but otherwise, well, no, wait, a pretty nice little game here. I'm missing you today. Sorry, just looked at the Twitch chat. Is that a guess or a spoiler? There's no spoilers. Nobody knows the results of these games apart from the players. So unless the players are out here leaking results, then yeah, maybe Ryung was streaming actually. So maybe if you saw Ryung's stream, but I think that's the only way you could possibly see it. So I would just assume everything is just a maybe if Ryung's point of view was being shown, but yeah, that's the only real way it could be a spoiler. So it's more than likely just people guessing. Fire jumps in. Just going to see a couple of probes getting pushed back. The Zealots are going to be warping in. A few of the probes stuck in the corner as well. Medevacs will load up. Stalker's going to try and go blinking after. This Medevac's just about escaping away down the left-hand side. Up on the top, this Medevac going to settle in with a couple of mines as well. The army of ZOUN heads down to the south. Away we go. Get in position over there. Jump onto a couple more Zealots here. Looking to get a little bit more work done. I mean, this army's going to get cleaned up. Good defense from ZOUN. Big chase, though. He's very out of position. I'm kind of surprised by the recall. I think he's afraid about being here. He knows there's reinforcements from Ryong somewhere on the map, and the last thing he wants is to be recalling when this army's already collapsing in on him, right? So I actually think that's a very responsible move from ZOUN. That feels like an unnecessary recall. But it's one of two things. This army's either about to collapse in on him, or it's about to hit across the map and you need to be in position already. You know? So I actually kind of like the approach that ZOUN was just feeling that Ryong should have more units doing something somewhere. I like that. It's very, like I say, responsible, understanding of the game state, understanding of the expectations of what might be about to happen. I don't think that that's a bad idea at all for the it feels like such a, like, why don't you just walk home recall? Like I say, I think he's just, especially on a map where you're not sure about the timings as well. Like, on a map he's more familiar with, you might be like, okay, I can actually get back before I think something hits me. You have more of a natural kind of inclination and sense of that. But on a map you're less sure of, I like the safe play of just using the recall already. Get back in position and reset after what was already a good chase down. ZOUN sits a handful of workers ahead. Had to cancel his 4th base there, so that was a little win from Ryung, who scans about. Still has this little mine drop poised to try and come back in at some point. My 3 bases set up from him nicely. Ghost Academy on the way as we start +2 attack. It's just going to get that underway. Going to be 2-1 soon. Add a couple of Vikings, a few SCVs. The Ghost Academy coming up. The bunker on the way. The bio coming back down the right-hand side is going to get to the bottom right corner. Mansender going to come into place. Nexus coming through. Getting put into position there. Wouldn't mind going to connect. Drilling claws, 2-2, ship weapons. Again, a little bit of everything coming in. A few Marauders going to get in after the Zealot, so we'll go and chase. Zealot goes down. Drilling claws coming up. We had a couple of Ghosts on. Marine Marauder still joined up. Let's just see a little bit of healing being done. Marauders getting brought back up. Again, a few Vikings hanging out in the sky. Nexus and Robo Facility. Forge as well. Going to continue to come through. +3 attack upgrade coming by on that Forge. Sorry, +2 attack upgrade coming by on that Forge. So ZOUN continues to establish that. We step down to the bottom of the map. The Zealot Stalker on a bit of a journey here still. 2 upgrades. Ship weapons coming online. Army of Ryong splits out to the right side. Colossus shooting. Stalker's going to blink in. Medevacs will take some damage. 2-2 and the ship weapons coming up. We will see a chunk of Zealots warping in underneath that prison. Zealots do get active. Actually going to jump onto the engineering bay over there. That's going to be the Engineering Bay taking a lot of shots. Can we actually deny the +2 armor? We do. We get the kill in the Engineering Bay. It's so nice. Fortunately, the other Engineering Bay is in a safer place, so hey, nice to keep that one alive. But yeah, getting rid of +2 armor, still an upgrade. You're going to allow yourself to catch up on it in a significant way there as ZOUN. So it's a big win. Forces a new Engineering Bay to be made. Starts to clean up the map, taking a 5th base as well, so starting to get into that very confident position, stepping forward at the moment. +3 attack, +1 armor coming through. The army heading down to the bottom right side. Big push over now as the 4th base of Ryung is in position as well. I mean, Ryung's in an okay base count. I mean, they're both maxed out as well. This is really going to come down to who can take some good fights here. And it is a, a robo-based army here from ZOUN. There's no storm in sight. Disruptor Colossus to try and play this out. Look coming up. Viking Ghost on the way. We had the Fusion Core in. More medevacs coming about. The Bio joining still. Oh, Ryung actually might get a little jump on this. He just doesn't have enough of his units here, right? He's got a lot more hanging back still. He spreads his damage from the Vikings across the Colossus, so nothing actually dies on that one. More units gathering up. Bio Ghost still going to be here. Medevac's going to be there as well. A couple of shots coming through. Zealot getting punched back. Observer goes down. Disruptor shot fires. Still got that cloaking coming up. We got our armor upgrade coming by. More marauders in production as well. We still got extra gates coming about. +3/+2s coming through. This army wants to try and strike down the right now. But am I going to try and go off? But Lazelle's taking hits. Those disruptors going down. Multiple disruptors going down. Our army from the left side is going to come and collapse through. Just going to see the Colossus getting jumped on. The Stalker's getting jumped on. Get a good bit of cleanup on that right-hand side. There's a lot of units going down. ZOUN is down on supply. Ryung still pressing up the right as we just have the +3/+2 still coming over. Bio is going to shove. Stalker's on the way as we have the army still pressing up to the top. Just going to be seeing a cannon getting picked away at. That's going to go down immediately. The pylon, the battery getting picked away at as well. Now the Stalker still stepped through. The Zealots are going to be right there. It's a 40 supply lead for Ryung and the tail end of these fights. So some good trades. I would love him to, I mean, top right base would be a great one to deny, right? Just get rid of that gold before it gets online. I don't think you have to kill a 5th base or anything here. I mean, it's scary as well. There's a lot of Protoss units still, a lot of Zealot Stalker, but get back reinforced. Maybe if you pick off the top right and stop him from getting to the next base along, and then you just, I mean, take this fight as ZOUN chases you. Double medevac and a boost to the left, so that's going to be Ryung. My issue with this from Ryung is that I think it's not a bad idea to start, trying to drop elsewhere, but the route he took, like, if he took the medevacs here, flew them over here, shoved up here, that's so much more of a speedy situation than what actually happened. Instead, he's taken so long to get here with these medevacs that ZOUN's army chased Ryung all the way home, then pulled over to the left-hand side, and still beat these medevacs into position. So I think Ryung just did not really move his army in a good way at all. Like, he took a long time to take advantage, and now ZOUN just, gets back on track. So, yeah, don't be wrong, it's not the best army in the world, but it's a maxed out army again, and that was not the case previously. Ryung did not really capitalize on winning that previous fight in any way at all. He just took too long to take action on it, and now he's back to trying to, find another fight with these armies maxed out and clashing again. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still like Ryung's army in comparison to what is just Disruptor Zealot Stalker. But Disruptor Zealot Stalker is still scary. We've seen this be a composition a lot in the past. It's never that kind of, easy to win the game with, but it keeps you in games for a long time. That's why moves like this from Ryung are very, very important. Diving in on the left-hand side, Pylon gets the counts on the Zealots. That next is going to be in trouble, and Ryung is going to begin to make his way through this location. So the left-hand side will begin to drop. Next is taking damage, battery going down. More units gathering together once again as the +3 attack armor, shields coming up, Dark Shrine coming about as well. Just going to see more of this army to the center. A couple Liberated Sieging, Disruptors trying to connect, not really finding much though. Even still, as the Zealot Stalker Disruptor coming back around, back down to the south, trying to come through once more. Disruptor doesn't manage to land. Bio in the bottom left side will settle down. Stalker's going to be here. The Zealot Stalker still pushing over. Stalker's going to blink. It's a lot of the Bio Ghost taking damage right there. The Ghost Cloak up. Push that back the other way. And Zealot Disruptor just push back once again. A couple Medivacs top right-hand side. Going to go and make a bit of a move. Medivacs will load one more time. ZOUN's still very much so maxed out. We've seen a couple times where ZOUN's army supply has dipped off, but I mean, that's kind of how this army comp goes. Like, it's designed to be able to throw units kind of away a little bit, but you are, holding a lot of map control to be able to really kind of, have expansions with and, take a lot of bases and then rebuild with as well. This map's very choky. It is, isn't it? Everywhere is a ramp or like a super narrow entry point. Well, it doesn't matter to ZOUN right here. He's going to try and move through. Disruptors and Liberators putting some work in. EMPs and Liberators putting some work in on the Disruptors is what I meant to say. Getting carried away with myself. 5.5 hours in. My words are stumbling over each other. Every access point on every location. Like, this is a huge choke as well for like a further out base. Where do you actually fight in open space on this map? Like, maybe on some of these bigger ramps, maybe? Every section you look at, there's like another choke on the screen. I mean, some maps have been like that in the past, though, right? It's not the first time we've seen a map that's very choky, but it does dictate certain ways of playing. It's one of these weird maps where I feel like there's so many pathways to attack on. Like, it's the map where if you see Zergs play on this, I imagine Zergs love a lot of the counter-attack pathways they have, but they hate taking long, bigger fights, because where do you take the kind of open space fight, from all angles? That part is very tough. Going to be a big win on this left-hand side as ZOUN does bully his way through. Ryung, oh no, again, blinked on top of as well before the Liberators are sieged. So Liberators are going down. The Zealots are still chasing up. Disruptor shot is good on the Ghosts. Love to see that. The Zealots still coming through the Stalkers as well. That is going to be GG. And ZOUN will take game number 1 of this best of 3. And that is going to be a victory screen for ZOUN. So he's a map away from getting second place in this group. Clem already clamped himself into first place already. And again, looking to see whether it's Ryong or ZOUN to take second. They're both going to the playoffs at the end of the day. They're both going to the round of 12. It is, again, just that question mark of round of 12 with what kind of seeding, basically, between the two of them. And we're going to Taito Citadel, one of our lesser seen maps as well, for this next game. So we'll get this one set up in a sec. Ready to go. Alright, get loading. A couple moments, guys. See who else needs an invite. And we can go into what might be our last game of the day if Ryung does not win this one. And ZOUN will be victorious, and that would be our last map. Yeah, let's see what we get as we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Don't see anyone else on the friends list that I'm missing. Or in the chat channels. Oh, good. Let's go do it. Game 2 here between Ryong and ZOUN for second place. Can Ryong bounce back? That was actually a decent game from Ryong. It felt like some positions where he could play pretty decently. Good stuff. Thank you, Monster Energy, once again sponsoring the Team Liquid map contest. We appreciate you. In the top left-hand side, up a game. Our Red Protoss player, no Storms to take the 1-0 lead, is going to be ZOUN. Battling against the Blue Terran in the bottom right corner of the map. Obviously, Vitality teammates here as well. This is Ryung. M2 then. Let's see what we get. There's a little probie to begin with coming across the map. We'll follow him to start us off here. Bring that across to the other side. Gate assembly coming up. Racks in the refinery coming online. Little chitter chatter here and there. Cybercore Nexus coming through. Racks Command Center. Perfect Reaper on the way up as the probe gets away. Ryung has the Reaper out, and it's going to be the reactor on the way up, and a second barracks coming down quickly. So a biocentric opening here. Not going to fall down toward the factory or anything along those lines. The Reaper coming through, a couple of shots to move in. Chance to see what's going on. Reaper takes the watch down, coming back around. Again, barracks, the bunker just coming on up. Stalker in the Twilight Council, Warp Gate coming up as well. Again, a lot of that up and into play. Stalker is going to shoot at that Reaper. A couple shots coming about right there. Stem and the Marines will come through as well. Order Command in production. The Tech Lab on the way through. A couple of Marines already hitting that hallucination right there. Because again, Twilight Council is about to complete, so we'll get that finished up. The Reaper coming over. Blink and the Warp Gate coming online as we speak. Everything looking reasonable for the moment. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. Marines gather up. Take a chance to step on the map. Stimpack still building through. Add a Marine on there as well. And looking pretty reasonable for now. The Marines all still joining together. Warp Gate about to complete. The couple gates coming through. We had the Blink on as well. Two Stalkers of ZOUN head to the bottom right hand side, so they're going to go shoving across right from the get-go. Again, Stimpack is not far from being done. Just going to have the Reaper still patrolling at the front. Blink is halfway done. Two Stalkers and a Sentry taking some steps forward for the moment. Blink Chrono boosting. Twilight Council finishing up that upgrade. I mean, ZOUN just takes third base. Blink, very standard stuff. Obviously, Ryung's, triple racks, factoring the starport much later. Stim done, but does he dare to move out and do anything here, or are we just going to sit back, wait for combat shields and medevacs? I feel like it is probably a sit back and wait scenario. I don't think he's going to try and push it with just purely Marines. Especially as Blink Stalkers come up, you're going to have to stim every time to ensure the Marines can stay out of reach and stay outrunning the Stalkers, and that can bring them very low on HP very quickly as well, so it isn't something you typically want to truly end up doing, as a reliance. There are our first medevacs in production, though, as the charge builds on the Twilight Council. Collection of gateways. As the charge building. Does ZOUN build Storm this game, or does he actually just try and play Robo again after the Blink and Charge? It's a pretty good question for us, isn't it? Pretty good choice as to what happens. There's that little bit of Marine play. Comes up that left-hand side. Marine Marauder medevac still coming through. +1 on the combat shield coming up. Extra barracks on the way. The Marines will stim in and just look to get after a couple of probies. The probes start going down, Stalkers warping in, a bunch of Marines taking a ton of damage right off the bat. It's going to be a bunch of those cleaned up right from the start. And the hallucination, we'll see those two medevacs heading away up the right-hand side as well. This one, combat shield still building through, the bio out to the front. The Stalkers still want to peel back a little bit further. Yeah, just Marine Marauder medevac coming up, the barracks about to complete, all the upgrades coming into place. So they're about to finish, the forge is over halfway done, still got the gates coming up. Let's keep on moving around. Oh, yeah, Fennel lands +1. Colossus and the gates coming through. It's a bunch of medevacs loaded up. Just going to make that play to the top of the map then. So they are going to go work around up top. Look to boost in toward the main base shortly. Observer going to be there. You do see the Zealot Stalker in position. Just going to keep those medevacs back once more. So gates coming through. Mines coming up. Because of shells, halfway done, we get the armor upgrade going. It's a lot of bio just going to unload out of those medevacs as collect everything together once again. Coming through, a few Marines after the Stalker. Zealot charges, and she goes after the Widowmine for a second. Bio will get the Zealot as a follow-up, and now the rest of the bio is still heading across. More of those mines going to get burrowed up. Army kind of stares this down here. Zealots are going to come in on either side. The Stalker's coming through as well. It's going to be seeing the bio going to chase. Man, those Zealots actually take a beating off the Widow Mine. It's going to get softened up massively. Two Colossus, two Immortals coming through on the follow-up there. And that army turns to fight. The Zealots start going down. Stalker's getting hit. Yeah, Ryung's going to have to keep on stepping away for the moment as Marauder Viking Armory coming through as well. Get the +1, get the Thermal Lens on the way. Still got the rest of this still chasing through. The bio still has to retreat back. Just another Zealot going down. Stalker still hunting. And the Sentries and the Colossus will chase a little further as well. Still those few Stalkers trying to get something more done. Ryung pulls back just a teeny bit further. Command Center taking a nibble. Marauder on that left-hand side. Right now, Ryung's got an issue of he just doesn't have a medevac. Well, he's got some medevac energy, but he's only got 2 medevacs. He needs some Vikings. Hansel's on the 4th base, down looking to push up this ramp. Doesn't really care about this defensive-ish position. It's interesting, right? The ramp's kind of big. Once you get up the ramp, like if you get up here, you've got so much flat ground and space to play with. Is that a dead base? It's a dead base. You might have just said GG's in this game as Ryung, because that is not a situation you really play out of. Already down 14 SCVs. He's going to be down this game. ZOUN 2, Ryong 0. Interesting defensive base. Like, it feels like this ramp is very susceptible if you get, like, a setup defense with, like, tank here and to stop stuff coming up here. But if stuff gets up here because you're playing, like, a ground army that defends by moving into space, it feels like the aggressor gets more space attacking onto this base than the defender does. It's a very interesting location. I wonder if this base is probably easier to defend. And then there's not really an easy... Like, if you defend here, then they have to come from all the way over there to get here, and there's a choke here you can work with. Yeah. Maybe that's nicer. I feel like this base is almost a bit of a bait. It kind of depends what army comp you play and, you know, how you set up and how you try and play around it as well, so... There's a little bit more to it than just like, oh, it's a bait. Yeah, interesting anyway. GG's, guys. GG's. That is Group B of the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 15, part of TLMC 21. Our final standings for Group B look like this. So yesterday, obviously, Spirit, then MaxPax, then Cure, first, second, and third place. Rogue goes out on map score. Today, Clem 4-0, first 4-0 over the tournament, as Zang will take second place at 3-1, and Ryong at 2-2. Mixu with a good showing, and Chance, unfortunately, does not get anything to justify his great performance that came in the qualifiers. And then Group C and G, so tomorrow Geralt, Harston, Bjorn, Yakov, and Hero. Group D on Friday, Mana, Classic, Lambo, Reno, Bunny. Looks like a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. Playoffs on Saturday and Sunday, guys. Yeah, we've played a lot of the maps nicely so far. The one map we've not seen, guys, is Talisman. It keeps getting vetoed. Tomorrow we're going to try and get it into some of these games, but man, it has been a brutal one to try and get going so far. So hopefully we can get that fixed. But yeah, obviously Ruby Rock got played a lot today, so we're not going to see any Ruby Rock tomorrow, I can tell you guys that much for sure. And yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys. Appreciate you all being here. It's been a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed as well. And anything I want to say, add, or do? Don't really think so. Yeah, I think we're just pretty much wrapped up for the day. I'm just double checking the map. The amount of times each map's being played matches what I've got written down. Which it does for everything, I believe. Yes, perfect. So all correctly up to date there. Perfect. Yeah. Not much else to say, guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy, like and subscribe. Consider using your Prime sub on the Twitch channel. Consider supporting in general. We actually wrapped 518 subs. Obviously, Ian M7 was 10 gifted today. Awesome job. A bunch of people dropping them Primes. Let's keep it going. Let's keep those numbers going up. Let's try and roll back towards 700 and keep that constant for the next couple months while we run as many events as possible. Yeah, like and subscribe. Prime sub up. Obviously, if you're feeling generous and you want to support the tournament prize pools, you can check out the Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged on Patreon does go into tournament prize pools. So that's a great way to support the tournaments as well. With all of that said, guys, I'm going to run a set of ads on the outro, and then we come back tomorrow for Group C of the competition. Same time, same place. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out, bye, and have a good day.